Good morning! Sorry about the bit of a delay before starting. Kick's website is absolutely shitting the bed. I couldn't use it. It kept telling me I wasn't logged in, and then I was logged in, but artifacts on the page wouldn't load. I guess people are really angry that Kick cracked down on view botting, and so their American penny dollars are less because they're aligned with reality. I didn't even notice that Kick cracked down on view botting because my American penny dollar revenue didn't change at all. So, thank you, warm bodies, for being real. Not the warm blankets and the American penny dollars. I love my warm bodies, man. They're real human beings, not Mark Zuckerbergs. Oh no, no more scams. So sad. Gundam Gojira, thank you for the subby bubby. Sorry, I still have a bit of a cough from my cold. The Diddly Doodler, thank you. Not a great week this week. Bad news that you're done supporting your last VTuber Corpo. Good news is Kirsche still here. Yeah, I don't really know what I can say about that, so I'm just gonna not. Kane's brain, thank you. Please, go, please, they're under my skin, please help. Corgle, please help. And they're telling me the ingredients to various soaps. I love soap. Let us make soap together. Maddie P90, thank you for the full fucking year, brother. Thank you. Thank you. You have no idea what happened. I was reading a super. Kane's brain likes giving me schizophrenia supers to read. You seem to have missed some drama. Don't worry about it. Did Hololive collapse? No, Hololive's alright. Hololive's alright. The last thing that they were dealing with was, like when Miko came out and talked about people slandering her and Hachima. Is making soap anything like making music? Probably not. Thomas, thank you for the 28 months, dude. Wassa, thank you for the full fucking year. Thank you. One Trick Nomad, thank you for the 3 months of Prume. Thank you for Pruming. And, actually, now that I have, you can notice I'm a little less wobbly. Yay! So, I have all of my monitors back. I have a real desk again. It's great. Let me see if I can bring back up my Twitch activity feed here so I can, like, thank people who did stuff before I showed up on stream. That's always great. Seventh Swordsman, thank you for the 17 months, dude. Thank you. Generic Weeb, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. Fuck, there's so many things I wish I could talk about that I can't talk about yet. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I'm gonna turn into like a Clockwork Orange man, dude. Dukes, thank you for those 1,000 fucking biddies. Happy Friday to you too, brother. Happy Friday. Lord Suchio, thank you. Mistress Kirsche, devourer of the trunk pizza. What is your wisdom? I ordered pizza again today because I woke up like super late and I was like, damn, I'm kind of hungry before stream and I don't have time to cook anything. So I ordered pizza and they gave me a time frame for when they would be here and I was like, okay, thumbs up. And this wasn't unlike last time where it was like illegals delivering my pizza. This wasn't through DoorDash, so it was through the actual people. And so they did get to my house, but unfortunately for me, they got here and I didn't notice that they got here. So when I was like, damn, it's kind of taking a while, when's my food gonna be here? I went and looked and it was already outside the door and I was like, what the fuck? What the they're teleporting the pizzas now. Usually I always see them fucking pulling up, man. I was so confused. Finally get to see me live at home instead of listening to my VODs at work. Hell yeah, welcome to the live time, brother.
You've been a bad girl.
That seems kind of loud. Oh yeah, my volume's cranked for some reason. Hello? Bigglesworth, thank you. Good news, everyone. The tuna for your truck got to you yesterday. Bad news, everyone. The tile rod decided to take a trip to the next county, and your floor jack can't reach the bottom of your new truck. What is a tie rod? I don't know. You're using terms for like cars and mechanic-y stuff, and alas, I am a woman. Am I feeling too many of Trump's inner circle or getting influential on him? You feel like these past few weeks he's been dealing L-take after L-take? yeah, his H-1B take, I don't know. The thing with the, like, Chinese, didn't that already happen? Where he was like, I'm gonna have 600,000 Chinese come to the colleges, and everyone was like, what the fuck? No, this isn't what I voted for. And he was like, just kidding. Did he like, just kidding, and now he's doing it again? Or are these old clips? Because, let me fucking tell you, once again, I've been freaking out about this for, like, the past 2 or 3 weeks, as people who, like, regularly watch will know. There are so many people posting, like, older clips on Twitter and not saying that they're older clips. So a lot of the time, if I don't already know the source material, I have to go to my mods and I'm like, can you help me find, like, when the fuck this happened? The 50-year mortgages is also bad. And tie rods are the parts that keep both wheels pointing in the same direction when you steer. No tie rod. I'm not drunk driving. The car is. Oh. Help. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Also, you think Philly and I should think about doing a Kino Casino style show, but for VTuber and VTuber adjacent drama. But, like, she and I don't really talk about VTuber drama all that often. Like, I mostly talk about politics, which are, like, flesh people drama, if you think about it. Occasionally, if the drama's, like, large enough in the VTuber sphere, you know, I talk about it a bit, but, like, I have to care about it, too. It's more like, not really my wheelhouse. And I don't think I've ever heard of Phillian talk about drama ever. Like, literally ever. VTuber drama. Keep Kirsche away from casinos. I would lose so much money on slots. I am a very reasonable and intelligent asterisk when it comes to finances person. But slots are a weakness. I love slots in video games. And so I feel like if I was put in front of slots in real life, I would lose all rational thinking and I would return to Wumon. There's Mugen, but he's Philip DeFranco of VTubing. I don't know what that means. Can I speak on the Kirsches breaking out of your chat and making their way as an invasive species into other environments and wreaking massive havoc? I love my Kirsches, and surely the Kirsches will be good for the environment in the long run. The fox who yearns for the slots. You gotta get that Dratini. Oh, dude. If there was a round 1 out in the middle of Bunkerland, I'd be so fucked. I love going to round 1 and doing nothing but playing crane games. Like, I know the plushies in the crane games are probably worth like $3 fucking. And so I'm way overpaying. But Lord, does it feel good when you swipe your card 1 time and you get a plushie and you're like, yeah, first time, baby, let's go. It feels so good. Isn't Clover Pit a slot machine though? I don't know what Clover Pit is. Closest round 1 to you is 5 hours away. That was the one thing I liked about California was like, you could piss and hit a round 1. Like, they were fucking everywhere. Remember that time Kirsche beat the Castlevania scam game without even knowing? Yes! The Castlevania! Like, my friends wanted to stay there for, like, ages, and I was like, well, I don't really like actual arcade games, because I've got brain damage, but let's figure out something I want to play. And I was like, what did Pippa say she liked? She liked doing the, like, coin-pushing games. This is a coin-pushing game. Let's sit here. I had no idea how it worked. I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing, and I ended up getting every single card for the maximum payout. And I'm pretty sure the employees fucking hated me because the machine kept breaking. So when I would like finish getting all of the cards from the seat that I was at, I would go, because there's like 4 seats for this machine. I would go to a different seat to get all the cards that were already like pre-placed in there, right? Because like, why have more cards drop if I can already get the ones that are already there, right? You got to think smart, man, efficiency. But the machine like kept breaking, and so they kept having to come over because I kept getting so many cards in the payout slot that it would jam, and so they'd have to come and unlock it and like hand me the cards. You wish a round 1 existed around you. You almost went to one in Japan, but needed to make sure you had money to eat. Understandable. Charlie Kirk was really helping Trump. He needs someone like Crowder or Benny to keep him informed about what the people want. You're also worried that people won't vote next year in the midterms. Personally, you hope Elon Musk primes rhinos like Thune so we can get things fixed or force them to do their damn jobs. I also did not hear about Apple with the ID stuff, but I am also worried because when people feel like the politicians are either going back on what they said they would do or are just not doing what's in the best interest of the people that got them elected, they're less incentivized to vote for them. And a lot of Republicans are just like, well, if I can't vote for the red guy, I'm not going to vote for the blue guy, so I might as well just stay home, right? And so it's kind of like choosing between someone who is going to actively go towards your destruction and someone who will passively go towards your destruction because they won't do anything to stop it. And I feel that worry because it's like the Democrat base is always incredibly invigorated to vote no matter who it is. And considering we're now electing people who actively wish death, actively want to see even children die, and are just outward communists, we're in that place where, like, the complacency on both the voters and the Republicans' part are going to very quickly hasten us into one kind of destruction. And I really don't want to see it get there, because it's gonna be bad. Like, we've memed about civil war for a very long time, but, like, you shouldn't want civil war. GOP has done nothing but disenfranchise its base and the young in it. It's pretty bad. Have the same problem in Canada. Alberta Premier Daniel Smith is backtracking hard away from supporting Alberta independence. You're too depressed to listen to this. Oh no. Trump needs to start listening to pollsters and pundits. I don't know, man. Tim Pool one day closer to being right. Do I feel if Trump doesn't do anything to help the housing crisis and inflation at a good enough pace, Democrats are going to win the primary? Considering a lot of the Democrats' housing policies are what put us in this position in the first place, but people aren't going to care about that. They're just going to hear free shit and vote for them. It's going to be a real big problem, and 50-year mortgages are not the answer to that. I have a tab on mortgages because something else really fucking bad happened recently. Let me see if I can find it. Because it was recent, but it wasn't today, so it's not in, like, my list of tabs I just freshly opened. I think I had it up for, like, Tuesday. But they did something else that's really fucking bad and is not going to help anyone, similar to when Joe Biden made it so people with high credit scores would be subsidizing mortgages for people with low credit scores. So even if you have a high credit score, under Joe Biden when he did this, whatever the fuck it was, I remember talking about it when it happened. If you have a high credit score, you're going to have a higher APR, and you're going to have a higher monthly payment to help offset the cost of people with lower credit scores getting mortgages from lenders. And it's a really shitty thing that happened. Also compounding on, if you're lending to so many high-risk people, those people who are going to be unable to pay are going to cause foreclosures, and then fucking, like, equity companies can just come in and scoop that shit up for, like, base barrel values. And you have people who would normally be able to afford houses at regularly affordable prices no longer able to afford them because now they have exorbitant monthly payments to subsidize the people who shouldn't even be getting mortgages in the first place. Where is this? Where is this? Maybe I can just, like, search for keywords and pull up an article about it. That's 2024. This was like... I remember reading this the other day. I'm gonna lose my mind. Ah, it was this thing. Okay. This is why I need to constantly open tabs, chat. I lose my mind if I don't have tabs. Your parents had a good credit score and were able to get nice loans. You have a perfect credit score and you're subsidizing Caleb Hammerguest. The glowing is nearing nuclear levels. Yeah. John in English, thank you. Kirsche, you're free and unemployed now. At least you would say that, but you accidentally told that to the wrong person. And now you're going to another job after next week. You just want to be a lazy Kirsche and melt into the mattress. Well, I'm sorry you have to continuously make money and be a net positive for society. Congrats on the new job? Question mark. My memories, thank you for the 6-month resub, dude. Phoenix DS, thank you. Sends the Foxu blueberry crepes for the crepe tax. First time making them, came out all right. Something that your mom used to make. When I was out in California, I got a crepe. It was so big, man. It was so big. Hi, Kirsche, you're making soup. What horrors are there to compare with soup happiness? I don't think there's horrors in the soup, man. Anthony, thank you. Did I see the New Jersey skin? It's questionable if that thing is safe for work. It has some real nice secrets. I did. And I also saw that there's, like, a limited time lucky bag, and it has some of the skins that were completely removed from the game for being too lewd. And I don't really know how I feel about that, because it's like, they never made an announcement that they're allowed to have the skins back in the game. And so I'm like, I don't know if this is a, we're gonna say fuck the app stores and just do it, or if this is a, we actually removed them from the game so that we could convince people to spend exorbitant amounts of money on them later because they're not able to be gotten like normal skins anymore. And I really hope it's not the latter, because I've had nothing but praise for the Azure Lane devs for years. So, you know. Zim the Despo, thank you for the 14-month member. You had a good week. You met a woman at a church and had a conversation with her for 2 hours. A few days later, you went to Texas Roadhouse. So far, so good. I don't remember why my volume's on my phone. Let me shut that off, because it won't shut up! I'm getting fucking ram-hangled over here. I don't even know what that means. Pay in full or don't. Supply, demand. No one buys. Price go down. You're not gonna be able to get that on a large scale, unfortunately. You're gonna be honest, you didn't think they were removed for being too lewd, especially after some of the recent skins, titty fucking swords and pool cues? Yeah! Yeah! I mean, there was a whole thing on Twitter, and there were people that reported those skins to the Play Store app and the iPhone app, whatever the fuck that's called, Apple Store? Apple app? I don't know. But there were people that reported it, there were people that were unhappy, it was a big debacle all over Twitter, so like, it did happen, but I don't know if, like, they had to remove the skins or if they were just like, this could be good PR for the future. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. How do you plan on combating the deadly mad worldwide gangster VTuber computer god? Bro, when I was putting my PC back together on, like, my real desk instead of the plastic kiddie table, my monitors kept just, like, not working, and I was terrified. I was terrified that they were just gonna be broken. C. Thomas Peasant, thank you. No pennies, just money. Yeah, true. Either way, you're broke, can't buy shit. Yeah. Nightsider, thank you. Hey, Foxy, do you plan to cover Trump's Fox interview? Seems like you stepped in it this time. Is this another thing, or is this the H1B stuff? Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you for member. Matt Larson, thank you. Happy Friday to Kieran chat. Yeah, munya, my guy. Looney Lenny, thank you. You agree with Aiden Paladin on the H1Bs? There are people here that are willing to work. The problem is the companies don't want to give up profits to pay employees more because they relied on essentially slave labor for decades. It was really weird to hear Trump once again do like a 180 and be like, we don't have these skilled people in America. And it's like, you can just teach them, man. We don't. And especially because it's H1B, you're not even talking about like the actual, what is it, like an O something visa? For like the actual skilled labor? And a lot of the H1B stuff, they're for like entry-level jobs, they're for cashiers and shit. Americans should be doing those jobs. We shouldn't be importing people to do that. Oh, thank you, chat. So they stopped making pennies. Do we have to say that kick chatters get you paid nickels? No, they're the only pennies left. Help. M. Not Popper, thank you. I'm sure it's already been discussed, but we've stopped learning higher level tech because corpos bring in H1Bs. Why get in college debt if we get cut out? Yeah. Yeah. It's called train them. We don't need a single H1B. Companies are just being cheap. Very much so. Very much so. But this thing that I was talking about with mortgages, Fannie Mae removes minimum credit score requirement for home loan applications starting November 2025. What could possibly go wrong? Fannie Mae has announced a major policy change that could open the door to home ownerships for millions of Americans. Beginning in November 16th, 2025, the agency will remove the current 620 minimum credit score requirement for its desktop underwriter system, allowing more flexibility in how borrowers are evaluated for mortgage approval. Instead of relying solely on credit scores, Fannie Mae will assess overall financial health through factors like rent payment, bill history, and other consistent payment behaviors, giving a fairer chance to buyers with limited credit history or those rebuilding their financial foundation. Now, see, I would all be in favor of getting rid of the credit score system in favor of something that actually applied more of your ability to pay things off and actually rewarded people who were doing the right thing financially. However, I genuinely don't believe that this is what's going to be happening, especially since we've had how many years post-COVID of the FHA paying for people's mortgages who shouldn't have gotten loans in the first place. There's absolutely no way that I believe any of this is going to benefit anyone that it should actually benefit. They saw the tiniest dip in the housing market and decided we need to flood the market with more buyers. Good lord. Rent payments, bill history, consistent payment is already used for credit score. A lot of rent payments, apparently don't go into credit score, and I don't know how that works because I know my rent payments have gone into my credit score. So I'm not really sure like which rent payments don't. Some utility bills don't get counted towards your credit score, I guess, unless you stop paying them. So, like, if you're paying them regularly, it doesn't count? Question mark. I really hate the credit score system, but unfortunately, it is what we have. And since it is what we have, and you have to play the game in order to participate in things, I wish it would be either revamped to actually benefit people who do the right thing instead of having the people who do the right thing subsidize people who can't do anything, or just get rid of it and have a new system built. You have different scores that can be weighted based on what you're buying. If it was a VA loan, 30-year fix for $410K with a 745, the escrow is $3,350. What? You said too many numbers too quickly. I'm lost. Phoenix DS, thank you. Better investment would be in a mobile wood mill with a chainsaw mill or a wood miser saw. Cut trees, build your own home. I can't do that. I tried pulling a trash bag out of a trash can for the first time in like a million years, and my fingernails shredded the bag, and I had to clean up trash from inside and outside the trash can. And I was like, this is why I just let men do some things. Why do it myself when it makes more work? You know, I have to have my pretty princess nails. That's non-negotiable. It's the final payment with extra. I don't know. Is your nail okay? My nails are okay, but they are getting to the point where they are long enough that I'm worried I might break them. I really need to go get them done again. I used to do my own nails very frequently, but more recently I discovered the magic of builder gel, and so I go and get them done now. Hag clause. The scoring algorithm itself produces decently accurate numbers. It's the decisions based on the numbers that are intentionally moronic to extort fools. I mean, if you're a lender company and you can get someone to take on a loan that they can feasibly not afford, you end up getting a lot of money. Not from that person, but from selling the loan off. You know, ball. You're literally about to recommend me builder gel if I'm scared of them breaking. Aw, dude. I had it put on once and I was like, holy shit. This has made my real nails like Wolverine claws. This is fucking nuts. I can hit them on shit and they don't snap. It's crazy. But when they get to a certain length, like, you have to have your, like, the skin under your nail growing up it. And once they get too long, you can really start feeling, like, the tension, both on the underskin and on your nail bed. So I tend to cut them back to a point where they don't have that tension until the skin grows up higher. Rip future himbo's back. What do you mean rip? He'll love it. Nails done for the honey tasting stream. I got the Mike's Hot Honey, and double thumbs up. It's fucking fantastical. So thank you guys for that recommendation. I mentioned it on Side Scrollers yesterday. People were saying if I like the Fogo de Chao honey, I should get Mike's Hot Honey. High recommend. It's not hot, it's sweet. I don't understand why it's called hot honey. It's not spicy. It's a very, very sweet honey, especially if you heat it up. Is that hot honey from Costco? I don't know. I wasn't at Costco when I bought it. I was just at a grocery store. Devin Adair, thank you for the 16-month member. Thank you. Praxis Fall, thank you. Did I hear what they snuck into the funding bill? Big Pharma is getting their wow. Is that like the hemp thing that they snuck into the funding bill? don't really know why they did that, because I feel like things made out of hemp cloth are just, why would you care if it's made out of hemp cloth? Like, it's not even addressing like weed or anything. Your wife's been loving Mooncat's cat eye nail stuff. She does them herself. Hell yeah! Anyone I can recommend Mooncat stuff to, I always do. Mooncat, I've been buying from them since like 2013 or some shit. Like, oh god, I love that brand. You bring terrible news. Labubu movie is happening. You shut up. Speaking of nails and cuticles, why the fuck does everyone want to push that crap back to the root or something? The one time you had your hands done, it left you aching for a week due to the cuticle pushback. That can't be right. I have no idea why everyone wants to do that, and that's also why I stopped going to Asian nail bars. Because no matter how many times I say, I don't have cuticles, please don't push my cuticles, don't touch my cuticles, don't do anything on or around my cuticle, they always do it anyways, and then I bleed profusely all over them, and I'm like, well, now you fucked up. Thanks. And sorry, Foxy, you just wanted to say that Twisted Wonderland is drawn by the artist of Black Butler. Why are you sorry? And I don't know what any of that means. Tucker Carlson's bombshell report confirms what everyone suspected for years. Federal officials knew who Thomas Crooks was before Butler, and that he harbored a deep hatred for Trump with the intent to take him out. Honestly, someone needs to fire Pam Bondi. She sucks. Likely Rhino sabotaging everything. I don't like Pam Bondi. It's an ethnic custom. You understand, thanks! I don't know if it's an ethnic custom or not, but I've only ever had that issue with Asian nail techs. You know, not the cuticles. Immortan Sean, thank you. Love all the house hunting info. Super helpful. I mainly, high quotes, specialized in the New England housing market since that's where I've been looking, but, hey, you know. Kash Patel is even running cover after the Tucker video. I haven't watched the Tucker video. Why do girls like the long Wolverine? I mean, mine aren't like acrylic nail long. You know, I'm not like a secretary long, but they're long for real nails. Did you see the Dems starting to defend Epstein because he hated... Yeah, I saw all that going on Twitter. I think I have a tab for that somewhere. And Praxis Fall, thank you. Did I hear what they snuck into the fund? Oh, I already read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. I have to hiccup, but it's not coming out. Yeah! Help! There we go. Therian, thank you. For the Principality of Korshovo, true and real. That guy with the tattoo, fucking crazy. Star Phoenix, thank you. Is Gamba a vice of foxes? First Tenma, now Kirsche. No, I don't know. Kane's Brain, thank you. Fun fact, the singer for Cannibal Corpse is insanely good at crane games and donates the plushies he wins to children's hospitals. If you Google him, he's kind of a himbo who loves World of Warcraft. That's really fucking cute, but I also bet he already has a wife. Scoot, thank you. You won your wife a stuffed cat on the crane machine last night on a date, as well as a couple of toy ducks for your daughter. One of the friends I was with at a round one really liked dinosaurs. And they had, like, dinosaurs in the crane games. And so I was like, oh, don't you worry, baby girl. I'ma win you a plushie. You're gonna be so happy. All your girlfriends are gonna be jealous of you, baby. I'm gonna win you the plushie. And then I won it first try, because I always do. And I gave it to him, and I was like, don't worry, baby girl. I take good care of you. You're my bottom bitch. Is a cool dude. This is the inspiration for Metalocalypse, not Peter Steele, surprisingly. Oh, that's a fucking good show, though. Yeah, there's an old video of him talking about WoW from, like, 2007, and he talks shit about the Alliance and Blood Elves and calls them gay! I mean, he's not wrong. Patchouli, thank you. For the love of God, do not play slots. It's the biggest scam since a lottery source. You've been in the industry for 8 years. I remember my mom used to play some, like, online casino game back in the AOL days. I don't remember what it was called or exactly what it looked like, but it was definitely like a slots kind of thing. New ASMR video suggestion. DJD, absolute horror, thank you. Mr. Corpse Grinder is a chill dude. That's a very funny name. I guess she can't catch all the Streamlabs chat. I'm trying. I was super far behind in chat, man. I was super far behind. I also had this article up on screen because I was reading it. Because you know, sometimes the super chats like bring up all these different topics that I have in tabs, and I'm just like, I don't know how to jump. I don't know how to gate jump this quickly. Taiga Baru, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. JK the Slacker, thank you for that gift sub to Don P Bongwater. I'm in the fucking Tectone video he recently released. 77th Dragon, thank you. Rent has optional extra charge of rent reporting explicitly for improving your score. Responsible rewards are already a subscription model. You know, I was really curious, right? Exactly how, like, property tax stuff worked. So, like, when the bunker bros got their letter for paying the property taxes on the bunker, I was like, can I like look at your letter and see how this works? And I was like, oh, this is pretty simple. This is pretty straightforward. Oh, look, you would even pay online. How easy is that? So, like, I had them, like, go to the website, and they were like, you don't really want to pay online, and here's why. And they tack on, like, multiple $169 convenience fees, and then also a processing fee for using the government website. So all in all, you end up paying like $350 to $450 more dollars on your property taxes if you pay through the website instead of writing a check and delivering it in person. And I'm like, now that doesn't really make any sense, because isn't the paper check more inefficient, not just for the homeowner, but also for the government office people? Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to do it through the website? So why do you get slapped with like multiple $150+ convenience fees? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Taxation is a scam. Kirsche, this your father talking. No, you're not my real dad. Just bought a house. In other news, Kirsche, would you like a motherfucker of a deal on a house? No, I'm not buying a house that you flipped. I gotta keep the people processing the paper checks employed. No, we don't. Always mail your checks. So we pay for the website to exist and pay to use it. I love when I have to go to a government website and I get met with a, we're sorry, this website is only available between the hours of 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern. And I'm like, it's a fucking website! What do you mean? You don't even talk to human beings. There's no reason to restrict it to workday hours. What the fuck are you doing? That's a thing. That's a thing. That's a thing. And again, it's not even a website where like you have to talk to somebody so they need someone there to address you. It's just a government website, but you can't access it outside of government working hours, which also means you can't access it on the fucking weekends. It's so fucking stupid. That's frustrating. A bunch of government sites like SSA do that. I ran into that when I was trying to pay one of my quarterly tax coupons, and they were like, oh, it's past 5 p.m. Eastern, you can't do that. And I was like, what the actual fuck? Scary how old some government websites are running on hardware. 30 years old, truly. What's hilarious is that you have to do extra work to make that happen. It's so fucking dumb. You did that just so you hate the government more? You're doing your why would you do this? The system is built for you to be married, someone to do things while you have to work. Yeah, I said this recently where it's like, I was helping out. I'm doing my part at the bunker. I was looking for someone to like winterize like their farm irrigation shit so like it didn't freeze over in the winter, right? And all of the like people, they were just like, oh, you know, we stopped doing this at like 4 p.m. or whatever. And I was like, if most of the people who work don't get out of work until 5 and then they have to drive home and then they're not going to get home until like, you know, at least like 5:30 or 6, depending on how far away they live, right? Much later if you're out in the middle of literally fucking nowhere. How are you supposed to get this shit done? Society literally built for one person to be staying home, and now since that's not the case, how are you supposed to get these kinds of services done? That doesn't make any fucking sense. I was like, thank God I have a job where like I would just be home all the time, you know? Oh, I love water. It's the same in Canada. Revenue agency is down for 3 or 4 hours every day. It makes you real confident in government infrastructure. Oh God, that's cold. Ooh, I hate cold water. Oh, ow, that hurts my throat. Fuck. My water is like ice cold at room temperature right now. I think the gov websites based on old tech is bad. You're gonna hate hearing about what the banking still runs on. Most of that stuff still uses COBOL, a language that hasn't been popular or relevant in 40 years. Jesus fuck. Praxis Fall, thank you. Big Pharma's getting ready to patent certain hemp products like CBD oils with pills, so they need to destroy family businesses. Pills for what? Fellow cold water hater. I hate it so much. Lord Brown Bear, thank you. Yesterday at one of your English seminar classes, they invited all the professors in the department, and they were all old white women. And one had a read books punch Nazi shirt. You hate it there. You should have asked her if she was a Nazi, since she's an old white woman. As someone who worked briefly for the Canada Revenue Agency, let me tell you, this stuff is old. Tax programs still use F13, F24 because the keyboards of the time had those. I don't think I've ever seen a keyboard with F13 through F24. That's crazy. Has a heat asthma, but takes cold water damage. I see. Well, my throat is warm. Warm throat, take cold water damage. You know, I like room temp water. That's good. Marmalin, thank you. Because the system is created in the 1900s, so... no, it is more work to do the digital shit because our government systems are dog shit when it comes to modern shit. I think they're just dog shit regardless of what shit there is, you know? Strider, thank you. Just tuned in. The first thing you hear is the fox calling me a bitch. Nice to see you too, Foxy. Hello. It makes sense, woman. What do you mean? Tora, thank you for the 20-month member. It has been over 1,000 years since Discord movie time with Kirsche while she does her nails, but I remember one day. Mr. Toast, thank you. You got your sugar-free Game Subs cans. Can't wait to go home and drink them all at once and enter the 25th hour of the day. Wish you luck. But they're sugar-free. How do you enter a new hour of the day without the sugar?
I am from the government and am here to help. Should always R7N through your head whenever someone from the government speaks for ironic reasons.
The government is terrifying. Anyone that thinks the government is going to help them is too retarded to live. Ingress, thank you for the 25 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Thank you for Prooming. Baja Cat, thank you. The credit score system is designed and intended to get people overextended and in debt. Don't be a slave. Save, pay cash, live within your means. It can be done. Being out in Bunkerland, the amount of things that I've had to pay cash only for have been mildly inconveniencing, but also kind of nice in a nostalgic way. Yutso Gamino, thank you. Yesterday became 23 years old. Thanks for the entertainment. Not much, but it's all you can give. Love your merch and content. Adios te bendiga, Funny Foxu. I don't know what a bendiga is, but thank you. Thank you. Never say it's not much. Thank you. I appreciate that you wanted to give something. And happy belated birthday. Happy belated birthday, Yutso Gamino. Happy belated. I hope you had a good birthday day with delicious pastry, my dude. Hell yeah. Van Tesla, thank you for the 22 months of Proom. Thank you. Bandiga is blessed. I don't know why I want to put another N in there. I want to say Bandinga for some reason. Means God bless you in Spanish. Ah, Dios mío. Bendición, bless you. Hell yeah. Dios de bendiga. God bless you. That's a fun way to say it. Tripwire, thank you for the member. Thank you. I am not you, thank you. That's false. H1B is explicitly for advanced jobs. Training someone who can just turn around and quit after you train them is extremely expensive. Chattery thinks H1B pays less, doesn't understand the law. I think you are the one who doesn't understand. Considering how much shit we found out about the H1B system this year alone, they are bringing in unskilled labor to take low skill and entry-level jobs with H1B visas. That is why everyone is so fucking pissed. Phoenix DS, thank you. I already read that, but thank you again. Thank you again. Tango El Gato, Los Pantalones. What? Phoenix DS, thank you. Haunted house hunting himbos to find the spooky Victorian houses for Foxy. Who knows? Maybe it comes with ghost slaves. That house hunting himbo was too young for me. He was like, what, 22 or some shit? I can't remember. The Wastelander, thank you. Big Pharma's like Rule 34. If you have a condition, there's a pill for that. Problem is the cure's side effects are worse than the condition. Unfortunate. You're feeling really anxious today? You hope I'm doing well? No, I'm used to running at like 110 to 120% stress at all times. And I've been around like 160% recently. So I've just kind of been randomly rebooting in the middle of the day, where I'll find myself forgetting what was happening and forgetting what I was thinking, and then I'll just stare off into space for a good 5 minutes while my brain reloads. It's not exactly fun, but you know, I'll get through it. I always do. Beer Bear Beard, thank you for the 36-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. The computer or you? Me. Look, I already failed to kill myself once. It ain't happening again. You do that too. It's normal, right? Right? It's not normal. It means you really need to fucking de-stress before you catch a heart attack, brother. Ryan, thank you. You're gonna chew mint gum and chug ice water? What's wrong with you? ARM 514V, thank you. Part of the IT defense for things like banks. Older the tech, harder to hack. As things are obsolete, newer tech doesn't talk to, plus being cheap. I don't mind older tech as long as it is still functional. Your website being offline starting at like 4 or 5 p.m. and offline on the weekends is not functional and is not something you can blame on old tech. Low desire for social interaction. Thank you for the autistic background noises. You're welcome. What frustrates you more than anything is the businesses that have illegal H-1Bs and immigrants claiming they used E-Verify that vouches for illegals and Pikachu face when the system fails to say so. Yeah, it's imagine. That got dark pretty fucking quick. Nah, I've made jokes about how you know I'm a real woman because I failed to kill myself for years now, you know, alright? Like, women can't even do that right. Nuclear arsenal is still controlled by floppy disks. I know. Floppy disks are fun. I used to use those back in the day. Anthony, thank you. Mr. Corpse Grinder is indeed a happily married himbo. He's also 55. Damn. Older than my dad. Saying that makes your bones hurt. Half the tools in your university run off of MS-DOS. Jesus Christ. That's because the government's lazy. They don't want to even have their IT staff on standby where it would die in the weekends. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. At least the launch codes for the nukes isn't quadruple zero anymore. I can't believe the Louvre's password was literally just Louvre. That's so fucking bad. Patchouli, thank you. The H-1B that replaced you in IT over a decade ago is being paid less than you were. The argument that they always get paid more is invalid. Very invalid. It is literally importing cheap labor. Cross MJ, thank you for the 500 yen. Much love from Japan. Found you through Leaflet. You valid. You valid. Thank you. Thank you, Japanese man. Floppy disks, less fun to play with than floppy disks. Oh. I mean, you know. Sometimes the floppy boopish can be fun, though. It's like, it's a little boopish button, and you can flop it around until it gets more solid. Cindy, related to you being a woman, but you saw a post on Twitter about conflict resolution when you had a relationship. Holy fuck, you really did date women with a penis? I think a lot of guys can't even understand that concept, so most of the replies I was getting to that tweet were not helpful at all. Because, like, what are you supposed to do when your man is the woman and he's like, I have a problem, and you're like, I have a solution to the problem, and then his response is either, I don't want solution, or he just goes radio silent for weeks, and it's like, well, I didn't think I was in high school anymore, but, you know. Remember when you were a small child, you were given the really important job of snapping floppy disks? That was a fun day! Marmalin, thank you. H-1B is 83% hired, are junior entry-level jobs, and are also paid 17% average less than an American worker. A chatter is just saying, sir! Please, sir! Do not redeem. And some problems are not meant to be solved. Sometimes the best solution is just to walk away. Thanks, I hate it. Relationship black pill. Oh my god. Found me on another VTuber list on Twitter. The fox is everywhere. Jesus Christ. How many lists am I gonna be on? Do I have the hex color value for my nails? You're trying to make your drawing extra accurate?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Jimothy Stickle Pasty, thank you. Congrats on making it onto a 4th list. What the? Is this a new list, or is this that one that has, like, Arthur, the game dev, and, like, Grums and Asmongold and all those other people? Is it that one? Because we talked about that on Side Scrollers, or is there a new one? Is there a new one after that? I can't even keep track. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Sorry, has a Labubu movie in the work. No, I don't want Labubu movie! There was another one made similar to it that's just VTubers. Oh my fucking god. There's a VTuber, fucking hell, dude. That's the one with flesh tubers. This one is Chuba only. Acanthus, thank you. Been a busy week. Memorial for your grandma Monday. Got married Tuesday to your actual Japanese waifu. Unsub podcast live show yesterday. Now, Foxy Friday. Good time. You have a busy week. Hot damn. Congrats on the fucking marriage? Congrats on being married? It's a new one? I'm on top of the Findom VTuber list. Well, that just makes sense. Somehow I do a better job than those who actually do Findom. Let's be honest. They put Ozai Hara on it. Ozai Hara's... Well, I mean... I guess he's kind of a VTuber now, right? He got a model, but he was like a clipper for like a million years. Here's the tweet. Can I delete your message? Don't fucking give these people clicks, man. I can only ban you. Mods, delete that other mod's message. I can't do it. Wait, I can time him out. If I time out a moderator, does he get his sword removed? We'll find out. we'll fucking find out. Shop smart. Shop Kirsche Mart. A mod on mod violence. There's just some people that don't deserve the attention, you know? Did I remove his boopus? He gets boopus removed when he becomes a mod. Yes, it removed his mod status. Oh no, now Binary Mind's gonna have to remind me to remod him for like 3 weeks. Cross MJ, thank you for the fucking yen, brother. Much love from Japan. I read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. I'm fucking scrolling in YouTube chat because there's so much going on today, okay? I seen this yesterday on VT. Useless list overall. At least he got his dick back for a bit. He'll enjoy his penis for a couple of hours, you know? Phoenix DS, thank you. You still have a PC DOS 7 book and the diskettes floating around in the basement somewhere. The Wastelander, thank you. Downloading the Apocalypse, 2% complete. Estimated time left, 99 days, 26 minutes, 15 seconds. Gotta love dial-up. Why would you download the Apocalypse? What does that mean? He gets to be human for a week. Democrats be like, Adolf Hitler hated Trump too. That means Trump is the most evil person ever. It's really weird logic when they're just like, evil person hates Trump, therefore Trump is worse than evil person. I'm like, I don't think that's how that logic works, actually. Surprise, 3-week vacation. Is that the mod that has to wake you up for meetings? No, that's Ziz. And Ziz isn't a real mod. He's an archiver. But yeah, he does have to wake me up sometimes. Who was it that was asking for Kirsche nail hacks? You have some of the model refs and can check the colors there? Oh, hell yeah. All of the model refs should be pinned in the meme channel as well. I think you saw that list retweeted by Leaflet, but they say VTubers and includes people that are not VTubers. Was probably made by a tourist. Probably made by a tourist. Probably made by someone with, like, seething, bleeding parts, you know? So it's just, not really worth it. Someone has to wake you up. On occasion, I forget to set alarms for things, you know? Jeffrey Epstein, the renowned judge of character. Yeah, right? Let me take morality takes from the guy who ran an international pedo ring. That'll make me hate Trump. Baja Cat, thank you. When are we getting the Kirsche Labubu outfit? Never, because Labubus are garbage. Lich Life, thank you. Foxy Friday, let's go. Let's fucking go, brother. And Cladex, thank you. Mistress Kirsche, a second list has hit the towers. Feel bad for the mod. What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you feel bad? I don't know how to delete messages, so mods get to get fucking penis thwacked if they mess up. Oh my god. You finally got Owari ship waifu? Oh man, I still don't understand, like, the new way the island works, man. Speaking of mod abuse, to the mod who falsely accused you of posting lolly, up yours. Flat chests do not a lolly make. I think you might be the one who's confused, because lolly does mean petite, flat-chested woman and does not mean child. But when you try to say that that was the original definition that you had known it was for decades, people get really angry. Discord doesn't give a fuck, buddy. Also that! Discord also doesn't give a fuck. Usually small, flat-chested. And Giru Gamesh, King of Heroes, thank you. Mods get the sounding treatment. Sounds like he posted a child. Speaking about the Labubu, did I know Sony is planning on making... This is like the 5th message I've gotten about the Labubu movie. I have to look it up now. Labubu movie. Why? Why? They were already losing so much in stock. Just let them die. Just let them die. Movie studio closed a deal this week to develop the toy phenomenon as a feature film. Why? Why they're so ugly? I bet I could make Kirsches more of a global phenomenon than Labubus. And then I can watch Caleb Hammer and see someone go on Caleb Hammer and give him a Kirsche plush. What a wild day that would be. The CCP works in mysterious ways. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Your cousin's getting married tomorrow, so it's time to go perform groomsman duties. Have a fun weekend. Also, would I buy an Asmongold? No, I would not buy any kind of Labubu. Labubus are disgusting. Fuck off. Labubu, the plush toy line of scruffy, cute, ugly monsters, could be headed to the big screen. Sony Pictures, home of the Jumanji movies, and via its animation division, K-pop Demon Hunters, has picked up the screen rights to the Chinese doll brand with the aim of making a movie. And in success, launching a franchise. No. They're telling me we could get the Labubu extended universe. No. No producer or filmmaker is attached at this stage, as the deal was just signed this week. It is also too early to tell whether the potential movie would be live action or animated. Could you imagine a live action Labubu movie like the Minecraft movie? Holy shit. Wolfsbane, thank you. Unless it's a Labubu horror movie, you don't want it. El Monstermon, thank you. Remember the Emoji movie? You remember? I only remember the Emoji movie because my mother rented it and was really excited to watch it. And I was like, oh God, why is she like, this is like the worst thing my mother has done. Battleizer, thank you. Brightside, Foxy, when they finally release the movie, the fad will be over and it will flop majorly. There have literally been articles about how the fad is already dying and they've been losing fucking stock, dude. Bleg, thank you. This proves that Sony is run by middle-aged white women with negative financial literacy pretty fucking much, dude. Holy shit. Sony had no comment. Designed by Hong Kong-born, European-based artist Kasin Lung and initially made by How to Work as a part of a line of monster figurines, Labubu took off when Chinese retailer Pop Mart took over making and selling them in 2019. It took a few years, but Labubu's exploded in popularity recently for two main reasons. One, Pop Mart's use of selling them via blind boxes, meaning buyers never know what they are acquiring until they open the package, which then also spurs demand. This also creates a superheated secondary market where collectors pay exorbitant amounts to get the dolls that they want online. At pop-up sales and in traditional brick-and-mortar locations. Limited edition artworks and auctions have also seen items hit six-figure prices. Why are people like this? The second factor was the adoption of the toys by certain celebrities, particularly K-pop group Blackpink member Lisa, who in 2024 used them as accessories. I wonder how much, like, Hollywood product placement is them genuinely enjoying something, and how much is them taking a payment to pretend they enjoy something so that it drives more sales of said something. Like, even as, like, a literal Who VTuber instead of an actual celebrity, I have been told, like, hey, would you do this thing? I know it goes against FTC guidelines, but, like, it could be beneficial for the both of us. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, I just don't really feel like lying. Like, that's a bit weird to me. And Generic Chen, thank you for the 28 months of tier 3, brother. Thank you. All you can remember is the Wayne's World product placement bit. If free food tastes good, imagine how good a food that pays you must taste. Oh my God. Sorry, but the company that made them is named How to Work. Are they not even trying to hide their sweatshops now? Yeah. The toys became a sensation first in Southeast Asian markets before taking the rest of the world by storm. Pop Mart's profits reportedly soared by 350% earlier this year. Labubu is the name of the lead monster doll of the line, which counts leader Zimomo, companion Mokoko, and boyfriend Taikoko as characters, among others. I'm going to kill myself. What the actual fuck am I being forced to read? It may be too soon to tell if Labubu will fall into fads such as Beanie Babies or something longer lasting such as Hello Kitty. There's no way. There's no way that Labubu will supplant Hello Kitty. Ain't no fucking way. Is the equivalent of paying for PNG girls and gacha slot for women is a testament to the awful taste some women have. I would rather pay for my gacha slot PNGs because at least those actually look cute. At least those are cute and real. Bow bow. Actual good and exciting news. You're hoping it's a price you can recommend. You might get a frame. You will get a controller. What? It may be too soon. I already read that sentence. While once Hollywood projects inspired toys, in the last decade in particular has seen an inverse, with toys now inspiring movies. The Lego Movie, released in 2014, was perhaps one of the first brand names without an already created storyline or even characters to see a successful major studio production, generating critical acclaim and box office ka-ching. More recently, Barbie accomplished a similar feat, generating over $1 billion at the worldwide box office, while nabbing 8 Oscar nominations. This week, Sony and Mattel Films announced they were developing a feature based on Viewmaster. Is Viewmaster like those binoculars with the discs that you would put in and it would have like a tiny film story every time you clicked the side button? Is that... How do you make a film on that? Like, I could see making a horror film based on that, maybe. But they also kind of already did that concept with, what was that movie called? Where like the people buy like a new house, and then like the kids that were killed in the house before like show the home movies to the new kids, and then the new kids kill their parents, and then the dark entity in the film continues. What is that movie? Sinister.
Spicy
thank you, chat.
What the hell is this spicy
Movie was
cat raid?
Sinister. It was pretty fun, but I also don't like movies that have like a, well, the entire movie was pointless and it ended exactly the way you thought it would. I don't like those kinds of endings. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Thirsty, I'm very thirsty. Also, I drink very loud out of the tall cans for some reason. Need to have a watch along of the Labubu movie. Yeah, it would probably be bad enough that I would watch along it as a community. I just find that is atrocious that this is a thing that is real. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Also, I saw this tweet because a lot of you were mentioning how Caleb was planning on moving from Texas. And he says, it's official, he's keeping Hammer Media in Austin. It's been an annoying 6 months or so, and I would honestly love a new day-to-day environment after 7 years, but I could never find a way to make it make sense. First was Vegas, and the pros are Vegas creator friends and airport for guests is great. Cons, not trying to be in the desert or in the least walkable city ever. I didn't know Vegas wasn't a walkable city. Then came New York City, pros, guest travel, near population hubs, great talent, 4 seasons. I can't tell if he means like 4 actual seasons or like the hotel. And the walkability I crave. Cons, that's a long list of fucking cons. Cost of workers and the likelihood of settling a lawsuit a year or so. What? The likelihood of settling a lawsuit a year or so? What lawsuit would he have to settle if he moved to New York City? I don't understand. My lawyers recommend setting aside a few $100,000 a year for this, and it's a literal business to sue employers and get settlements. It's cheaper than fighting, so everyone settles every time. Oh, I guess it's because of like the labor laws. One of my lawyers has worked for a dozen creative companies in NYC, and there hasn't been one that hasn't faced lawsuits yearly for cash grabs, and high taxes. That's crazy. Like, if you fire someone in New York City, they can just file a lawsuit against you? And it's in your best interest to settle because it'll cost less money? How is that legal? How is that good? What the fuck? That's crazy. Career plaintiffs? That is insanity. How is New York City real? That's New York, baby. No, goddamn. A backup, Miami, pros, creative scene, beach, good winter weather, some walkability. Cons, 5.5% C Corp tax, some unfriendly laws regarding filming, and horrendously humid summer. Too many BBLs, I'm a natural guy. True, they also have the women that get their asses injected with concrete and then die from complications because of the garage doctors. But also, I don't know how it would work with Caleb since he does stuff like in person, but a lot of companies incorporate their business in a state that they don't actually do business in. Hey. Isn't he in a relationship? To my knowledge, yeah. Last resort, Dallas. Pros, Uptown is mixed use and walkable. What does mixed use mean? Sports, about to be 3rd largest U.S. metro, passing Chicago. Perfect airport for guests in the most business-friendly state still. And closer to 4 seasons than Austin. Cons: no beach and no hill country. Only one good area he likes. The rest felt very sketchy. No nature at all. Worst downtown he's ever been to. Not enough of an upgrade for the massive cost it would take to move his business. So Austin: loved her before, hope to again. Some great neighborhoods, and it feels safe. Public schools and the professional sports scene suck. Food is good. Talent is incredible. Transportation sucks. Halfway decent nature. And the hill country is beautiful. Stupid city government that cuts from EMS and funds more to homeless programs than has literally proven year over to not help in the slightest. And a DA who won't prosecute criminals for some reason. Great people all around, though.
Lawsuits that drive up docs' malpractice insurance, which in turn drives up overall healthcare costs.
Well, maybe we just start having doctors that can actually be doctors again, you know, maybe? What's his need for the 4 seasons? I get it. I want to live somewhere that has 4 seasons, man. I want to have a spring and a summer and a fall and a winter. I don't want to just have, like, quasi-spring and then summer for 3/4 of the year and then, like, a little bit of cold weather before quasi-spring again. Vote Brandon Herrera for president. You want to live somewhere with 4 summers? Hell nah. Hell nah. Georgia already too fucking hot and humid for me. I couldn't live anywhere south of that. Make doctors again. True. Ammonia. You have 4 summers? Gross. Gross. You get to have 2 winters. Gee, Bill. No autumn and no winter sounds horrendous. It really is. No autumn is like the most horrendous. Help. I would recommend like Mass and New Hampshire to Caleb, but I don't think Massachusetts is very business friendly. And I wouldn't want him trying to turn New Hampshire towns into walkable cities. He would probably stay to like that Tuscan village place in Salem and never leave there. That's a lie. You kind of have a fall weather down in you don't have fall weather if your trees don't change color. You cannot change my mind. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Arkansas gets 4 seasons in 1 day. Okay, that's a bit weird. If from Michigan, you'd made yourself before going to NYC, Portland, Chicago, LA, or you're nearby Detroit, Flint, Hamtramck, or Dearborn. True. Go away, we want it to be wild in Colorado. Up there, thank you. Remember, chat, Kirsche likes men who eat bananas because of the shape and not the taste. What the fuck? No. Split second magician, thank you. Try Montana, half the year's winter, the other half is construction. Montana would be a nice backup if I decided to give up on New England. Ian Fior, thank you for the R's. You just finished your course to be a certified pharmacy assistant. You're so damn happy. The Foxy tags can get bigger now. Good luck. I hope you have a good time, easy time finding a job. Did I like pegging, guy? No, pegging is disgusting, and if a man likes pegging, I'm going to lose respect for him in a romantic aspect. You can be my friend and enjoy pegging, but I can't date you, you know? Ohio has 3 seasons too. Hot, cold, construction. Montana's your backup for when California transplants take over. Illinois has year-round construction even when it's snowing. God damn. I don't know how you do construction in the snow. That seems like it'd be incredibly difficult. Let's see, what do I have in my tabs here? We got this fucking guy. We got Congressman Chip Roy. That's actually a really cool name. That name makes me think of like a cartoon person. Like a cartoon. Chip Roy is filing legislation that halts all legal immigration until H-1B visas are abolished. Birthright citizenship is handled and chain migration is addressed. I've got a bill I'm introducing that is a freeze on all immigration until we achieve certain objectives. Reforming chain migration, ending H-1B, and getting birthright citizenship dealt with. We can amend that bill, but it will be a framework to say, why don't we just freeze immigration entirely until we sort this crap out? Good, somebody's gotta start filing to get things moving or else nothing will happen or become law. And I really like how this sounds, but I feel like it is going to start and end there. I can't see anything like this actually getting passed, because obviously Democrats are not going to vote for it, and I think there is a sizable portion of Republicans that will vote against it because they do not give a shit about their constituents.
The dream of home ownership and a functional society has collapsed in 1 generation since the Greatest Generation in World War II, and it's something that we got to fix. Charlie's solution, obviously, is mass deportations and ending H-1B scams, among other things.
True.
What's your take on this? Congressman.
Well, first of all, I did listen to virtually all of Byron's interview, and there's a reason that I've endorsed him for governor. We agree. We are great friends. We work together in the House Freedom Caucus. We are aligned philosophically on a lot of these issues. So I agree with much of what he said. But what I would just add is, as you know, in Texas, we've been dealing with the brunt of the illegal immigration influence. But now we're seeing, I think, the ramifications of the H-1B system and how it has been abused, in addition to chain migration and diversity visas, which we've been trying to fix for a long time. And we've been unable to do so. You'll remember back in 2018 with the various bills that were being debated in President Trump's first term, and we were unable to get that resolved as Republicans, and it left it both broken with respect to the illegal immigration.
I'm so shocked that they weren't able to get anything passed, which is again why I said I really like how this sounds. It would be wonderful if we could get this passed. We're just like, hold up. Zero immigration until we fix our fucking issues with all of our systems. That would be a smart thing to do. You plug the hole until you can get an actual system working. But I don't think this will actually happen. It'd be great. It'd be great if we could get something like this. And I don't even think this is going to start any kind of conversation, because like JD Vance has been saying that we need to stop the H-1 visa stuff for a while. Trump, for some reason, was for it and then turned around and was just like, well, we don't have skilled Americans. It's like, bitch, what the fuck are you saying here? Okay. So it's like the conversation's already been happening. The conversation about illegal immigration has happened every year since I've been cognizant enough to hear people speak. So like there's no starting conversations. It's just about fucking do something at this point.
System. We didn't get the wall fully built. We didn't get fixes to all of the asylum problems and the abuse of parole and the catch and release. But we also didn't address ending the chain migration and diversity visas. We had language to do it. We just couldn't get the votes. So now, what are we dealing with in Texas? We're dealing with a massive Islamism problem. We're dealing with a massive problem of the advancement of Sharia law.
I'm honestly surprised to hear someone say that. How long have like Dearborn and Hamtramck in Minnesota been able to just like set up caliphates? And people like us on YouTube talk about it, but like how many politicians have come out and been like, hey, maybe we should look at this shit?
We're dealing with a mass community that is growing up that have no desire to assimilate and come here to become American and embrace Western civilization, embrace our Constitution, embrace our values. We've allowed the corporatists to define our entire national policy. And if I were going to go talk about what Charlie's tweet there was about, that summary, which is exceptionally on point, and as he always was when he was starting from faith, family, the foundational principles, and that encapsulates it very well. You should be able to own a home. You should be able to have Americans getting jobs.
Yeah.
And the mass deportation is correct. The ending H-1B visas is correct, etc. What I would point out here,
and it's really weird when you say these things and people get really angry with you, because it's like, why do you believe that people should be able to come to America, supplant the native citizens, and then loot the nation to send all of the money they get back home? And like, ooh, I said native, and so now people are going to argue a different thing. But it's like, there's no race that I'm talking about here. Like, Americans are all different kinds of people. And so it's like, when you start talking about needing deportation so that Americans can get work, the allegations of, well, you're just a racist, don't make any fucking sense.
Is that we're dealing with a cultural problem about who we are as Americans. Going back a couple of years ago, I was noting 51 million people in this country are foreign born. That's something like 16 or 17% of the population.
So you're saying that 16 or 17% of the population are foreign born, and African Americans who have been here for generations are only 14%. Wouldn't this be like an easy talking point of like, hey, African Americans, you guys are literally getting replaced by foreign born people coming here and taking jobs? Like, come on, man. Native born heritage Americans, if you will. Yeah.
Now that is higher than it's ever been. That is higher than it was in the early 20th century, right? When we had the massive wave coming in. We've got a mass foreign-born population, but here's the kicker. It is on the back of, as Byron noted, a failed education system. Not just failing us in terms of skill sets, which is germane to the H-1B question, but failing us in terms of teaching Western civilization, in terms of teaching God, in terms of teaching our values and belief in the Declaration, teaching English, etc. Now where English is a second language, we teach other languages. We don't really teach the Constitution. We don't.
What does he mean by English is a second language? It is still the majority language of the country, even if you have these enclaves of immigrants that refuse to immigrate or refuse to assimilate and refuse to adopt the customs of the country they come to. Their enclaves might be majority non-English, but that doesn't really mean anything widespread as a nation.
Teach Western civilization. America is evil. Apologize for our existence. We don't really get to then even reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? And now we've got the problem where we've imported masses of people, and the people we're importing are often the ones that are churning babies. Our core, Americans who inherited this country aren't having babies.
Because majority of people can't afford to have them unless they get subsidized by the government, which is why there needs to be an overhaul to how child tax credits and how incentives for children are worked. I don't know if what Hungary does is possible, but I think that would be an interesting thing to look at. America will not have decent immigration policy until Americans realize they're a unique ethnic group with no other home country than America. Americans are native to America now. And I think, again, the communist long march through the institutions has had irreparable damage to this, where they teach the subversion and the Marxism that they want people to grow up and become good little idle soldiers. But you see in all schools, they're reducing or eliminating standards for reading and for writing, and they're graduating people who shouldn't be graduated. They should be held back until they can actually learn to be a functioning person. And while Americans are going through these ideological churn pots, not actually learning how to be an adult, not actually learning how to do anything in the real world, corporations are importing all of these people that are low skill, that aren't something that you couldn't get from an American if we were being aptly taught. But since we're being double pronged by communism reducing all standards and immigrants coming in and being here on H-1B visas, taking jobs that Americans should be able to do, it's like you're stuck in this fucking horrible situation. For all this talk, will anything actually change? It seems like inflammatory speech to get votes for representation that does nothing after the elections. This is what I'm getting tired with, where it's you hear politicians and you hear people in positions to do something say these things, but then they never go farther than saying these things. They never actually do something about it. And it's I'm glad that mass deportations have started. I'm glad that there's been investigations into states that are giving illegal immigrants CDLs. I'm glad that some things are happening, but there's still a lot of things that need to be happening in order to fix a lot of these problems. You can't just slap a Band-Aid on an axe wound and expect there to be any kind of fixing. You need to be doing multiple things at once. And a lot of Republicans are either rhinos or they still care more about optics than actually doing something. But when the opposite side is literally electing communists and electing people who say, yeah, we just want Republicans dead, the optics don't fucking matter anymore. Who are your optics for? James Simpson, thank you for the 10-month member. Had to do the S harassment training at work, and it's so annoying because you already do it daily, so it's a refresher. A refresher is weird. Hold on, wait a minute. Havoc Vladimirovich Stalinov, thank you for the 6-month member. Short of pink slipping all of DC, you don't know how much will actually be done to benefit civilians over benefiting DC bottom feeders. I don't know either. I don't know. That's why Trump is so popular. He didn't fulfill all his promises, but he at least fulfilled some of them and tries to work on others. And I can't even cope and be well, maybe he's trying to prop Vance up for the future, but it's you can still do the shit that you promised and prop Vance up. You don't have to make him look better than you are. True Patriot, thank you for the 13-month tier 2, my guy, thank you. Blades Arrow, thank you for the 9 months. Please enjoy placenta. Happy 9 months. You've watched me for longer. Thanks for making life a little more bearable and putting a smile on your face. Aww. Don't worry, I'll find a husband and have many kids, as you are great wife material. Well, thank you. Appreciate everything you do, especially with the cute retard noises. The cute retard noises break up how soul-crushing a lot of the news is. Optics are for their audience who also want us dead, like Sam Hyde said. Yeah, I got some pushback for saying I genuinely believed, like, if Sam Hyde saying, you know, if there's about 2 weeks to do something. There's about 2 weeks to do something after Charlie Kirk's assassination. And if nothing happens, nothing is ever going to happen. And you have to really internalize how people who hate you see you in current year. And there are a lot of people who either want you to stay ignorant and will shame you and call you a radical for understanding the climate that we're currently in. There is no excuse for supporting someone who wants you dead. There's nothing you can do or say that would make me believe that supporting someone who wants you dead is a good idea in any way, shape, or form. I have no rights and I must glow. True. Carnicle Blackburn, thank you. When you were a younger teen, you wondered what was so great about gay stuff. You saw your toilet plunger handle? Infinite out of 10. Do not recommend. Oh. Why would you put your toilet plunger handle in your bum? That seems ill-advised. You could think of someone that fits that bill very well. Killjoy Rain, thank you for the 11 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Thank you for prooming. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Communists use the buzzwords to stop the conversation that needs to be had. It just shows how communists are not people and just want you gone. And I've been saying for a while, you know, as much as I hate communists, I hate the people who just want to grill more. Because there are two camps of people who just want to grill. There are the people who just want to grill and understand that they must fight for their right to grill uninterrupted, and that people will constantly try and prevent them from having the ability to grill, and that's why they need to fight for it. And then there's the people who are like, I just want to grill and I don't really care what's happening, and I'm just gonna say shit and do shit even if it's self-detrimental. And the fact that you care about stuff, well, that's just politisperging. Why would you care? Why aren't you just grilling? Why can't you let people enjoy things? You know, and I've come to the point where I'm like, you are actively more harmful than the genuine communists. Because you are the tool used to shame people into feeling like they can't do anything, into feeling like they are powerless, they don't matter, and they should just shut up and take it. Those people should not have rights. Fence sitter hate? I don't think it's even fence sitter, right? Because, like, fence sitting can sometimes have a good reason to do so. Like, if you don't have enough information, if you don't know enough about the situation, if you're like, well, I don't really know exactly which one would be better, right? Like, fence sitting has its place in the political landscape. Being you shouldn't care about this, you shouldn't pay attention, you should do whatever you want, damn the consequences, who cares? Just complain if something bad happens. Those are the dangerous and detrimental, useful idiots that don't even realize that they are that. You get it? When you're so demoralized, you just get... I don't even think it's demoralization. Like, these are people who don't even enter the ring of politics. They just say shit that they think makes them look good. The worst enemy of any political change isn't those who oppose it because it goes against their ideals, but those who oppose it because change is uncomfortable and gets in the way. 100%. 100%. This isn't fence sitting. This is got off the fence, dug a hole in the ground, and stuck head in the hole, all while screaming. Pretty much. Pretty much. Kodo the Fox, thank you for the 20-month member. You just had your first week at airplane building school. Bro, the worker benefits are insane. Finally feel like you can have a career, not just a job. Congratulations! I hope you're great at building airplane parts. Angel Silhouette, thank you. Having lived in both Northwest Florida and Georgia, you'll take the Florida summer any day over Georgia, especially near the coast. I do miss living near the coastline, man. Andy Doe Flipper, thank you for the R's. Take your bazillion fortune, probably 0.001 US cents. You know, when I was younger, I had a dream of, like, having a piece of currency from, like, every country that I could feasibly visit. And I remember I have, like, some Russian coin and a couple of, like, Japanese yen coins. And I have, I think a won. I think it's Korean won. But that, I was, like, super inspired. I was like, I really want to, like, travel and just, like, keep a piece of currency from every country. I think that would be a lot of fun. I kind of gave up on that dream, though. $1 million bill. Yeah, I need a fucking 100,000 million billion dollar bill from Zimbabwe. Welcome from the aviation community. Aw. Mail you Honduran currency once I have a P.O. box again. I don't know how long it'll take me to have a P.O. box. Probably a while still. You currently got some Bahrain dinar and some of their coins from a recent work trip. Pretty cool looking money dollars. Yeah, our money dollar might be very strong, but it's also very boring looking. The Moon Man, thank you. Hearing about the major cities makes you glad you moved to the middle of nowhere, Montana, years ago. Montana's got to be fucking beautiful, man. I know. All right, perfect. Going quite for a while, doing first startup for a new gaming PC. Good luck. Good luck. $1 gorillion from Zimbabwe worth 0.0034 USD. Yeah, true. Could still make a currency collection. I mean, I could try. I don't know. I don't travel like too super much still. US dollars are boring to you because it's your primary currency you use. I know it's not boring because it's my primary currency. It's boring because everything is just green. I'm jealous of the countries that have like colorful money. I want Monopoly money, god damn it! Dare you to look up the $3 bill from Cook Island right now live on stream. I feel like I probably shouldn't, given that. Defter Tuna, thank you for the 7-month member, thank you. Kane's Brain, thank you. At this point, you don't know what would fix any of this outside of a boogaloo? Yeah, I'm kind of getting to that point, but I still want to try and have everything be peaceful. You know, I would like to be able to vote our way out of this if we had competent politicians. Argentina managed to vote their way out of it, so it's possible. All the fun money is in coins, which is not as fun. Monopoly money melts in this. Wait, what? It melts in the sun? How? Why? USD is already basically Monopoly money. We don't need to make it literally look like it too. No, I want the colorful money. It's a naked woman riding a shark, holding the heart of the ocean in her hands. Oh, that sounds really pretty, actually. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. See, this is why you're on that list. What do you mean? James Simpson, thank you again for that 10-month member. I remember reading that. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Most Nugget, thank you. Your ketchup tithe, madame. You found out the Civ 3 is only 99 cents at the moment. You shall conquer the world in your glorious name. I closed out of a Civ game the other day because one of the enemy AI Civs built a world wonder I was building one turn before I finished it. And I was like, I just don't want to play this game right now. Hellsaber, thank you for the gift member. Thank you. Thank you. Voting options are quick decline and slow decline. Universal suffrage is a complete joke. It's been interesting.
And now we have a demographics problem, and we have a cultural problem. And in Texas, that has resulted in Epic City, a big Islamic center in Houston, 300 mosques across the state and growing, more mosques every day getting put in Texas than any other state in the union. Wow. And if we lose Texas, we lose the country. So that was a lot I just dumped on you, but I wanted to go into that different lane beyond just the H-1B tech, business bro problem, because that has led to a massive cultural problem that is something we've got to address. So the answer is yes, end the H-1B system, which is broken. I've got a bill that I'm going to be introducing this week or next. We've had to wait because of the shutdown nonsense. That is a freeze on all immigration. Freeze it until we achieve certain objectives. Reforming.
And it's not like this doesn't have precedent. I'm pretty sure that we've done these freezes to allow immigrants we've had in the country to assimilate before we welcome in more. I want to say this happened sometime around World War II. Twice? Was it twice? Okay, I only thought it was once. I know. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Adam! Thank you, Adam, for the 100 fucking slaves, brother. Thank you for the slaves. Thank you. Montana's a horrible place where the men are bold, the women are cold, and you damn near freeze to death. People should stay away at all costs. What do you mean? That sounds great. Zlyson Doppelganger, thank you. You fear blood for the blood god is all that is left? When I think of Montana, my brain immediately conjures images of, like, wide open fields with, like, rolling, not like super tall mountains, but like decently sized mountains in the background, and like you have a nice little Red Dead Redemption style cowboy farmhouse thing with a wife who wears aprons, and you have little kids running around, and you have like bison roaming in the field, and like a nice little lake on your property that the bisons drink from. Can they drink from it? I don't know, but they do in my brain. That's Wyoming. I just described Wyoming. Well, that's what I think of when I think of Montana. That's Utah or Colorado. Far Cry 5 was accurate in the geography of Montana. I've never played a Far Cry game. We may have gotten Leaflet hooked onto Caleb Hammer in Financial Audit. Also, you don't necessarily have to travel to get monies from other countries. I guess, like, I could ask people to send me, like, $1 bills, but I don't know. I found the prospect of traveling fun when I was younger. Not so much, as I learned more about the world.
We straight up froze all immigration for 20 years after a terror attack on Wall Street in the 20th century. Really outlines our priorities.
That's really crazy. I didn't know we froze immigration for 20 years. That is crazy. Thank you, Mr. Walla Walla Bing Bang, for the extra information. Kind of makes you wonder why we didn't freeze immigration after 9/11, considering that was, like, the worst terror attack on American soil, was it not? Also, I have a tab for it, and we'll get there a bit, but there were people at the Bataclan in France talking about free Palestine. If you don't remember what the Balaclan was, there was like some metal band playing there like a decade ago, and in 2015, a bunch of Islamic suicide bombers blew themselves up inside of it, and also tortured some of the people inside and murdered them without bombing them as well. It was really bad, like insanely fucking bad. And there were some people who were inside the Bataclan who were told, like, oh, you're one of us, you can go, we're only killing the white people. And it just really made, like, looking at France 10 years later and seeing people inside the Bataclan talk about that, it's like, I don't know, man. It just seems like maybe some priorities got messed up along the way. Master Prick, thank you. You work at a big U.S. airport, and there's a huge number of Muslim and African immigrants, like, coming in or working at the airport. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Shouldn't be hard to say, look, we're full right now. We would love to have you, but you'll have to wait a while. And it's really weird that even if you're just like, I would love to have a legal immigration and it be working, but we need to figure out some shit here, and we need to make sure American citizens are taken care of before we extend care to other people. And if you're here illegally, you just need to get the fuck out. And I was like, I genuinely do not understand how that gets any negative sentiment, unless you view America and Americans themselves as just like worldwide slave cattle. Like, if you view Americans as not human beings, but as people to work in slave labor to provide government funding for people coming here from other countries, then it makes sense that you would get angry that the slaves are saying, hey, we don't really want to do that. But that would be a really fucked up perspective to have. Between the Bataclan and Charlie Hebdo attacks, you would think the French had learned something, but no. You would think. Master Prick, thank you. Working there. That's kind of crazy. Convert or be killed, yeah. A Salty Cracker called your Appalachia the white Somalia. We can take a joke. People have called us worse things. People of the Appalachia are pretty fucking chill. Andy Dough Flipper, thank you for the R's. Brazilian bills had the emperor on them. They ruined it. Oh no.
Things like chain migration and diversity and H-1B, ending H-1B, getting birthright citizenship dealt with, ending, for example, Plyler v. Doe, which says that you have to educate illegal alien children.
Why do we have a law that says we need to educate illegal alien children? That's also kind of who came up with that law and how did it get passed?
Go down the list of things. For example, my bill that says you got to vet people for their adherence to Sharia law. Why are we importing any human being that is adherent to Sharia law, which is totally contrary to the Constitution and our values in Western civilization?
Remember when people pointed out how Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud? Hey, you know, it was cool and all when politicians were talking about it, but like, are they gonna do anything? Are the politicians who have the ability to do more than just talk about it actually going to do something about it? What's going on with that?
So my point is, we can amend that bill and people can have ideas, but I'm going to introduce a bill as a framework to say, why don't we just freeze immigration entirely until we sort this crap out, until we figure out who's here, why they're here, how many Chinese communists, how many people who are Islamists who want to remake
Well, let's be fair. The communists aren't just Chinese, all right?
America, how many people that are living on the public dole, that are living on welfare, that are going into the emergency room to get care, that are in our education system getting taxpayer-funded education because the Supreme Court declared it so. Let's pause all that, and that'll actually be the name of the bill, the Pause Act.
I'll be looking forward to him putting this forward, but I foresee it going literally nowhere. Like, I would love for something to be done, but I do not have faith in even Republicans wholesale voting for something like this, as much as I would love them to do so. Anthony, thank you. All you're saying is the crusade started because Catholics were tired of a certain group. Yeah, but how long does it take to reach that point of being tired, you know? Pausing immigration entirely was Kirk's idea for a short-term solution, by the way. I think for a short-term solution, that should be okay to do. Like, I am someone who is like, legal immigration is and should be fine. But we need to fix a lot of the issues with the system that make it difficult to navigate, that make it easy to commit fraud, that make it easy to take advantage of. We need to fix a lot of these issues if we want not only our citizens to prosper, but the legal immigrants who come here, who want to be an American, who want to be part of America. We want it to be good for those people too. Without repealing the Hart-Keller, or at least heavily reworking it, a pause will only delay the inevitable. Why aren't more people talking about that then? U.S. citizenship should have an English-speaking requirement too. I always thought that it did. And then to fix those issues is harder to do while people are trying to use the system we already have in place. Yeah, absolutely. Fun fact, a judge recently dismissed a grand jury indictment of some vandals who vandalized a bunch of property in the name of Palestine. Love you some activist judges. What the fuck? Speaking of, I did mention this briefly earlier. This is not the B. California revokes CDLs for 17,000 illegal aliens after pressure from the U.S. Department of Transportation. That's kind of crazy that they had to have any pressure to revoke this at all. That should have just been done because it is the right thing to do. Hope you're doing good this morning. You were wondering if I've heard about all the Canada stuff about certain provinces possible pushing to become actual U.S. states. I have not heard anything about that. Damn, country's only around 200 years old. So, they say, guess which scummy governor just had to eat crow? I'm assuming since this is not the B, it's going to be written in a very biased manner. So it's gonna have a little bit of millennial flair in here. After pressure by Sean Duffy and the Dot, a defiant California and Gavin Newsom have had to back off their "we have the best drivers" snarky tweets. This is a breaking 911 that says California revoking 17,000 driver's licenses from illegal aliens.
California is revoking 17,000 commercial driver's licenses issued to immigrants.
Yeah, the decision is directly related to the legal status of the immigrant drivers.
Eyewitness News reporter Madison Weil live in our newsroom with these details. Madison.
Yeah, John, Rachel, Tony, that's right. The state says the licenses are being revoked because they're set to expire after the date the drivers are allowed to be in the U.S. The move follows pressure from the Trump administration, although California says these licenses violate an existing standard that was already in place. A nationwide audit was recently launched after a man from India with a commercial driver's license issued by California allegedly killed 3 people in...
Is that a fake Gucci shirt? This man wearing counterfeit Gucci? And also, is it bad that when they said the illegal Indian driver, and my brain immediately went, which one? Because there have been so many accidents in the past few months from illegal immigrant Indian drivers that should not have had CDLs.
Florida while making an illegal U-turn back in August.
Okay, I remember this
After
one.
that incident and a national review, the Department of Transportation threatened to pull $160 million in federal funding from California, claiming the state is issuing commercial driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants. Still, Governor Newsom says that every driver whose license is being revoked had valid work authorizations from the federal government. Another horrific crash that has kept this issue in the spotlight is one that happened in Ontario last month.
I remember
it
that one.
involved an undocumented man from India who is now facing vehicular manslaughter and reckless driving charges after 3 people died in that fiery wreck. In September, the U.S. Department of Transportation implemented new rules for commercial driver's licenses that make it harder for immigrants to obtain these licenses.
Good.
Reporting in the newsroom, Madison Weil, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
First of all, good. Second of all, what are you going to do to address the rampant cheating when it comes to these? Because after several of these accidents, we read an article on stream talking about how there are people who will like have earpieces for the guys taking the CDLs, and the guys will like send the question over to the earpiece person, and then they'll like translate and give them the answer. And it's like, how do you curb that kind of shit, you know? Hustle Hoppa, thank you. We know these laws are already in place, so the point is these people weren't enforcing the friggin' laws. I feel very jaded about anything in our justice system. I feel like it typically does not work for people. It is completely infiltrated by like activist judges, DAs that hate you, and they just prioritize criminals over actual people, and it's really sad. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Revoke the CDLs, not good enough. Hand the illegals over to ICE. Also that. Giru Gamesh, thank you. The allegedly strikes again. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The bill tries to do too much too fast. Pausing immigration is one thing. Trying to crack down on Sharia law and Chinese communism in the same bill will kill it dead. Yeah, it really seems like a posturing bill. Once again, like conversation starting, but I am tired of the conversations and I would like politicians to just fucking do something for once. Time English speakers use that as a cutoff for how long they have for each question. Oh man. Lying on a CDL is a federal crime, so yes, you can deport them. But will it happen? They're still trying to get that fucking Abrazio Garcia Cortez or whatever the fuck his name is out of the country. When the system so often works against the people it should be protecting, the system isn't broken, it's just not working for you, and that's by design. I agree. It's very much a by design thing, the way that the system is working, which means it needs to be completely overhauled. And how we're going to do that when it is so far widespread across the nation, I have no idea. Long story short, California, I can turn my BGM back on, was handing out CDLs to immigrants where the expiration date of the license was later than the expiration of their visa. This is what happened with the Indian trucker who killed 3 people in Florida. The Associated Press said the announcement follows harsh criticism from the Trump administration about California and other states granting licenses to people in the country illegally. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said Wednesday that California's action to revoke these licenses is an admission that the state acted improperly even though it previously defended its licensing standards. California launched its review of commercial driver's licenses it issued after Duffy raised concerns. Translation, Newsom caved because he didn't want to lose the $160 million Duffy was threatening. Not because they actually cared about giving licenses to illegal aliens. True. Duffy revoked $40 million in federal funding because he said California isn't enforcing English language requirements for truckers. And he reiterated Wednesday that he will take another $160 million from the state over these improperly issued licenses if they don't invalidate every illegal license and address all the concerns. But revoking these licenses is part of the state's effort to comply. Yeah, I don't know what the heck that thumbnail is. People act like this doesn't affect wages. They'll just say that it's terrible that so many people are losing their jobs. Jackson Cabrera, thank you. Hiring illegal immigrants is also illegal? And I very much believe that these companies should start facing incredibly steep fines. I'm talking like millions of dollars, if not tens of millions of dollars per illegal hired. If the company goes bankrupt and they have to shut down, so fucking be it. They made their bed, they can lie in it. Even Star Citizen, a scam that's been in development for almost 20 years with almost $1 billion, does more in development than politicians do for our country. Everyone in office should be spending every waking moment putting the US first, not foreign interests. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Fuck fines. To quote Baldy, throw them in fucking jail. I'd also be okay with that. To be honest, the illegals working are a symptom, not the disease. Again, don't put a band-aid on an axe wound. Deport the illegals. There should be repercussions for the companies, whether in fines or jail time for people who hired them. You should be doing both. Mass deportations, fines, or jail time for the people that hired the illegals. There needs to be both. There need to be repercussions for both sides of the people. They aren't a symptom. They're a compounding disease. Yes, that's a better way to put it. Thank you. Double the profit they receive by employing them. How on earth does it take literally removing millions to make this happen? What's the money trail on this corruption? I'm just saying, like, if you give them a fine, like, $50,000, most companies are not gonna care, and they'll be like, I'll pay that if we get caught. Who cares? If you make the fines, like, astronomical buck-breaking tier, companies will think twice before hiring illegals. DM when I have a moment? Okay. Okay. Binary Mind is forcing me to remod while on stream so I don't forget. Probably a smart idea. Drake, thank you. What do you mean allegedly? It's on camera. I think it's when they have like a specific person who's been arrested, they have to use the allegedly until that person is actually convicted. Which is why there was some case recently where like they didn't have anyone arrested for the crime yet. And news people were reporting it as like, oh, this allegedly happened. And it's like, no, it didn't allegedly happen. It did happen. It's on video. You don't have someone arrested that you need to apply the allegedly to quite yet. They have shown that they're willing to drive their own companies into the ground in order to fuck you over. Has to be personal accountability. Yeah, something needs to be done, and it can't just be to the illegal immigrants being deported. The people hiring them and fucking over American workers and profiting greatly by hiring people for less, they need punishment too. Clearly happened, but it might have been ghosts. Allegedly 9/11 happened. Yeah, like that just sounds fucking weird, right? Everyone involved in the company should be charged with aiding and abetting every crime the illegal made since they were hired. Also a fun idea. Removing the liability protections from the LLC would go a long way towards fixing the country. It would be nice, would it not? I have some news about ticks. We knew about the, like, you can't eat red meat anymore disease from ticks, but I didn't know you could die from it. But a New Jersey man is the first known death from the meat allergy triggered by tick bites. In the summer of 2024, a previously healthy 47-year-old father collapsed and died in his bathroom of his New Jersey home. Need more sauce, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. An autopsy provided no answers. Everything looked normal, and his death was ruled sudden and unexplained. His widow reached out to a friend, a pediatrician. Would she read the autopsy report? Pediatrician Dr. Erin McFeely acted on a hunch and contacted Dr. Thomas Platts Mills, an allergist and immunologist at the University of Virginia, who had discovered almost 2 decades earlier that the tick bites could cause people to develop an allergy to red meat. The allergy is unusual because the reaction doesn't happen right away. People start to feel sick hours after they unwittingly eat beef, pork, or lamb. Often, they'll wake up in the middle of the night with symptoms that seem more like a bad bout of food poisoning or stomach flu than an allergy. Because so many people have potentially been sensitized to meat after tick bites but don't know it, Platts Mills and others have wondered whether there were unexplained deaths that were really severe reactions to a sugar found on mammalian cells, including those in red meat called alpha-gal. The man's case, which was detailed Wednesday in the Journal of Allergy and Clinical Immunology in Practice, turned out to be exactly what Platts Mills had feared, and is believed to be the first documented death linked to a red meat allergy. This is the first time I've heard a story that I thought we could sort out, said Platts Mills, who is part scientist, part Sherlock Holmes. We need the serum, the clear part of the patient's blood, which was taken during his autopsy. He asked McFeely, can we get it? The man's story started with chigger bites, the case study says, but they weren't chiggers, they were baby Lone Star ticks, about the size and color of a grain of sand. The man had been bitten by dozens of these tiny seed ticks on a camping trip with his family. And this tick, the mothers, lay 5,000 eggs at a time, and the larvae will bite you. That's horrific! I didn't know that larvae could bite you! That's actually really scary. Find a way to genocide ticks. If you want to genocide ticks, you gotta catch possums and release the possums in your yard. You weren't paying attention? Master breeders? Oh no. Never go outside. I used to love going outside, but ticks are scary, man. I got a couple of ticks when I was outside in North Carolina when I was a teenager, and having to get the ticks like dug out of my skin and then like having flame held against where the tick was. No thank you, I don't want to go outside as much. I love camping, but camping, you scary now. Nature wants to kill us. You go to use the bathroom, come back, never talked about ticks, hell yeah. And this tick, the mothers lay 5,000 eggs at a time and the larvae will bite you. How horrendous. In many parts of the eastern US, the deer population has reached unsustainable numbers. Deer are the main hosts of the Lone Star tick, and as deer populations have grown, tick populations have exploded. Don't we have like a gajillion deer hunters? Why don't you just like expand how many they're allowed to kill per permit, man? The combination of so many deer and so many mothers and the larvae biting means the vast number of people are sensitized, of whom a minority get food-related symptoms and then are at risk of severe events. Alpha-gal allergy is a reportable diagnosis in only 3 states: Arkansas, Tennessee, and Virginia. So the actual number of cases in the U.S. is not known. U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that as many as 450,000 Americans may have the allergy. But Platts Mills estimates that as much as 5% of the population may be sensitized to red meat because of tick bites and not know it. I'm so glad I'm not. East Coast doesn't have a lot of deer hunting. It's mostly Midwest and the West. Even the West Coast has better deer hunting than the East Coast. I wouldn't know. I just know that, like, in Georgia, there's a ton of deer hunting, though that's not technically the coast. And then back when I lived up in Massachusetts, there was a metric fuck ton of deer hunting in, like, New Hampshire and Maine. I know those were, like, huge deer hunting states. Deer hunting is regulated on a state-by-state basis. Some do it right. Others are idiotic. Say, New Jersey. True. If you couldn't eat red meat, you'd probably just game over forever. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, if I couldn't eat dairy, man, oh, God, I would hate it. The consequences of our actions back in the late 1800s to early 1900s when people killed off natural predators. Andrew B., thank you for the 28 months, dude. You think nature wants you dead? Wait till you meet civilization. The consequences of the industrial era. Most cases are not severe and can be managed by avoiding exposure to the sugar, which is found in food as well as in some pharmaceutical products. Symptoms range in severity from itchy hives or a rash to nausea and vomiting, indigestion, heartburn, a drop in blood pressure, swelling of the lips or face, dizziness or fainting, and severe stomach pain. Doctors diagnose the condition by taking a careful history and controlled testing for a reaction to the sugar. I think the only time I've ever felt sick after eating meat was one, when I was getting off of no longer being vegetarian and I had lost enzymes needed to digest the meat, so I had to like wean back onto it. And then when Wagyu is a very like fat content heavy meat, and so if you eat too much Wagyu or eat too much like other meat in combination with Wagyu, your tummy will not be very happy. And so I had a night where I was like, oh my God, this Wagyu is so good. And I ate a bunch of Wagyu while also eating like a regular filet mignon. My tummy was very unhappy. I had like the worst cramps of my entire life. And I was like, no wonder women need heating pads. Holy fuck. I'm so glad that my menstrual cycle doesn't come with fucking stomach cramps. That would be horrendous. Then you eat too much meat at Fogo de Chao. Oh my God. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians, feels like it was lab generated like SARS-2 and released out into the public to spread. I know that there was like some sort of biolab off the coast of Connecticut that was studying the ticks that then had a large release of the ticks. And then after that, everyone was like, oh no, there's some sort of red meat allergy from the ticks. But I don't know if like that's entirely correlated or if that's like tinfoil theory. There was Lyme disease. Oh, the Lyme disease too. I forgot about the Lyme disease. A filet mignon and Wagyu in a single night. I didn't pay for the dinner. I've met a bunch of like business partners and stuff, and you know, when you're a company, you can get the good shit and write it off as a business expense. Lemon disease. Lyme disease was man-made and accidentally introduced. Thanks, I hate it. Plum Island. You see, it's coming from like Massachusetts. Massachusetts has a Plum Island. So when I was first learning about people talking about like the Plum Island Biocenter, I was like, Plum Island doesn't have anything on it. I think there's like a bird sanctuary. What do they mean by this? Apparently, a Plum Island is also an island off the coast of Connecticut. Little did I know. Maybe they killed all the ticks like they killed all of the diseased monkeys. Oh, fuck. Remember that we've caught Chinese students smuggling in blights and other agricultural diseases? Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of agricultural shit as well. Like the oranges in Florida are literally dying. Excuse me. Fucking bug on my screen, bro. They don't even have plums. I want a refund. And don't get Lyme disease where you live because bluebelly lizards have an enzyme that kills it, and most ticks hatch on the same lizard. So what you're saying is catch the bluebelly lizards and the possums, and you will have a wonderful tick-free environment. A bug gets a tick in disguise. No, I think it was just like a tiny fly. It's not just can't eat red meat. You're deathly allergic to all non-primate mammals or anything derived from it. Didn't exist 20 years ago. Gates Foundation is actually linked to the origin. That's scary, man. I don't know what I would do if I learned that like fucking Bill Gates or some other scientific facility introduced a disease that eventually I acquired. I'd probably do something that I couldn't talk about for risk of having the feds come to my house. Bluebelly lizard sounds like a cute name for a lizard too. It does. Hell, the lizards don't kill the ticks. They only kill the Lyme disease inside of the ticks. Yeah. So you have the lizards kill the Lyme disease, and then you have the possums eat the ticks. It's a perfect environment, you know? Check out NIH Rocky Mountain Labs in Montana, and the research they do there, very sus. Sometime after the camping trip, the case study said, the man's family ate a late steak dinner. He woke at 2 a.m. with intense stomach pain, diarrhea, and vomiting. He was in rough shape, but after 2 hours, his symptoms subsided. The next morning, he told one of his sons, I thought I was going to die. His wife said they considered going to a doctor, but since the symptoms had eased, they didn't know what they would say. It's not clear that a doctor's visit would have helped. Too often, doctors don't recognize alpha-gal allergy. A 2023 CDC survey found that 42% didn't know what it was, and 35% said they lacked the confidence to diagnose or manage it. 2 weeks later, in September 2024, the man and his wife went to a cookout, where he had a hamburger at about 3 p.m. He drank a beer and came home and mowed the lawn, but by 7:20 p.m., he was vomiting again. His son called his mother and told her, Dad is getting sick again. A few minutes later, the son found his father unconscious on the bathroom floor, and he couldn't be revived. It only took a few minutes. That's really scary. Platts Mills said that when he went back to his lab, having gone through the necessary layers of permission to get the man's post-mortem blood samples, he cursed himself for not driving up to New Jersey to collect them himself. The delivery company lost track of them briefly, he said. He imagined them sitting for hours in the back of a hot truck, the valuable information they contained being baked away. You really can't trust any kind of delivery services, man. That's crazy. They finally arrived in his lab in April, and he tested them for levels of immunoglobulin E antibodies, Y-shaped proteins primed to latch onto allergens like ragweed and pollen. The man had antibodies to both alpha-gal sugars and red meat. Next, Platts Mills sent some of the blood to the Mayo Clinic lab, which tested it for an enzyme called tryptase that's made by immune cells called mast cells. Tryptase breaks down proteins and is a marker of allergic reactions. The man's tryptase levels were over 2,000 nanograms per milliliter, among the highest values ever recorded in cases of fatal allergic reactions called anaphylaxis. The man had died of eating red meat, the first known food allergy fatality linked to alpha-gal syndrome. Other people have died of reactions to alpha-gal sugars, but those cases have involved sugars attached to a chemotherapy drug called cetuximab, which was how the syndrome was discovered in the first place. We gave them closure, Platts-Mill said of the family in the case study. People make a big fuss about closure, but you don't get it until you see it. True and real. And also, kind of wild that we've had such a crazy push for, you know, cows are bad for the environment. You need to eat less red meat. Hey, actually, we're synthesizing lab-created red meat. You know, sometimes we can even 3D print the red meat. So, you know, you should be a good person and eat the synthesized plastics and the lab-grown red meat instead of the real stuff. And now we have a weird, freaky disease popping up in the last few years from ticks that makes people allergic to eating red meat. Well, you wouldn't want to die if you had a nice, juicy steak, would you? It's time to eat the lab-grown red meat. Thanks, I hate it. How Niasa Gates keeps rambling about making this epidemic, by the way. Humans need meat proteining to not fall ill, and Gates owns biolabs. Thanks, I hate it. It's time to glow in conspiracy theories. It's time to wrap your windows in the tin foil, man. EU, we're doing some fucky shit with cow farming right now, too. Oh, no. Let's see, what do I have here? What do I have in my tabs? I thought this happened ages ago, but maybe I misremembered. Eric Schmidt posted today the State Department announced its plan to designate 4 violent Antifa cells as foreign terrorist organizations. It's a major step in our fight against Antifa's terror network. I was proud to work with the administration to make it happen. This is a huge deal. I thought they already did this. It was announced a while ago, but it was just formally recognized. Okay, so that's what it was. Because I was like, I remember reading about this on stream, man. I remember this. And I do believe, as much as political pundits want to tell you that white supremacy is the greatest threat facing our nation, I think communism is the greatest threat facing everyone's nations, actually. This guy says, Antifa is not an idea. It is a sophisticated, violent terrorist movement, and its network extends far beyond our borders. As I've outlined at length in the past, the Antifa violence we see on U.S. soil is driven by a global web of extremist groups. That's why, back in October, my office sent a detailed letter to the State Department and later met with their team to make the case for designating Antifa's foreign networks as foreign terrorist organizations. You can read my letter here. This might be what I'm remembering, because I do remember reading this guy's letter. Today, the state officially rolled out its FTO designations for 4 violent terror cells in the International Antifa Network. Antifa Ost in Germany, International Revolutionary Front in Italy, Armed Proletarian Justice in Greece, and Revolutionary Class Self-Defense also in Greece. You can read summaries of these terror cells in the report below. I'll share more details on this front in the days and weeks to come, and taking down these groups plays a key role in isolating US Antifa from its global support network. True. Anti-bad guy, good guy club. Americans should understand that these aren't isolated local gangs. They are chapters in the same transnational movement that fuels leftist violence from Atlanta to Athens. These militants are in regular communication with each other, coordinating and mobilizing across borders. Antifa operates as a decentralized, cell-based terror network, and it has no identifiable leader. But that's a feature, not a bug, as international structure employed by far-left terror movements since the Weather Underground. As Kyle Shideller, I don't know who that is, Director for Homeland Security, Counterterrorism, noted in a recent congressional testimony, law enforcement has largely failed to understand the nature of this threat. Seeking a rigidly hierarchical organization, some analysts have concluded, against all evidence, that Antifa does not exist in any meaningful sense. The reason they've done that is, once again, communist subversion. If you can convince people it doesn't exist because it's decentralized, they will argue for the fact that the government can't take any action against something that has no actual hierarchy that you can directly target. This is once again just trying to get you to do nothing while they take over your nations. They don't jail the people funding it, nothing will happen. Yep. Shiratabi-kun, thank you. Sounds dumb as vegans teaching a lion to eat tofu. That poor lion. Phoenix DS, thank you. Can't hate the rich that want depopulation enough. Remember that guy that blew up the Georgia Guidestones? Phoenix DS, thank you. Plum Island. They did the tick studies? Yeah, the Plum Island with no plums. How can we defeat something that has no life? The reality is that Antifa demonstrates an elaborate but non-hierarchical structure. The most basic structure of Antifa is the affinity group, described by the pro-Antifa website Crime TH Inc. Crimeth Inc. ? As the essential building block of anarchist organization, a small cell of individuals known to each other who agree to come together to participate in direct actions, including sabotage, vandalism, and premeditated assault. Affinity groups come together to form clusters, and larger clusters may organize actions using what are called spokes councils. Antifa chapters form at the city level and join regional networks such as Torch Antifa, the largest Antifa network in the US, as well as national and international networks. Crime, short for Crimethy? Yeah, that was a weird name. This transnational network includes fundraising streams, encrypted servers, doxing networks, safe houses, and squats to hide fugitives, training camps, and cross-border coordination for violent attacks. This, for example, is a segment from Europol's 2023 terrorism report. Europol said, left-wing and anarchist terrorists wanted for arrest often managed to hide out in squats or other member states for many years, due to high international connectivity within the left-wing and anarchist extremist circles. Left-wing and anarchist extremists see themselves as part of an international movement, and international contacts are a key feature of the scene. They connect through social media as well as physical attendance at various events and demonstrations. During demonstrations, black bloc tactics are being used, and the levels of brutality against police officers is a cause for concern, as is the deliberate acceptance of the possibility of inflicting serious injury and even death. Left-wing and anarchist extremists regularly take part in martial arts trainings, and some groups organize training camps teaching, among others, tactics for attacks and for breaching police lines. The creation and use of squats, so-called free autonomous spaces, remained important for anarchist terrorists and extremists in 2022. These spaces might serve as hideouts as well as operations bases, and are also utilized to host left-wing and anarchist terrorists and extremists from abroad. Evacuations of those squats regularly present a challenge to law enforcement authorities, given that left-wing and anarchist terrorists and extremists do not hesitate to make use of grave violence against officials intervening. The police in Athens, Greece detained over 77 people during a large-scale operation at a squat in November 2022. A 27-year-old suspected of carrying out an attack on a media group in July 22 was arrested during the raid for forming a criminal organization, carrying out explosions and arson attacks, as well as for possession of explosives. After the suspect was arrested, left-wing and anarchist extremists climbed onto the roof and threw objects, such as stones, at police officers in order to obstruct the seizure of the vehicle of the above-mentioned individual. I can't help but think of, how prolific the Weather Underground was, and how even President Clinton had pardoned people from the Weather Underground. And I just have to wonder, for how long have these leftist groups LARPed as revolutionaries when they've been propped up by powers that be all around the world? They're on the roof in plain view, in line of sight. Just shoot them. If only you could just shoot terrorists. Shades dude, thank you. Local mailman. Look, they didn't tell you the box had blood in it. Well, I guess at least you didn't throw it against the door, right? You know? That'd have been a horrible thing to clean up. Leaders of the Weather Underground were in the room when Obama announced his candidacy for president. That's kind of wild. And they got all placed in academia afterward, too. Leader had tenure as a higher up in some university. And they're communist partisans. How Robert Redford isn't in prison. And that one lady, I always forget her name, but she was part of the Weather Underground, and she worked as a treasurer with Black Lives Matter. Roadkill VT, thank you. Fun fact, prions are simply misfolded proteins that have the unique ability to cause other proteins to misfold through physical contact. I don't know what that means. Jane Fonda, Angela Davis, Bill Ayers. No, none of them. They had a Berg name. Was it Susan Rosenberg? That name sounds familiar. Black Lives Matter leaders were buddies with the old weather guy. Well, I mean, the Black Lives Matter leaders also said that they were avowed Marxists, so it's, you know, you don't even have to be smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. You just have to have listening comprehension, you know? All of this talking is nice, but where are the SWAT raids? True. Trump is just another joke without any motivation to cut out the cancer from our civilization. I like a lot of the stuff he's been doing, but recently I'm just like, what are you doing, guy? Why are you saying some of these things? This isn't what I voted for, dude. It's like, I can be critical of someone and also like some of the other things that they've done, you know? Like, they're a politician, so it's like, you can't believe 100% of what they say, and I'm gonna criticize them when they fuck up. It is indeed Susan Rosenberg. Good work, brain cell. Yay! My brain cell work! It's no coincidence that in Portland, the violent Antifa cell rely on the services of the Italy-based radical left hacking collective, the Autistici and Inventati, to plan, coordinate, and organize their attacks. I literally almost just called that autistic. Autistici. It literally is autistic. What is happening in Italy? The list goes on, but for the first time, thanks to President Trump and Secretary Rubio, the U.S. government is getting serious about confronting and dismantling this network. Under U.S. law, a foreign terrorist organization designation is one of the strongest tools we have. Can we just actually start following the Communist Control Act once again? Like, are we at that point yet? Do people in the government know exactly what's happening? That Azrael, thank you for the 17 months of Peru. Thank you. They give us nothing gamer subs. The Foxen yapping never stops. 10 out of 10 would sub again. Don't forget to use code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs order. No communist subversion there. Revive McCarthy. Trump's a decent guy, but they shot his Tard Wrangler in the neck a few months ago. Oh no. An FTO designation means it's a federal crime to provide these groups with material support or resources. Their assets in the U.S. are blocked. Their members, affiliates, and even their supporters are barred from the U.S. and can be expelled if they're already here. I got a question. Like, it's all good and fun that, you know, we've designated Antifa and Antifa sources as foreign terrorist organizations, but when you have groups like Black Lives Matter that end up working in tandem with Antifa, but they have no attachment to the Antifa name, Black Lives Matter would not fall under a designation such as this. And so what do we do about those groups that walk in lockstep with groups like Antifa? They work to put into practice the things that Antifa want. They do fundraising for this. Politicians and celebrities do fundraising to get Black Lives Matter people out of prisons. You can't fight communists with words, because that is what they excel at. If you are going to try and, like, fight the communists in a word game, you are going to lose it. There's going to be enough dumb people that fall for their subversion that you're not going to be able to keep up with it. Which is what I said back when Trump made his, like, DEI executive orders. I was like, as someone who's been reading bridge shit for years, this is not going to be enough. They're going to complain that it's too vague. They're going to complain that it's not actually DEI. They're going to tell you that, oh, they're doing something different because it's called different. They're like, all they do is change the language, and then your executive order basically means nothing. And I get that he put in the text DEI or by any other name, but that's why they were fighting for how vague it was, because, like, how do you define DEI? It's the same as, like, well, what is a woman? I'm not a biologist. I can't answer that question. You know, it's like, you can't beat them in word games. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Wouldn't that fall under RICO with BLM? I'm not sure.
Position and giving me the raise and benefits it comes with. Me boss hired 2 Gen Z H-1B visa holders, and to rub salt in the wound he had me train them for the position. P.S. the customers don't like them.
What the fuck? Why would he do that? Why would he hire 2 people for a role that he could have just paid 1 for? Like, even with your raise, that doesn't make any sense. Zero Shadows, thank you, and I'm sorry that your boss is a bitch. It's like the meme of the pigeon walking around on the chessboard. No matter how good you are at chess, they'll knock over all the pieces, shit on the board, and then strut around like they won no matter what. Pretty much. I mean, that's like what the people who attack me do on Twitter, right? You need to define DEI in the law so it's clear what kind of racism is being banned. I mean, again, DEI has been around in many forms for even decades before we were born, right? Like, the first thing that I can think of from my own life that falls under DEI would be affirmative action. How long was affirmative action around for, and what was it called before it changed name to affirmative action? How many people thought affirmative action was a good thing? You agree that you actually can beat them if you're strict? It's, if you're very strict, but you're gonna have to not care about optics if that's the case. Zero Shadows, thank you. So, to the chat, with trade work experience, is 36 too old to start learning a trade job? I wouldn't think it's too old to start learning a trade job, depending on what trade it is, but you're gonna have to, I guess, bear the brunt of manual labor as well. My dad, after he, you know, had too much back issues and couldn't really do the manual labor for, like, glazier work anymore, he just did manager stuff, but that's gonna be really hard to get in any kind of manager position, like, with no experience, you know? Never too old to learn new things? Yeah, never too old to learn new things. You're just gonna have to, I guess, be healthy enough to withstand the brunt of the toll it's going to take on your body. Real talk, never watched my content before, but you can't see any reason why people have anything legitimate to justify being assholes about you. Same goes for quite a few of the people that are labeled as bad. I mean, their goal is to just destroy people who have a different opinion from them, right? Which is why, like, anything that I've said typically gets taken either out of context or they rearrange what I said to make it sound far worse than what I actually said. Which is where it comes in where they're just like, how is it out of context? It's literally, like, from her stream, or, like, she posted it on Twitter. Like, yeah, but then you misquoted it and made it sound like I said something that I didn't, you fucking freak. And it just gets really tiresome, right? And I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, because cancel culture shit's been around for ages. But it's like, they shouldn't have the power to make companies feel threatened to the point where it's like, well, these people are lying about you, but we have to cut ties. It's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. Being outspoken against communism is disadvantageous. Yeah. Yeah, it's really sad. And I mean, it escalates, like, I don't think anyone who calls me a Nazi or a fascist or a white supremacist actually believes I'm any of those things. I think that they call me that because it makes me an acceptable target for violence and for deplatforming. Like, these are people who would cheer if I lost all of my sponsors, if I was financially struggling, if I could no longer pay my bills, right? Like, they would celebrate if that were to happen. If someone were to actually harm me, and there are people in, I don't want to say positions of power because it makes it sound like politicians, but like people in positions in like the con circuit and like VTuber corporations that have talked about how it would be a good thing if I got assassinated. The only downside to that would be that I would be made a martyr for right-wing causes if I were to be assassinated. And it's kind of wild when you think about people saying these things while simultaneously saying, I am the bad person. You literally had to flee your apartment because of how insane these psychopaths are? Yeah. Yeah, it has been a wild ride this year. We will venerate you. Don't forget, the end result of cancel culture is a very quiet and gentle kind of death sentence. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Richard Gruber, thank you. I'm gonna say it, chat. Don't say it. It's a socialist tactic to call people defamatory things. It is. You just get disregarded as an AI meme shit poster, so at least you don't get that much hate. I've been doing the same content for many, many, many years. And at the beginning of this year, there were like a few seething V-tweeters who decided to like target me and spin shit, but it was fucking like they were literal nobodies, right? Like nobody gave a shit. But since a journalist decided to libel me using their journalistic platform of sewage water, that kind of blew it up into something that I had to address and could no longer ignore, unfortunately. And I would very much encourage people, because we're at the point where I don't think cancel culture is over, like Caleb Hammer likes to say, but I think it is definitely at a point where the people participating in cancel culture do not have as much absolute power to ruin lives as they used to. And so if you find yourself in that position, get a fucking lawyer, shut your fucking mouth, and serve them papers. That is what you need to do. And it worked. And they're going to screech and scream and cry and cope about how it's not real and they just didn't want to bother fighting a lawsuit. But it's going to be beneficial to you. It's unfortunate that I still have to deal with all of the lies that they told and those lies morphing into other crazy things, but I'm very grateful that there are so many people who do put out the correct information. The liars are never going to stop lying, but putting out the correct information will get normal people to understand that it is just a smear campaign. And I think the biggest irony of absolutely everything involved here is the fact that I actually had to deal with physical violence growing up as a child, being around people in the Aryan Brotherhood because of my mother. And like the people that hate me will hear that and be like, oh, well, obviously like mother, like daughter. And it's like, no, I've never once praised my mother for anything. She's a terrible person. The people she hung around with were terrible people. And if you were confronted with an actual neo-Nazi, I don't think you would know what to do because you only attack people that don't fit that bill. Ryan, thank you. If anything happens to you, I'll equalize. No. You're reminded of the debate Rakita had with some leftist streamer. They were pressuring him to admit that he wanted him starving in the streets, children taken from him and ultimately dead by trying to get him fired and smeared. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like that's just the MO. If they can make their political opponents destitute and financially ravaged, then you're no longer an opponent. You're a non-factor. They don't have to fight you or your ideas anymore. They just won. The cease and desist is one of the most iconic moments in VTuber history, in your opinion. And that's why when certain VTubers who are supposed to cover VTuber news cut out that entire saga, I was like, well, clearly you can't be trusted, and people who watch you, who knows what else you're lying about. It's funny how they can say, like, parent like child when 99% of these freaks come from conservative families but went full-on communist hyper-prog. Whoa! I dropped my phone, sorry. Hyper-prog leftists, but somehow the rest of us must carry the sins of our fathers. It always is that way, right? You're supposed to read the word autistic in the Twitter thread. I haven't heard those guys in years. You think they were hacktivists that provided free web and mail hosting for other activists. They have a website if that's a rabbit hole that appeals. Interesting. Interesting. Socialists are like demons. Also, wokeness is still alive but dying out. The issue is that they're too weak and refuse to punish because they believe they will become just as bad. What's sad is that your family supports socialism because they look at Sweden. Oh my god. That's crazy, man. That was very sus and made you unsub, not gonna lie. I think a lot of people realized at that point, like, oh, maybe that's not such a great thing. You finally put your Kirsche sticker on your PC's front panel glass. Makes you say, mine! Yeah, hell yeah. Lunatic, thank you. The journalist is the entire reason you subbed and got a subscription. Support through spite. Heard about it when unsubscribe heard about it. I'm really glad, and I will forever be grateful to Asmongold, because, like, I don't think without the kind of advice he was putting out at the time, I would have really had the strength to fight as hard as I did. It was absolutely mentally crushing to go through everything that I had to for like half of this year. And it wasn't direct communication with Asmon, it was just like, you know, his on-stream advice, but it was so helpful, and I am so very glad that I could hear those opinions that he had that could help me through that situation. Because when you have like a large contingency of people, you know, saying that defending yourself is bad and creating drama, and, you know, we can't like talk to you about this stuff, or people who are cheering the fact that it's causing mental strain on you, like literally cheering, like hoping that you'll kill yourself or some shit. It's wild. It is wild to have to deal with, and I definitely became a bit more reclusive, because I think during during that time period, you know, like I've always said, there are no friends in content creation, but it becomes very apparent by who reaches out to you to check on you to see if you're okay. Good luck finding a house when banks and realtors are trying to push 50-year mortgages with interest onto you. Yeah, the 50-year mortgages are they're fucking bad, dude. Asmund gives you this wonderful advice. We pay him back by stun locking him with your dating game. We should send him a cake, probably. Yeah, my cake. Internet Zen Master, thank you. That reminds you, you're watching a fill-in clip video of me and her from the last house review, and a few commenters seethed about the fact that I called ice on the delivery guy. Even tried a Jesus was a criminal line. Most people called them out, though. I had to correct myself in real time because I was trying to like play off of her saying calling someone for something, but I was like, I didn't call them. I submitted an ice tip form online because like I'm not gonna deal with that, man. Like if I'm gonna preach to my audience, like, yeah, you should do something if there are illegals around you, I would be a hypocrite if I didn't do something about it, right? You know? To be honest, this is why you started following me on YouTube. You, Kirsche, are an inspiration. I can only talk. I don't really have the power to do anything, but if I can inspire more people to stand up for themselves, then I feel like I have done good things. You honestly thought I was joking about that when I first said it, but no, I had a whole tweet about it. I had a whole tweet about calling ICE because like I ordered food through DoorDash at a place that I normally order food from frequently. But like DoorDash had this coupon thing going on, so it was like cheaper to order through them than it was to order through the store. And I was like, yeah, I love coupons. And the person that delivered the food did not speak English. She had a man in the car who took the phone and asked if anyone in my house spoke Spanish. And I was like, no. And somehow they couldn't find their way from the driveway to the front door. And after like 8 minutes or so, maybe like a minute or two less, maybe a minute or two more, I don't remember, but like roughly 8 minutes or so, trying to like communicate with them, because I didn't even know what the fuck the problem was at first. I was like, it says you're here. Like they were trying to explain like, we don't know house. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Like I couldn't communicate. And eventually they dropped the food at the back door, and I was like, what the fuck? And then like I saw some people online being like, well, it's not their fault that like the architect made your house so fucking weird, no one could find the front door. There's literally like a pathway from the driveway to the front door that has like little tiny fucking solar lanterns next to it so they glow at night. Like I don't even, you can't miss it, man. It's impossible. I don't understand. Mushy mush, ice this. It is their fault. Illegals do not follow paths. They walk across grass. Like when they got to the back door, I was like, how the fuck did you get here? There's no path to the back door. There's no lights to the back door. Like, how did this happen? It's rude to enter another country and not have at least basic conversational skills. And like I was alone at that point because like the bunker bros, like they were at work. They do like, you know, manual labor shit. I was like, I feel really uncomfortable that there are two people delivering my food. There were people in my comments that were like, well, sometimes, you know, there's two people in the car. I've never encountered like double people on a DoorDash, okay? But apparently that's normal sometimes. Two people. One of them was a man. I was home alone. They can't speak my language. I can't understand them. I was like, that's kind of scary. Like, legal immigrants aren't very used to crossing paths, surprisingly. As a bilingual who worked in customer service, people who struggled with English but tried their best anyway would get your 100%. People demanding Spanish were left to flounder. Yeah, like, I don't give a shit if you have a thick accent. At least you're trying, and I'll try my best too, you know? Was the tip form filled out during the hours between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m.? If not, it's not a valid form. Best not be too descriptive, just in case. No, don't worry. It's literally impossible. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Hope you and Pippa remain close friends. Love the dynamic and collab. Stay strong. Yeah, I'm still friends with Pippa. I love Pippa, and I love the Feemsh. Pippa and Feemsh are great. You always get a picture of a cute white girl in a DoorDash app, and a Mexican or an Indian guy shows up every time. Yeah. When you order from DoorDash, a lot of the time, it is a female name and picture, but a man delivers the food? That's really weird. You look in the car and she's in the car? It's super sketchy. You couldn't imagine how that feels for a woman ordering. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm glad some people were like, that's kind of normal. Like, you know, when I was doing it, my mom would come with me or something, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's normal, but it's still weird because they can't speak my language, man. They seem to have a translation problem. I have a solution. Ozzy Harris Translating Services. We speak Espanol, so you don't have to. Oh, my God. Cream Monarch, thank you. John Adams was right. People should be told to either get in lockstep with the founding principles or be exiled from the nation. Assimilation or the boot. True. True and real. It's like she does it under her name, but she doesn't feel safe approaching a door. I don't know. As a Latino, you can't stand the Latinos that come to live here and refuse to learn English. It's like they don't have to give up speaking Spanish, but just like also speak English, man. Need another Feemsh collab? It's been well over 17 business days. True and real. True and real. DoorDashers have been subletting their IDs to each other to dodge taxes. Do not use. I typically don't. I typically only like to order delivery through like the local places delivery services, right? Like if a local pizza place offers delivery too. Very occasionally, if they give me like a crazy steep discount coupon, I'll be like, okay, DoorDash, I'll use your service. You'd prefer that foreign languages are only spoken in private. Coupon, hello, pickle. Lunatic, thank you. The entire fight politicians and corporations make for illegals is strictly for cheap borderline slave labor and bought votes. Just Dems returning to their roots. True and real. True and real. Thanks for the help, Alzahara. And why are the only words you're saying to them puta and pendeo? True, question mark. The man deliver, the female, Akpunt thing with DoorDash is twofold. One, women accounts are less threatening. Two, people sell usage of their accounts to illegals. That shouldn't be legal. Like, that should be a crime to sell your DoorDash ID like that, you know? Google Translate is a thing and available on every phone. There's literally no excuse for them not to use it. I'll never forget when I was in high school, we had a Korean exchange student and she was still learning English. So she had this like really cool translation device that like when she needed to say something but didn't know how to say it, she would speak into it in Korean and it would spit out the English translation in like, you know, a Microsoft Sam voice. That shit was really cool. And like it could also, like if someone was talking to her and she didn't understand, she would like hold up the box so they could speak into that and it would translate it into Korean for her. I was like, that's pretty fucking cool. Even when you were stationed in Japan, you tried speaking Japanese. Your Japanese was so bad that they'd rather try broken English. At least you tried though. Hello, Cece. Error 404, thank you. You had the same issue getting groceries delivered. Like, motherfucker, my road is the only road in the entire area. Just drive down the same thing. Actually fucking wild. You ran into a guy who had one of those for Russian the other day. Yeah, I think those things are neat. Kirsche, tell the truth. Who has the worst room, Fillion or Asmongold? I don't think anyone can compete with Asmongold, man. Pickle, thank you for that gift sub to Cece. Thank you, Pickle. Anya munya. Now active translation with Bluetooth is a real thing. He just used it at a conference and it was amazingly accurate. Nice, dude. A lot of Asian exchange students have that thing. I thought it was really neat because I'd never seen technology like that when I was in high school, you know? Captain Zackbeard, thank you. You had a DoorDash driver message you only in memes. You tipped him extra. That's really funny. Your grandfather escaped indentured servitude and came to America as a child. He learned to speak English and could at least write his name and read signs on the road. What is their excuse? There isn't one, but people really like coddling people who don't try to do anything to better their situations for some reason. We were talking about communism. Give me ein Moment. Because I have... I have more tab. I don't know where it is though. So give me a second to find it. Come on. Come on. Yeah. It was Ron DeSantis continuing to try and make Florida the best state in the union. He said, we've previously enacted requirements to teach students about the evils of communism. Now we have new history of communism standards adopted so that our students will learn the brutal truth about Marxism-Leninism. And he's quote treating Anastasios Komodos, Florida Commissioner of Education, who said, the State Board of Education adopted the new history of communism standards, strengthening Florida's already high-quality social studies standards. The new history of communism standards will ensure students learn the truth about how communist regimes suppress freedoms, abuse power, and inflict widespread suffering. I am proud of this work and what it means for Florida's future. And this Department of Education little brief here says, today, the State Board of Education approved the new history of communism standards, marking a significant step to strengthen the already high-quality social studies standards provided to students. The standards were developed by Florida educators and content experts and will be implemented beginning in the 2026 to 2027 school year. With the adoption of the history of communism standards, Florida is leading the nation by equipping students with a truthful, in-depth understanding of how communist ideologies suppress individual freedoms, abuse power, and inflict widespread suffering. With the resurgence of communist ideologies across the United States and throughout the world, it is more important than ever for students to understand the catastrophic failures and human suffering caused by communist regimes, said Commissioner of Education Anastasios Komodos. Florida's new history of communism standards will ensure that students learn the truth about the brutal realities of life under communism and gain a deeper appreciation for the blessings of liberty that define our nation. By adopting the history of communism standards, we are equipping Florida students with an honest and rigorous understanding of how communist regimes exploited authority to erode freedoms and inflict generational harm, said Dr. Grazie Pozo Christie, State Board of Education member. The new standards will help our youth become better informed citizens, prepared to safeguard our constitutional republic for future generations. Governor Ron DeSantis recognized the need for Floridians, especially students, to learn about the dangers of communism and honor the 100 million individuals who lost their lives because of communist rule. In 2022, he signed House Bill 395 into law establishing Victims of Communism Day. The bill requires schools to provide at least 45 minutes of instruction on Victims of Communism Day, including teaching about communist regimes and how victims suffered under their rule, through poverty, starvation, migration, systemic lethal violence, and the suppression of speech and religion. In 2024, Governor DeSantis deepened this commitment by signing Senate Bill 1264 into law, expanding the Victims of Communism requirement to include comprehensive instructional of the full history and global impact of communism. I'm fucking based Lily Tang in the comments here. Surprised to hear about the 100 million in this. Yeah, I'm surprised too. And also, it really is a, no pun intended, red flag when people want to praise communism but decry fascist regimes. Like, they are not exactly the same, but they are quite fucking similar. And it's also crazy that I've had people, like, when I tweeted out the White House doing a, like, anti-communism thing, there are people that are just like, what year is Kirsche living in? Communism's not a danger. And it's like, you can lie to people all you want, man, but, like, we have fucking eyes, and more people are noticing that the Emperor's Boopus is out at this point. Everyone that loves communism has never lived under it. Yeah. A Leaf, thank you for the Canadians. You heard non-stop about the horrors of Hitler in school, but had to learn from your family about what was done to us during the Holodomor. F commies. Yep. Yep, it is a little wild how little instruction I received about communist nations in school. And yet we had, like, many, many, many years of, as I jokingly called it, like, Holocaust education. It just seemed like that's all you learned about. You didn't learn about anything else in World War II. And even taking German as a language course, they go over that again. And it's like, yes, it was horrible. Yes, it was atrocious. I don't know about the numbers, but yeah, it was bad. I was like, wait, maybe we could learn some other things in addition to this, though? Like, other bad things happened, right? Do we add the COVID death count to the communist toll? I mean... Well, National Socialism, and the shit, you'd like to consider one usury ban. I never pronounced that word right, but yes. Hassan was detained by Chinese police because of a Mao meme, even though the meme was pro-Mao, and he still thinks the CCP is based, yeah? Didn't learn shit about communism during the mandatory World War II classes in school. I would say, like, everyone should try and get their state to do something like this. It's obviously not going to be a immediate fix because the institutions are run by people who are pro-communist, but it is a good fucking start to try and force them to have this kind of education in the curriculum, teaching accurately about the horrors of communism throughout history.
What do you mean? All the vast infrastructure of international communism just went poof because of perestroika all at once instantly. It's not like basically all left-wing institutions were run by literal KGB agents 60 years ago or anything.
I'm so shocked. It's all over. It doesn't exist anymore. Not real communism. Toast engineer, thank you. You served in Mr. Miyagi's unit fighting fascists. It's your heritage, baby. True. Really need 1984, A Brave New World, and Animal Farm to go back to being required reading. You'd also add Starship Troopers. Help. Battleizer, thank you. You know, Fox, you might not want to run for office, but people here will, and one day established political figures will call you their Oshi. Mark my words. Millennia. Well, I can't really do cross-state funding, but I can do on-stream promotion, you know? And critical theory academics bragged about the fact that 60s radicals went into education. Yep. Learned about McCarthyism and how he was a bad guy. Imagine. Jimothy Carr recently shared a base take on communism. I can't picture Jimothy Carr in my head. Maybe that's why American education is not that good. There are more things to learn out there. You think they should focus more about their own history, of course, without a commie lens that distorts historical facts to create propaganda. In order to do that, all of the communist and Marxist teachers would need to be fired. Like, there needs to be a gutting of the institutions and then hiring teachers that actually want to teach without a communist lens. What's crazy to think about for you is when you were in school, they refused to teach you anything past the Civil War, and students that asked about it would actually get in trouble. That's even weirder. What the hell? At this point, they're just Democrats. It's probably more effective to not call them anything else, but the party pushing it. Certain groups' victim mentality since World War II has made you dislike them more than anti-certain group BS. What? You can't recover the country without getting the Marxists out of the institutions. Yes, true and real. Kirsche run for president? No. No. I would like to provide support for people I agree with. I would not like to run for office myself. I can't be an anime woman doing streams and also a politician fighting weirdos. But DeSantis also did something else. Actually, I'm gonna link this in chat before I move on. I'm gonna link this. Mute? What do you mean mute, weirdo? I'm gonna link this in chat because I think it would be a good idea to try and ask other departments of education in other states to do the same thing. I could be the sexiest first lady in history. What the fuck? Everybody drops, everybody fights. Hell yeah, Starship Troopers. Wouldn't be surprised if students are discouraged from asking questions beyond what's in the curriculum. It's really sad. Really sad. You shouldn't be discouraged from asking questions. That's like what school's for, man. But DeSantis here with more things, more doing things. Ron DeSantis has dropped a bombshell demanding the complete elimination of property taxes in the U.S. Ron stated it's almost like they have to pay rent to the government just to enjoy their property. That's wrong. We need to do something about it. And I find this really interesting because once again, people in New Hampshire on Twitter had been talking about trying to get New Hampshire to drop property taxes. And it's like, I don't know enough about how you would end up paying for things if you have literally zero tax revenue that I can think of. Like, New Hampshire has a luxury tax, which makes sense. Luxury taxes are on things like owning multiple homes, having like a yacht, things like that. There's I think like an excise tax on vehicles. I don't know how much that is, but I have no idea how much tax income you would make. So I don't know how you would fund things if you get rid of like the majority of taxes. But New Hampshire would have to switch to a sales tax, which would be okay. I would not be okay with that. Do not fucking put sales tax back in here, you whore. You don't care about prop taxes. The boomers want to replace them by looting Gen Z and the millennials more. Kirsche could address the nation on live TV by having them roll in one of the old TVs that the schools have on stage. True!
From the property tax situation. It's very important given how that's pinched so many homeowners, particularly our senior citizens who have their homes paid off and they bought it 30 years ago for a certain amount. Now they're being told it's worth so much more and they have to pony up more and more money. It's almost like they have to pay rent to the government just to be able to enjoy their property. And that's wrong. And we need to do something about it.
And it's like, I agree. If I could pay less taxes, that'd be great. Any kind of tax abolishment, hell fucking yeah. But I also have to think realistically where like, where would funding come from if like literally no taxes, right? Florida has a 7.5% sales tax. He's not asking for just Florida. He's saying he wants a complete elimination of property tax in the US. He wants it obliterated everywhere. Which like based, but also where would tax funding come from for things like garbage and roads and stuff? As sales tax is the only way to constrain government spending. The more they tax, the less people spend. It's the only way to close the loop. Prop tax, they keep jacking it up due to the SAUs, and we have no say. I don't think New Hampshire would ever actually institute a sales tax. I know there have been people trying, Back when I was a child, there was a period of time, because if you live in Massachusetts, you obviously jump to the border to tax-free shopping in New Hampshire, right? Like, that's just what you did. But there was a period of time where if you went to New Hampshire for shopping, the cashiers were supposed to ask you, some didn't, but the cashiers were supposed to ask you for your zip code. And if you had a Massachusetts zip code and you were buying things in New Hampshire, they would charge you Massachusetts state sales tax on New Hampshire purchases. And this didn't last very long, mind you, because pretty much everybody everywhere revolted against how that's fucked up. So it didn't last very long, but they did try to do it at one point. And I just think that the majority of people in New Hampshire, even with all of the like blue-haired Massachusetts transplants trying to escape Taxachusetts, I don't think there are enough of those to force a sales tax on New Hampshire. How do you feel about the fair tax? I don't know what that is. You say a privately owned trash company, or you pay a privately owned trash company. There's a lot of things the government doesn't have to do. Fair. Got a 7% sales tax to pay off government debt. A few years later, the debt had increased and the tax got bumped up to 11.5. Holy shit. That was another thing. New Hampshire has like a food tax. So like going to restaurants, you still pay tax on your meal. So that's not counted in sales tax. I forgot about that one. You think eliminating it entirely might be too much? BlackRock and the like would go ape, grabbing everything up. Now, no property taxes on primary residences and family-owned businesses and farms. I think before you institute no more property taxes, I don't remember which politician or where they were talking about it, but there was some sort of like bill being pushed forward to like prevent private equity firms from buying single-family homes. And I think that something like that would genuinely need to be done if you wanted to erase property taxes, because again, like you said, those equity firms in places like BlackRock could just buy everything up and have even less of a cost on it. With no taxes, would you also have privately owned police, army? Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, right? Like I don't know how much. Like I'm thinking about New Hampshire as like the state with pretty much the least amount of taxes in the country, right? If you want like the best tax area, you go to New Hampshire. And they have, again, off the top of my head, so I could be missing or forgetting, but they have sales tax only on food. They have luxury tax. They have property tax right now, but if they abolish it, you have the food tax, you have the luxury tax, and you have excise tax. I don't know how much money per year those three things make, so maybe with a state as small as New Hampshire, they could fund all of the public services based off of just those. Do they tax all food? So like when you go to a grocery store and you buy food, there's no taxes, but when you go to a restaurant and you sit down and you eat restaurant food, they tax you on that. If I'm remembering correctly. If there's people living in New Hampshire right now, please correct me, because I haven't been there in fucking ages. But I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Like you can go to a grocery store, no sales tax, but if it's at a restaurant, you pay tax on your meal. Foxu correction. I'm working off of like a little bit of outdated information because I haven't been there in ages, but so it's not a food tax, it's a dining tax. Yeah, dining tax might make more sense to call it. My bad. It's just on restaurants and hotel lodgings. It's basically a tourism tax. Okay. Don't tell the New Yorkers and the Californians, Foxu. Where you live, you can buy ground meat, frozen veggies, etc. without sales tax, but something like a chocolate bar will have sales tax. That's a little weird. I know Massachusetts has like a candy tax, a sugar tax, an alcohol tax, a tobacco tax. New Hampshire might have an alcohol tax.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this?
I don't buy a lot of alcohol, so I'm not sure if they do, but they might have an alcohol tax. Tyranno Superior, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You'd love to have a stream where all the honorable paleo nerd chatters make Kirsche look up dino stuff. Is this a Spino on a different account? Please do not flay me and wear my skin as a suit. Mokin' a lady, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. An argument against, but who will pay for the police? Look at California, have the highest income tax. We can't even put out a fire in a week. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like, what will we do? Because I know in higher trust areas, like you have volunteer police, you have volunteer firefighters, right? Like a lot of that stuff can be taken care of without taxing people to pay for it. But again, I'm not like a genius. So when I think of the loss of all taxes, I'm like, yes, I pay less. But then it's like, well, what about services? How will these services get taken care of, right? You can't just get rid of everything and not have a plan, right? used to only have sales tax. It worked great. Income tax came from prohibition. Income tax is fucking terrible. And yeah, New Hampshire doesn't have an income tax. That's also true. A fair tax is an initiative to get rid of all taxes except sales. Obviously, those would have to go up a bit, but then everyone in participating in the sales or in the tax system, because everyone has to buy shit. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing to think about. I don't want to pay sales tax. I'm gonna be real with you. I like looking at an item and I'm like, God damn, $1,400 is already expensive. And I like knowing I'm not gonna have to pay a penny more than that $1,400. I don't want to go to checkout and it's suddenly like, you know, fucking $1,704. And I'm like, God damn, what the fuck? You know, I don't want to do that. The government is going to overspend regardless of what they bring in. You bought your house off some huge investor firm that bought up 10,000 properties on the island. They sat on them for a year, and then they resold them at almost twice the price. Jesus. They created their own supply and demand. It's like people that fucking corner the MMO markets, man. Taxes suck, but they're 100% necessary. What matters is how the taxes are used. You'd rather see the abolishment of property tax in the way that it is to be reformed, basically like a one-time sales tax on your property. When you buy a property, you pay a percentage of the tax on top of that, and then you don't have to pay an ever-fluctuating yearly property tax. Interesting. Tyrannus Superior, thank you. I assure you, I'm no godless Spino, thank you. Gotta get the best deals. Yeah, exactly. That's one of my favorite things about AI is like, when you're looking for deals on items, you don't have to go through like 50,000 websites on your own anymore. You can just be like, hey, yo, Grokathy, where can I get the best deal on them there basketball shoes? And then Grokathy will tell you. Bless Grokathy, man. DeSantis is forcing the emergency choice immediately. Nobody would approve a bill that had a gentle replacement because it's not perfect. Interesting. But you forgot that stores don't calculate sales tax on the tag for you. Why do we live like this? That's a great question. I'm just another dinosaur guy. You can't think of a single thing that isn't taxed in California? Oh no. So that 1,400 item goes to like 2K, but you also make significantly more money. Do you make... Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you would keep significant... I'm just thinking about my quarterly taxes. Yeah, like, I mean, I guess in comparison, I would pay so much less if I only had sales tax and no federal income tax. Federal income tax kills me. This kills the Kirsche. Every time I have to pay my quarterly coupons, it's like the government ripping my nails out with pliers. I get so upset. I have to like take the rest of the night off with like a fucking hot water bag on my head, drinking sangrias, man. I just gotta suppress the urge, be like, no, Kirsche, you can't go and do redacted glowy things to the government. A third world shithole country you're from includes the sales tax and the price tag. I don't know why we don't. Probably the same reason our government doesn't tell us how much we have to pay in income tax, and you just got to figure it out. And if you don't figure it out correctly, well, we're gonna fine you. Back in the day, you were a dino autist, wanted to become a paleontologist, but then you learned it's not that easy. I've always wanted to do archaeology. I didn't really care if I was like paleontology or archaeology. I just wanted to dig and find old shit. But then I learned that is not a viable career path. That barely pays any money. The only way I'm ever going to be able to do that is if I'm the wife of a millionaire and I'd be like, don't worry, honey. I'm not going to make you fund a business of mine that never actually makes any profit. I'm just going to go to the desert and dig. You know, like you could become a librarian, but librarian salaries aren't exactly very great. So, you know. Matt, thank you. Property tax wouldn't be your first choice to abolish. It'd be forcing the young to subsidize the old even more. I mean, while younger people can't afford houses, sure. I think income tax should be dealt with first, because that is... Lord. I have a fun tab for that, actually. Hold on a second. Let me just shoot your blood pressure to like 1,000,000 fucking miles an hour. Where is the tab? Give me a second here. Where are we? I know it's a Twitter tab. Because I wanted to read how ridiculous the thing was on the Twitter tab before I opened the article. Ah, here we go. I thought this was interesting and tax related. I took some archaeology courses in college. The topic and the subtleties are fascinating, but you'll live off the do in the dirt you're digging in a methodical 4x4 square. Yeah, it is not profitable. So I hope that, you know, when I am a granny VTuber, when I'm in like my old age, I can be like,
okay, chat, today we're going to this desert area and we're going to be digging in this designated spot. Come with me, chat, and maybe, if we're lucky, we'll find a piece of a broken ancient dish.
And I would love to do that shit, man. Mildly OCD, thank you. How many other dino autists exist in chat? You knew you were among kin for a reason. There's probably a lot of dino chat people. It's starting to anger you. Wait, why? You always liked the proposal by the Georgian tax system where the only tax is land tax. It forces each state to try and get as much out of each acre as possible. That's the same as property tax, and I don't want it. For some reason, you feel like Kirsche would be the one paleontologist that keeps pushing the T-Rex was a scavenger theory. I don't know what that means. Old lady voice is doing crazy things to me. What the fuck?
I will bake you delicious cookies.
But I had this. ProPublica said, a ProPublica analysis revealed a stark pattern across the Deep South, where about 200 majority black public school districts educate 1.3 million students. Alongside those districts are private academies filled with almost entirely white students. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. That's interesting. The story of one Mississippi county shows how private schools are exacerbating segregation. It's also an interesting way to phrase it. We love hags, don't we, folks? The scoreboard glowed with the promise of another Friday night football game in Liberty, Mississippi, a small town near the Louisiana border. The Trojans in black and gold sprinted onto the field to hollers from friends and family who filled barely half the bleachers. The fans were almost all black, as is the student body at the county's lone public high school. Scanning the field and the stands would give you little indication that more than half the country's residents were white. Why is black capitalized and white not capitalized? You know, the red flags. In some swaths of the South, a big event like high school football unites people, but not in Amity County. Just beyond the Trojan scoreboard, past a stand of trees, another scoreboard lit up. At Amity School Center, a small Christian private school, cars and pickup trucks crammed every inch of space on the front lawn and in its parking lots. A charter bus for the visiting team, another private school, rumbled near the entrance to the field. A good 500 people, nearly all of them white, filled the bleachers and flowed across the hill overlooking the field. They cheered from lawn chairs and waggled cowbells as cheerleaders in red and white uniforms performed a daring pyramid routine. A child waved a handmade white poster that read, "Go Rebels." Amity School Center, like many private schools across the Deep South, opened during desegregation to serve families fleeing the arrival of black children at the once all-white public schools. I don't think this has anything to do with the current stock of children in either of the schools. That is wild. That is a wild thing to put in this article. Oh my god, fleeing. Sports ball is rigged. I cannot believe I read that sentence. It doesn't, but the animosity never went away in either direction. This is bad, but somewhat tolerable to hear. The reminder that property tax exists did worse things to your blood pressure. ProPublica has been examining how these schools, called segregation academies, often continue to act as divisive forces in their communities even now, 5 decades later. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you send your child to private school, you have to pay that private school out of pocket. The public schools are funded by your tax dollars, whereas the private schools, you have to pay tuition to send your child there. So why exactly would they be called segregation academies if the parents are specifically paying for their children to go there? Doesn't really make sense to me to call them that. The school isn't even race-based. You hate journalists, and then you hate them more. True. A smug go-at, thank you. Schools and politics, a tale as old as time. There's archaeologist hobby himbos closer than you think. You just have to look. Oh my god. That'd be crazy if I found an archaeologist himbo. In Amity County, about 900 children attend the local public schools, which, as of 2021, were 16% white. More than 600 children attend 2 private schools, which were 96%. So they're not all white, are they? They're not all white if they're 96% white. This is like making a mountain out of a molehill. Other, mostly white students go to a larger segregation academy in a neighboring county. It's staggering, said Warren Eister, principal of Amity County High, until this school year. It does create a divide. A divide in income because people who can afford to send their children to a private school do so? Like, that even happened in my literal 99% white, 1% Asian area. The people that could afford to send their kids to the local private academies instead of sending them to the fucking high school, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Segregation academies, but enough about the HBCUs. The difference between those figures, 80 percentage points, is one way to understand the segregating effect of private schools. It shows how much more racially isolated students are when they attend these schools. What do you mean by racially isolated? That's kind of a weird thing to say. They're racially isolated? I don't really like that commie gobbledygook, man. Considerable research has examined public school segregation. Academics have found that everything from school attendance zones to the presence of charter schools can worsen segregation in the local public schools. When was this? December 19th, 2024. Why did ProPublica on November 10th, 2025 repost an article from 2024? I hate this. I hate this so much. And I'm going to rant about this when we finish this article. I'm going to rant about this when I finish. But like, that's still crazy that this was 2024 and it feels like I'm reading something from like 70 years ago. Like what? There it is, attacking charter schools again, right? But the ways in which private schools exacerbate segregation are tough to measure. Unlike their public brethren, they don't have to release much information about themselves. That means few people on the outside know many details about these schools, including the racial makeup of their student bodies. At a time when legislatures across the South are rapidly expanding voucher-style programs that will send private schools hundreds of millions more taxpayer dollars. That isn't the point of private schools that they aren't taxpayer funded? I'm a little confused. Who gives a shit about their racial makeup? It shouldn't matter. Article subtext summarized: what white children go to their school years not surrounded? How dare they? I don't even, like, it's weird reading this because, like, what the fuck are you trying to say? You're sorry, but this is gonna sound racist. How does anyone read this and it not occur to them, wow, what's going on with Group A, that Group B will spend a ton of money that it doesn't have to pay to get away from them? I didn't expect this to be so fucking weird when I started reading it. But it's like, that is insanity. And there are some memes that come to mind that a lawyer would advise me not to say. Basically no details at all, but we know they ban interesting things like phone AI and that stuff. Excuse me, those were my dollars before you took them from me, government. Private schools often get a lot of government aid despite being private. It's pretty bad in your opinion. You don't mind private schools existing, but they shouldn't get a dime of taxpayer money. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, if they're like completely funded by the parents sending their kids there, like, that's fine. Thumbs up. Perfect. Have at it, dude. Do whatever you want. But as soon as you start taking the government money, you start having to deal with a lot of shit because of it. A voucher program gives parents a check that can only pay for schooling so they can pick the schools their kids go to instead of public school districts. That's like when you live somewhere that has school choice, right? So like if in your district it pays like what, $14,000, I'm just going to use that as an example. If your district spends like $14,000 per kid at the public school, but you decide you want to send your kid to like a private school, some places will give you that check to use on your child for private school. I know, I remember reading articles about this previously, and I don't remember how widespread that kind of like school choice program is. And I think it would be better if you implemented something like that just normally, right? School choice vouchers are good. It makes the education tax dollars follow the kids. Yeah, I agree. If we're going to fund education, then it should follow the kids. They can go to the better place. Yeah, that was one of the reasons that like my meme and Pepe wanted me to live with them even after my dad was like capable of taking me when I got a little bit older, was because they lived in an area where the school district was one of the better ones for public school in the entire area. So they were like, she can just keep living here and we can send her to the better school. Because if I had lived where my dad lived, he would have had to pay a lot of money to be able to get me into the better public school because I was in a different district. That's the thing that commies whine. The poor kids can't attend the private school and demand vouchers for fairness, and they say the vouchers mean the government funding is going to the private schools, and therefore they should be able to regulate them. That's kind of weasel wordy, but I would expect nothing less from a communist. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Someone explain to me why ProPublica is making this about race when, if I don my commie hat, they should be focused on the class aspect. The private academy is obviously rich people over poor people. Yeah, exactly. This should be like a, if you're going to complain about it, complain about the class issue. Alien Zombie, thank you. The paleontologist talk has activated your prehistorytism. Did I know there used to be giant land crocs after the dinosaurs that could sprint? I vaguely remember some of the giant land crocs in my brain cells. Publishing stuff like this should be grounds for lawsuits, and there should be watchdogs with the money to litigate. Wow, man. Very white private schools in majority black districts. ProPublica looked at majority black public school districts where private schools also operated. A wide swath of districts across the South exhibited the same pattern. Student populations in private schools are far whiter than in the surrounding public schools. They're talking about majority black areas.
Private schools to do something. Should the government also provide funding for that thing? I could see vindictive politicians bleeding out public schools by making them do things. Or should Gov have no power to do that at all?
Well, that's what we were talking about. Sorry, I had to reread that. If the government is providing like the direct funding in the same way that it does for the private schools, then it would start having a say, which would be the problem. The school choice vouchers kind of eliminates that, because it's like, instead of forcing your kid to go to this one school, we're giving you the money that would have been spent on your child. You can pick the school that they go to. And obviously, if you're going to go to an expensive school, you're going to have to pay more of your own money on top of whatever the voucher gives you. Too many in the lumpen proletariat use race consciousness to awaken class consciousness. I mean, like I said before, with feminists being useful idiots, the United States was a unique landscape where communists could not only exploit making fissures along between men and women, right? They didn't just use feminism as a useful tool to bring in communism. They could also use it along racial lines and inflame things that way.
Finally on break at work. Regarding the alpha gal syndrome article from earlier, both my mom and dad contracted it. They were told that they could recover if they went for 5-ish years without getting bitten by more ticks.
That's pretty interesting. You'll have to give us an update when those 5 years are over and let us know if your parents have recovered. That's an interesting thing. I would love to know. Thank you, Cataclystia, for the buttered doggos. Thank you, thank you. It's important to have the school choice as it forces schools to compete for funding, which is closer to a profit incentive, which historically results in higher quality. I agree. I agree 100%. Arigato Hiro, thank you for the pounds. If you give everyone a free X thousand dollars for school, it will just raise the tuition by X thousand dollars. I don't think you understand what we're saying, and that makes sense because I don't know if Britain has something equivalent to this. So, in the US, when you pay like your property taxes or you pay your like state income taxes, some of your taxes are like a county tax that go to the school district that you live in, right? And every school district pays a certain amount of money per child that goes to that school district. I was just using 14,000 as a random example, right? Let's say that the district that you live in spends $14,000 per child in the district for the school that you live in. instead of forcing all children to go to that one school, and that one school getting all of that $14,000 per child, they give a voucher to the families for that $14,000, and the families choose which school district in their immediate vicinity that $14,000 goes to, right? Again, I don't know what the actual numbers are. I'm just using that as something off the top of my head to explain the situation. So it's not like they're getting a free check. It's not like they're increasing the amount of tuition because government is giving you free shit. It's the money that would have been spent on that child regardless. But now, instead of being forced into one school district, and that school district knowingly getting a certain amount of money for free, and a lot of school districts will overspend, they won't spend on the right things. We know how bad teachers are in the US. So instead of that one school getting a for sure lump sum amount of money per child living there, now it has to compete to be a better school so that more parents will spend that voucher money on their district instead of sending their kids elsewhere. We let parents pick good schools and direct tax money that way? Yeah, exactly. I'm trying my best to explain it, so hopefully I'm explaining it well. It makes the parents regulators in deciding where to place the money. It won't make tuitions rise in the way that that person thinks, because the schools would have to compete in pricing and quality. Yes, exactly. He donated in pounds, so it's like, he might not have a similar system in Britain that works this way, so it makes sense that he's... I don't know what you're talking about, Kirsche. That would just raise prices. That makes sense to me that he understood it that way. Then the homeschool argument arises. Homeschool, interesting. And I have a tab for that, but let's finish this weird fucking racist article first. No difference in share of public and private school students who are white. 75% points whiter in private schools. 75% points less white. This seems like a weird fucking bar. Why does it go from 75 to 75? What the... Very white private schools in majority black districts. ProPublica looked at majority black public school districts where private schools also operated. A wide swath of districts across the South exhibited the same pattern. Student populations in private schools are far whiter than in the surrounding public schools. This is all new to you. By the time you understood the school district shit, your family moved to Singapore and you had to go to school there. Holy shit. Talk about a change, man. The money is already being spent, so the price increases are basically already in place. It doesn't really matter if the money is going to private or public schools in that regard. In Alberta, private and charter schools receive 70% of the funding of public schools, but in exchange, they offload many of the complex neurodivergent students and problem children to the private schools that can give them proper attention, relieving pressure on public school teachers and making large class sizes less of an issue. That's interesting. That's interesting. Asman loves you. Does he? A new ProPublica analysis shows the extent to which private schools segregate students. We dug into decades of private and public school data kept by the U.S. Department of Education, including a survey of the nation's private schools.
Depends on exactly how it's implemented, but school choice vouchers will make the price of education-related products and tuition go up. Subsidizing demand always raises prices. It's still worth it, but it will raise prices. That's just basic economics.
I mean, I don't think it will. Like, they would have to raise your property taxes if you were going to give the schools more money. Because again, these are already set funds in a budget that go to the schools. It's just instead of the government giving them directly to the school, they give it to the parents to choose which school those funds go to. So you are now choosing which school your tax dollars are going to. So it's like, it doesn't... I don't think the schools would be able to do that. And I think a good example also is Claremont in New Hampshire. Claremont has overspent on their budget so fucking much that I think they're asking for like their second or third bailout. And all of the taxpayers are just like, yeah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to give you more money because you keep fucking shit up. Schools will just charge more than the voucher is worth, and families that can afford it will pay extra. I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying if that is what you're getting out of this. A lot of student loan carrying jobless people might currently disagree with accessibility to school being ultimately a good thing. Cheddar would be correct if it was more money, but it's the same money. We can argue, however, for less money. That is how it will work, though. That's not how it currently works in places that give you school choice vouchers, though. Like, this isn't like a fantasy thing that hasn't happened. There are places that give you the choice vouchers. even still remove the taxes from the system and families have that money either way. Yeah, I mean, you could do it with just like, okay, we're never going to give the government funds to the schools regardless and families can choose whatever. That would probably make the prices go up because there isn't a ceiling for how much is being spent. With the government regulating how much of the taxes are going to the schools, that is what keeps the cap on there and prevents the prices from raising when you have school choice vouchers. Issue is colleges already do that because of government loans and grants. Why would it not extend down to primary schooling? Because it's not the government isn't giving you a loan, it's giving you your money back. I don't know how better to explain this. Today we learned that several people have never learned about school choice, probably because their parents didn't have the choice and they went to public school anyway. A handy tool boy, thank you. Funniest response you heard against the voucher program was it will result in only the most retarded and antisocial kids left in public school. Yes, they already exist. They're called juvenile detention centers. School choice doesn't raise the cost, it simply changes the allocation of existing funds. However, if you're suddenly able to direct public school funds to private schools, that could make private schools raise tuition over the voucher amount, like how the ACA went up. That makes sense. That makes sense. You're currently spinning the Kirsche in your head. I hope it's jamming to a nice song. TDM Dylan, thank you for the subby bubby. I'm gonna say TDM sounds like an esport team name. This is for K through 12, not college or university. Yeah, it's not for college or university. Thank you, Toast Engineer. I don't think I said thank you. I was trying to explain things. Including a survey of the nation's private schools conducted every other year by its National Center for Education Statistics. Outside of academia, few people know about this data. The surveys are imperfect measures. Schools self-report their information, and about 1 in 4 didn't respond to the most recent round in 2021. But the surveys are the only national measure of this kind. ProPublica used them to determine how often students attended schools with peers of the same race in tens of thousands of private schools nationwide and compared that to public schools. Can I just, ask why? Again, this is more of the parents can afford to send their children to a private school, and so they do. Because typically, not always, but typically, the private school is better than the public school. So, why are you doing, nationwide race checks on the school? That just seems like a really weird thing to do. A stark pattern emerged across states in the Deep South: Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, where about 200 majority black school districts educate 1.3 million students. Alongside those districts, a separate web of schools operates. Private academies filled with almost entirely white students. Across the majority black districts in those states, private schools are 72% white, and public schools are 19% white. That just means there's a disparity in people who can afford to send their kids to private school, right? Some parents will even go into debt if they perceive that they're sending their child to a better school. How dare they offer their services to too many white... I don't understand why this is phrased as a problem. It doesn't make sense. Patchouli, thank you. School choice is the new breakfast question. This is pre-allocated tax funds, not a college loan. I'm not always the best at explaining things. Maybe I'm not doing a good job at explaining it the way people can understand it. Well, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying. Max Euphemism, thank you. But Kirsche, why would you want to have the school's phone password instead of breaking up and taking the voucher away? I'm taking the Wi-Fi password with me! The point of market competition is to force the suppliers to provide the best value they can to get more buyers. If a school is more expensive, they should be providing a better service. Otherwise, they'll be outcompeted in the market. And this is also why when you see some districts just oh, we're not getting good enough test scores, or, oh, we don't have enough passing grades, let's throw more money at it. That never solves the problem, because it doesn't fix the fact that they have some kind of a student base that doesn't actually want to learn, and they don't have teachers that actually want to teach. There's no problem when there's majority public high schools, but there is a huge problem when there's a major majority white private school. How come? We are Kirsche's chat, and it is Friday. We must loop. Many of those districts are home to segregation academies. I think it's really gross that they're calling them that, which siphon off large numbers of white students. Why? What do you mean by siphon off? This is like reading many of those districts are home to segregation academies which siphon off large numbers of white students. Makes me think of like the gentrification stuff where it's like, if white people move in, it's gentrification, and that's racist. But if white people move out, it's white flight, and that's also racist. Like that, that's just how it reads. In many areas, particularly rural ones, these academies are the reason that public school districts scarcely resemble their communities. And the reason that public schools are more black than the population of children in the surrounding county. What? Look at them in the stands. They're all white. How dare they? Which country has the largest chasm? Or county, sorry. Amity. Along the 2-lane country roads through Amity County, fear still mingles with the red clay. Civil rights violence scarred the place just a few generations ago. At least 14 lynchings and other terrifying acts of racist violence took place here, including one of the nation's most infamous unsolved civil rights murders.
On the topic of prop taxes and schools, all individual property tax should be abolished, but this cannot apply to corpus business. To avoid sales tax, sim open to flat tax across the board with no progression. Big topic, Kirsche coconut.
To avoid sales tax, you're open to 2 flat tax across the board with no progression. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sorry. I was trying to fucking understand it in my brain. I don't know what you mean by like the flat tax across the board. Are you saying you want a flat tax, but you want a flat tax on like income, sales, property, like everything? Is that what you mean by like across the board? Because I would not be okay with that. I would not be okay with flat tax across the board. You can also make those school choice conversations appeal a little more to the left when you bring up the fact that introducing market competition with school choice disproportionately affects minority communities in a positive manner, given the fact that you would have more schooling options in urban areas as opposed to rural areas. It does. That is a very true point. Ryan, thank you. Oh no, how will the public schools keep grades up? Vingtor, thank you for the 14 months of Proom. Private schools are racist, close them. More kids in public schools with union member teachers. It's a grift. Oh, that's a good point.
I had a dream that I was watching you and you stopped yapping, leaned out of the screen instead and me, then went back to streaming. Kinda scary. Well, now I'm awake, probably, and I get to watch you all over again.
Thank you, Hidden. That does sound kind of scary. I hate it when people stare at me. It makes me uncomfortable. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Throwing money at failing schools means administrators get more money and kids' education stays the same or gets worse. Source, you're the son of a teacher. Yeah, I didn't even think about the union grift angle. That's a very good point. You're not awake. This is a simulation. DreCL, thank you. So let me get this straight. The people who want POC graduation, safe spaces, etc. are upset when white people try to do the same. Are you getting this right? That's kind of been the way it is for forever, actually. Quag stares at you in the Discord. He scares you. Anya. You don't know if I saw your response, but you did mean flat income tax? Text limit got you? Okay. Yeah, no, text limit can be hard sometimes. I know you use the numbers instead of the letters for 2. Sometimes my coconut is just like, eh? Yeah, I would not want the flat income tax. I wouldn't want any income tax. That'd be great. Stop taking my money. And like the more I end up having to pay for income tax, and the more I hate the things my taxes end up going to, the more it feels like Caleb says on his show all the time when he talks to those irresponsible people who are using a lot of like government funding because they're irresponsible and they lie and they cheat. And he's just like, I'm literally subsidizing you. You know, it feels like that, and it's like, I wish I had more control over the things that I was subsidizing. True DK0, thank you for the 21-month resub, thank you. When you realize the motivation is just about helping one group and hurting the other, everything makes a lot of sense. It's a little wild. Radcon Hazard, thank you. You just want to stop renting your house from the government? I do not look forward to when I rent my house from the government, man. Anya. You'd be fine with paying taxes if you just got a receipt for what the money went to.
I feel like if we had itemized receipts, a lot more people would be a lot more angry. No, where were we? In neighboring Pike County, the town of Macomb became known as the bombing capital of the world for its violent resistance to civil rights. You can't forget things like that, said Jackie Robinson, chair of the Amity County Democratic Committee. A black woman, she remembers going to the neighborhood store with her grandmother and being called a racial slur. Her mother told stories of crosses burning. Robinson said she had encountered black residents who won't push campaign signs for black candidates in their yards. They fear that white residents who own most of the local businesses might shut them out if they do. It looks like a cowboy town. That's kind of a cute downtown area. White adults outnumber black ones, and white elected officials control the school district that educates mostly black children. If the area is majority black, and the public schools are majority black, and the minority white people send their kids to a private school, what is, I don't understand the issue, actually. Like, they're just sending their kids to a different school. Yeah, it'd be great if you had the school choice vouchers. That'd be great. We should have that pretty much everywhere. Reads itemized tax receipt. Honey, I don't recognize this charge. Did you authorize $2 billion for Israel? Only one school trustee is black, and she sent her children to the local public schools, but few, if any, of the white trustees did. This also kind of reminds me of that thing recently where they were talking about, like, the gerrymandering of districts, and how there's a lot of districts that are, like, oddly, like, banana snake shaped and shit to try and get as many black voters as possible inside a district to promote black candidates specifically. And I was like, that's interesting. Fucking Jerry is back at it. Fucking Jerry. One longtime white board member whose children attended Amity School Center has had his Facebook profile picture a photo of the private school's football team. ProPublica reached out to all of the school board members multiple times, but none responded. I mean, why would they respond to a journalist who's writing something like this? I'm going to be real with you. The school board hired a superintendent who is white. It selected high school and middle school principals who are white, and all of the people collecting $7 cash from each spectator at the football game appeared to be white. This is so fucking weird to read. Like... Oh my god, white ticket takers! Oh my god, how dare the white people be ticket takers! Is this that Scottish Muslim guy angry that Scotland is white? This is so fucking weird! Why is it a problem when there's white people existing? Like, nobody's even doing anything! They just exist! A private school has no obligation to give info for this person's smear campaign? This is fucking wild! This entire article is just like, how dare those white people do white people things. It's like, if I was reading an article that was just like, how dare those black people do black people things, it would sound just as fucking insane. It's like, but why is it so widespread to be okay to just like be mad at white people existing? This is literally the meme of white people leaving. I just thought, fucking, what the hell is going on? You wish anti-white racism wasn't socially acceptable? Same. Like, a lot of the Twitter fights where somebody brings up the, like, hey, you said that you can't be racist to white people. They're just like, yeah, I did say that. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the harassment someone would get if they said that about anyone else? Vouch, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Darn white people and their checks notes existence, right? Janice Jackson Lyons, a black woman, ran for a school board seat in 2020 against the white incumbent with the private school Facebook photo. She described her campaign message as, I'm reaching for all children. I'd love to see all the kids go to school together because all the kids in Amity County are going to compete for jobs with people from all over the world. She lost by 60 votes. Isn't this just saying that she wants to get rid of the private school entirely? Like, instead of wanting to get rid of the private school, why not run on a platform of school choice vouchers so that all the parents can choose where they send their child? That would be better for the children, it would be better for the parents, It would not be better for the schools because then they have to actually compete for the government funding. But that's fine because you don't want the schools to get complacent with their funding. Maybe you don't need to worry about taxes. Apparently you live in a place that collects no rent. Hot damn, what the fuck? A leaf, thank you. Why people congregating quietly and peacefully? Angy face. Yeah, right? Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Alright, you're ordering Chinese. What does everyone want? No, you're not ordering shrimp toast, rangoon, or spring rolls. No soup unless you share. I really like the General Tso's chicken. And I also like... There was another chicken that I liked, but I forgot what it was. I would recognize it if I saw a menu, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I can't remember, I'm sorry. Chili chicken, no, that's hot. The little fried wontons filled with cream cheese. Oh, that sounds like fun. I don't like the fake crab meat, though, so it would have to literally only be... Yeah, the sesame chicken! How did you know? How did you know it was the sesame chicken? Yeah, sesame chicken fucking goes hard, brother. I love that shit. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. That was a really long buffering. I was trying really hard to remember, man. Warren Griffin, who volunteers with Amity County High School's football team, ran for a board seat in November. He and another black resident, an educator in a neighboring school district, both lost to white candidates. Again, it's really crazy that they capitalize black and lowercase white, and they're trying to make, like, losing seats a racial issue. There are too many whites running kids they don't know nothing about. Couldn't you easily make this as, like, you have an education board for the public schools and you have an education board for the private schools? Like, I would say, why not make it like there's a certain percentage of people on the education board based on how many people are in the private versus public schools as well? But then you could get people in the public schools voting on things that are bad for the private school kids, and, you know, I don't know. That was a quote? Yeah, that was a quote from an educator. There are too many whites running kids they don't know nothing about. And they see race relations in terms of Marxist class warfare. I feel like I am reading something that isn't real. Like, this is just mind-boggling to me. Why not work with the private school to make the other schools better? That's what the school vouchers would do. If every parent got the school voucher to send their kid where they wanted to, the schools would have to actually compete for the children to get the funding. These people are NPCs for sure. Neocultural Marxism shifted from class-based warfare to race-based warfare. I think they have it on all sides. I think there is the class-based, I think there is the race-based, and I think there's the sex-based as well. Well, you're proud of having been naturalized as an American. You originally Americans really seem weird to us from the outside with the whole racism thing. Like I said, it was a unique schism that communists could use to subvert things in our country. They are among the black residents who wonder, why do the white people who never sent their kids to the public schools keep challenging black candidates who have? Many black residents figure it comes down to control over property tax rates, district spending contracts, and hiring. Because the school board isn't just for the public schools, it's for the whole area. What do you mean? What do you mean? And also, yeah, what, like, if people were running to allocate more funds, which would raise my property taxes, I would also not want that. Trying to remember what one of your boys from Africa said about how African Americans are cucked about racism and they want to vote it back in. You can only remember that much? What? When their kids don't go there, but their taxes still pay for it. Yep. Their taxes are still paying for it. I call that a plantation-style school, said local resident Betty Patterson, a black woman who served on the school board years ago. If you have a school board that has a say in, like, what's going on in all the schools in the district, which include the private schools, and if you have people that want to increase the property taxes in order to get more funding into the public schools because you think that funding is simply the only reason why the private schools do better, if those people got in to raise the property taxes, first of all, they're going to price out a lot of the poorer families who live in that area, regardless of their race. And the people that don't want to pay higher property taxes but can afford to are going to move the fuck out. And you're going to end up in a catch-22 where your schools get worse and worse. I don't understand what I'm reading or why this has to do with race. Amity County has one of the lowest property tax rates for funding schools in Mississippi. And when the board consolidated schools in 2010, it shuttered the elementary school in Gloucester, a mostly black town in the county, and moved all students to Liberty, a mostly white one. The only school left in Gloucester is a Head Start for preschoolers. Do we have a story on why it shuttered? Filed July 28, 2010, United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi. Defendant Amity County School District by its counsel moves the court to modify the district's existing desegregation plan by closing Gloucester Elementary School, which serves students in grades K through 8 who reside in the Gloucester Elementary Attendance Zone, and beginning with the school year 2010-11, reassigning Gloucester students in grades K through 6 to attend Liberty Elementary School and Gloucester students in grades 7 to 8 and to attend Amity County High School. This modification will result in all students in grades K through 6 in the district attending Liberty Elementary School and all students in grades 7 to 12 in the district attending Amity County High School, thereby improving desegregation in the district. So let me get this straight. That's not the right article. Let me get this straight. There was a majority black school in a majority black town that would have had their own board of education to allocate what happens at this majority black school in the majority black town. But the Amity County, someone in Amity County, the Amity County School District, wanted to modify desegregation policy by closing the majority black school in the majority black district that the majority black people would have had more control over to move all of those majority black children to a majority white area under the control of majority white property taxes. That seems like you made it worse for the majority black people and removed some of their agency and control over their children's education. What the fuck are you doing? Take a drink every time she says majority black, you won't survive. Ryan, thank you. That's a bit fucked. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, we don't actually care about the quality of the education of the children. We're dedicated to desegregation. I don't understand. The white school is better. Would it be, though? Would it be better to take more control away from the parents who are sending their children to the Gloucester schools? You will desegregate, it's not optional. This just seems really fucking goofy to me. Commies don't care about people. I'm shocked that commies don't actually care about people. And like they try framing this. As like, oh, that's so sad that the school closed down, but then you find out it was the race commies that fucking did it. That's all I want. What? Superintendent Don Cuevas wouldn't comment on the racial dynamic of the board. We have a good school system, he said. We have a safe school system. Everybody's treated equal. Several Amity public school teachers and parents described watching the PTA, the booster club, and a parent liaison position disappear. They said they don't feel their input is welcome. But Cuevas said the district wants to be selective about when it asks for money from its families, many of whom have very low incomes when the district doesn't need it. And as I've said before, just throwing more money at the problem does not fix problem. PTA should exist. I don't know why PTA position would disappear. I don't really know what's going on with that. Sell the solution, create the problem. Financially, we're set, Cuevas said. We handle money very well. He pointed to renovations at the elementary school, including improvements to the parking lot and plumbing, a new iron fence around the entire property, and a guard shack. The superintendent said it was to ensure safety and order, but Griffin said the fence felt like a prison wall. Again, my grandparents lived in like a 99% white, 1% Asian area. The high school I went to did not have any minorities. It was only white people. I think maybe in high school we had like one cross-dressing black guy. that was there for like half the year, but then left. He like played lacrosse or some shit. I don't know. But like, our elementary school also had a fence. You know why elementary schools put up fences? To make sure children don't go run off and get lost in the woods or hit by a car, because they're very young children. And also, in case some random adults that nobody knows decide to wander onto the premises, there is a fence between random adult and the children. What the fuck are you comparing it to a prison wall for? I'm losing my goddamn mind. Children are not smart. Praxis Fall, thank you. This is just an excuse to attack what's left of the middle class in an area by saying it's race related. The rich just want a poor class. This is the most confounding and like disgustingly commie race baiting thing I have read in a hot minute. And I read a lot of commie gobbledygook. Your elementary school wouldn't let you run off to the farmer's field. Clearly it was a prison. Multiple black educators told ProPublica that the district had passed over qualified black teachers with local roots for jobs and promotions. I'm gonna fucking citation needed here on this, considering how much DEI nonsense I read, and considering how many teachers are commies. Jeffrey Gibson, who grew up in Gloucester, was a PE teacher and Amity County High School's head football and a track coach last year when he said he applied for 2 open administrative positions. Given he had coached multiple state championship teams, received his administrator license, and worked as a lead teacher, he figured he'd be a strong candidate. I know the kids, Gibson said. I can motivate them. I can get them to do what I ask. I can get them to reach their full potential. I'm from there. But he said the district didn't respond to his application, so he took a job as the athletic director of a larger district. So hold on, wait a minute. Jeffrey Gibson, an actual qualified person, a PE teacher. All right. Jeffrey Gibson was a PE teacher. He was at the Amity County High School's head football track coach last year when he said he applied for 2 open administrative positions. I'm not entirely sure what the administrative positions are. No, I'm not entirely sure, but it's like, I don't like who did they hire, or who did they like horizontally give the promotion to instead, right? Again, I don't know if this is a racial issue. And at least this guy got another a job at a larger school district. He probably is getting paid more money too. I play sports. Make me the superintendent, please. Like, I need more information on this. And also, they did a bit of an interesting thing with the language here, right? Jeffrey Gibson, who grew up in Gloucester, was a PE teacher and Amity County High School head football and track coach. So originally when I read this, they tripped me up with the grew up in Gloucester. I was like, they closed down the Gloucester school, therefore this guy lost his job. But no, he grew up in Gloucester and was a teacher at Amity High School before all of that nonsense. Children from any generation definitely don't know any better, hence the need for fences around the schools. Yeah, exactly. Were they positions that required qualifications he didn't have? Yeah, it doesn't tell you. And if he was like PE and track and he wanted administrator positions, he said he received his administrator licensed. I don't know what qualifications they need, because they don't explain what the positions were. Hey Momo, thank you. We're the government and we're here to ensure the common people have no choice or agency. I mean, we're here to help. ProPublica identified 155 counties across the Deep South with private schools that likely opened as segregation academies. There's that fucking terminology again. Roughly 36 of those schools are in Mississippi. One in Amity County has never, over nearly 30 years of responding to a federal survey, reported enrolling more than 1 black student at a time. The other, Amity School Center, began reporting enrollment of black students in the past decade, but not enough to come close to reflecting the population of the children in Amity County, where almost half of the school-age kids are black. In the 2021 federal survey, Amity School Center reported student enrollment was 3.5% black, and it employs no black teachers. Again, this is not a racial issue. You pay more money to send your kids to the private schools. This is like a class thing which could be easily solved by school choice vouchers. But then the teachers' unions couldn't grift. This is so fucking stupid. I'm just aghast this whole time. When asked if his school still creates divisions in the community, ACS's head of school, Jay Watts, said, "No, I haven't seen it here. The school has a policy that says it doesn't discriminate based on race." The nonprofit Christian Academy, home of the Rebels, opened hastily in 1970 in the wake of court-ordered all-out racial desegregation of the Amity County schools, a local Enterprise Journal story said a few months beforehand. Back then, A.R. Lee Jr., a doctor and congressional candidate from Liberty, was president of the nonprofit Amity School Court. As violence erupted in other southern towns, Lee told a Mississippi newspaper reporter, "The fact that we have a private school here is the reason everything is calm. If we didn't have it, it wouldn't be calm in Amity County." How are they trying to equate things in 1970 to the students going to the schools now? It's not like you inherit a seat at a school. Like, what am I reading? In the front office of the modest one-story school, which educates just over 300 students across all grade levels, a Confederate flag with ASC emblazoned in the center is tacked to a cabinet. I'm gonna need a picture, man, because this is just getting goofier the more I read. You're telling me that in the year of our Lord 2024, there's a school district that has a prominently displayed Confederate flag? There ain't no way I believe that shit. Down a hallway, Watts sat at a desk beneath an impressive deer mount, a wooden paddle perched against the office's doorframe. He welcomed questions from a reporter who showed up without an appointment. Oh, that's where he fucked up. That's where he fucked up. Do they still paddle students in 2024? Is that something I feel like you could catch a lawsuit from doing that, man. The school district will rise again. Oh my god. Watts seemed eager to share what his school offers, a Christian-based education that eschews government interference. "We're charged with educating academically, physically, spiritually, emotionally," Watts said. "I'm not sure that's the mission of the public schools. They're there to educate academically. I think our mission here is broader." This guy literally said, yeah. We don't teach that commie gobbledygook in these parts. Because ASC is private, it can operate without the government dictating whether teachers can lead prayer, what tests they administer, and whether or not that paddle gets used. I stand corrected. I had no idea private schools could do that. I had no idea that getting a paddle in was something that you could do in current year. When my dad was in school, he got hit with yardsticks. That was the thing back then. School doesn't want government interference, based as fuck. I guess that's why we're reading this Angie article. Watts said many of its families think the broader culture is changing in ways they don't agree with. "We don't have to let a girl go to the boys' bathroom or a boy go to the girls' bathroom," he said. Oh, common sense. Josh Bass, the school's athletic director and basketball coach, worked at public schools earlier in his career, then came to ASC from a larger academy in neighboring Pike County. He said he and his wife enrolled their 3 children at ASC primarily due to their Christian faith. "If it's not biblical leadership, then I don't want it for my child." He insisted that racial segregation isn't the school's goal today. That might have been at one time 100 years ago, and some people hang on to that, Bass said. "We all want to have an opportunity to go to these schools and be a part of what we're trying to lead them to be." That's kind of nuts. That's kind of, you know, I've always said that, like, I don't think I am really smart enough to do homeschooling on my own. If I lived in an area that had like homeschooling co-op, I might consider that because it would make the most sense. However, if that wasn't possible, I would want my child to go to like a private Catholic or private Christian academy. I might not go to church any longer. I might not necessarily believe in the faith any longer. But I feel like those schools typically offer a higher echelon of education than just sending your kid to the public school sloppa. Like, I turned out okay, but not because of the public school sloppa. Reached out to several students privately and asked which bathrooms they use. ProPublica received several restraining orders. That would be funny to read, right? Battleizer, thank you. Foxy, they need to call back to a time where racisms were a major issue to key jangle the unthinking readers. It's manipulation. You can't hate enough. Yeah, thinking about how many people would read this and like get angry because they think it's an actual like racial thing, that's crazy to me. Taking a quick look at corporal punishment is only illegal in 5 states in the US. Interesting. A journo is trying to screech about racism but chooses a picture that would indicate racism isn't a huge issue. Pretty much. Help. Christian private schools simply don't follow DEI. It's not a buff. It's just not having a debuff. I'm sure there are some private schools that have been taken in by ideology, but that's why you vet them, you know? Your son went to a private Catholic school for K through 12. Looking back on your public school education, you can say you got a much better education than you did. Yeah. Good evening, Foxy. Good evening. The men also recognize that even though ASC's tuition is relatively low compared to many other private schools, under $6,000 a year per child, damn, that is kind of low. Disparities in resources still create barriers. The median white household income in Amity County is $54,688 compared to a $21,680 for a black household, the U.S. Census Bureau estimates. So what you're pointing out here is that since the white households have a higher median income, they're paying for the majority of the public schools that they're paying for the majority of the public schools that are majority black while also paying private school tuition for their children. And you were saying earlier that more money is needed. So you want more subsidy? I'm confused. The person complaining about this is the type to praise all black colleges that do gatekeep by race? Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
God, I need one. Thank you, Bigglesworth. Got off the phone with a friend of yours that you served with. He immigrated legally to the U.S. He tried to bring up what he said about stuff like affirmative action, and he spent 5 minutes just listing racial slurs. Is your friend single? Due to the market competitiveness and reliance on tuitions for financing, private school teachers generally make far less than public school teachers in the same area. Despite that, competition for private school jobs is extremely high because of how much better conditions in private schools are for teachers. They willingly give up public servant jobs and public servant salaries for the sake of not having to teach public school kids. Very interesting. But Julie, thank you. Shout out to that time your sister complained to the Tampa City Council to get a Confederate flag removed. They complied by replacing it with Florida's battle banner. Malicious compliance can be fun sometimes. No. Where was I? ASC has received $459,000 in donations over the past 3 years through a state tax credit program for certain educational charities, including private schools. But Watt said the school still lacks money to offer financial aid. Why would they offer financial aid? They're not a college. I'm a little confused. You have a lot of teacher friends, public school kids are demons. If you had talked to me like as a late teen, early college years, I probably would have agreed with yeah, we should pay teachers more money. And then I realized just how fucking shit teachers are, and it's absolutely not. We should not pay teachers more money until we remove all the commies and we get real teachers who actually want to teach. Hey kid, I'm from the government. Do you want to take some financial aid so we can seize control of the private school that you go to? From the government, by the way. Across the tree line at the public school's district office, Cuevas said in terse tones that he had no comment about anything related to the private schools or the parents who choose them. He knew nothing about what ASC offers and therefore could not and would not compare the public schools to it. I don't know why they said in terse tones, because his response is relatively professional in that case. I don't even know those answers, Cuevas said. I don't know anything about the private schools. I don't ask. It's not his job. Why would he? He said he didn't go out into the community to promote the schools he leads. Instead, he opened the school's doors and tried to educate whoever walked in. He's unclear why so many white students don't come. We don't know why. We offer a good education. Like I said, a very professional response. But, he could communicate with the private school. He could ask them, hey, how do I make my public school a bit more efficient? He could ask them, right? Do not come. Gibson, the public school's former football coach, turned his pickup truck onto ASC's jam-packed campus and found a slip of empty grass on the lawn where he could park amid the football crowd. He had never set foot on this property, even though he had worked and attended the nearby public schools. Halftime approached as he headed toward the football field. A peal of parents' yells, "Way to go, keep pushing," burst from the entrance. Once inside, Gibson scanned a sea of white people. How terrifying. Who filled the bleachers and packed together in lawn chairs, most of them strangers to him, except for a few who worked at the public school district. The public schools pay more and offer better benefits. Gibson had come to see one of his favorite players, a gifted senior who was on his team last year.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Hello, Raider. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And he was now the only black player he saw on ASC's team. It wasn't hard to find the teen's father. Nobody said anything unfriendly to him, but Gibson felt hundreds of eyes watching as he strolled over to the man who stood front and center against the fence. I feel like I'm reading some sort of science fiction novel written by a woman. White people could be here. White people could be anywhere. With a car, you can go anywhere you want. Gibson imagined, you mean? Yeah, like, this is some main character energy. Why would anyone be paying attention to you walking over to a father who has a son in the game? That's crazy. Hundreds of white people were watching me and I felt fear, true fear, of white people who could get credit loans. What the fuck? The player he came to see had transferred to ASC after Gibson left the public high school. Gibson had barely said hello to the teen's father before the player scored a touchdown. A cheers cascaded from the crowd and Gibson joined them. These white people are cheering for a black teenager touching football? How horrific! This is so scary! I don't know how we let this stand for so long. It felt strange standing there with so many white people at the quote-unquote white school. Back when he was growing up, he couldn't have imagined such a thing. God, fucking, the black father paid extra money to send his black child to this school because probably this school had a better sports program offer that would do more for his son wanting to get into sports than the public school. Why is this being made into a racial thing? I don't understand, man. Mildly OCD, thank you. You hate this genre of journalism where they feel the need to paint a scene like some failed novelist, and you hate it more than any other form of journalism. It's pretty fucking bad. Also, this took 3 people to write? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this? We have like a woman, a man, and then what are those things in Harry Potter that need socks? It's one of them. Dobby. Whatever. House elf. That's what it is. Hey, no way. In college and after, while coaching in Oklahoma, Gibson made good friends who are white. This is so fucking weird. This is like, being friends with a white people isn't like a commodity. What the fuck is this? As he cheered with the crowd at ASC, he wondered how many white friends he might have made here in Amity had the local kids all gone to school together. I don't think there's a single black person who goes to like a high school football game that's like, man, if only we could get these white people out of their private school and into the public school. Just think of how many white friends everyone could have. Like, that is... You belong in a mental asylum if that is something that you think. That is not a normal human thought. Sure it is. I sell white people friends. Cheap whites near you! Cheap white hookers near you want to talk to you now. It's big I'm not racist, I have white friends energy. How could I be racist? I want to have more white people around me so that I can be friends with them. They're not sending their best to sell propaganda. Battleizer, thank you. You know they had to have dislocated something in order to reach that hard? 3 authors? Holy fuck. Yeah, right? Massive Doge, thank you. House Elf, not to be confused with House Lolly. Thank you, Sawa. Oh, you can't just call them house elves. Well, it's okay. They look like a house elf, you know? It's a woman, man, house elf. The 3 genders. Communists are not humans and therefore have no civil rights. I wish that were true, brother. He found an empty seat in the front row of the metal bleachers and took in the manicured field before him. It was so close to the one where he'd been a student and coach, yet it felt like stepping into another world. I genuinely can't imagine the mindset a person has to have to, like, go into an area with majority white people and be like, wow, this is like an alternate reality. How is it even possible for so many white people to be in one place at one time? This is nothing like my movies. Like, what the fuck? This is so weird. A whole new world. This is the weirdest article I have ever read. And I know it took like hours to go through it, but it does not feel like it took that long. Holy shit. White people could be here. I've never been in this neighborhood before. You refuse to believe anyone in that story is real. Some of you guys were asking who the authors were, so I'm just gonna link the fucking article. What the fuck? And I'm gonna once again go back to, like, this was an article from December 2024. Why did ProPublica post it on November 10th of this year? That's a totally different from the situation in Washington, D.C., where rich white liberals all send their kids to black majority public high schools like Sidwell Friends. Sidwell is a black majority public school, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know anything about D.C. school districts, man. I don't know. The black schools should be doing better since they don't have white racism present to distract them. True! True, they don't have all those white cave beasts being racist all the time, so they should be able to focus harder, right? It's almost like a voucher problem would solve this. Thank you, random Twitter person. It's like walking into a men's bathroom and being like, dang sure is a sausage fest in here. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. That's so weird. Bjorn Thor Goodmanson, thank you for the is. I can show you the world, a shining, shimmering splendor. About half an hour into the article, you just tagged it as Kirsche's slow descent into madness. That is a very accurate tag. Ollie Wally, thank you. You got home safe for work? Thank you for telling us. And thanks for making the drive fun. Kirsche has asked what kind of art you do a while back. You're a designer. You sculpt things like giant dinos for museums and cast lost wax jewelry. I don't know what cast lost wax jewelry means, but fucking making giant dino sculptures. I'm gonna have to see some of your sculpture art at some point, because, like, I don't know how much you cost. Maybe I could have you make, like, a garden dinosaur for me. You know, not very big. Not a museum dinosaur for sure. Nice tracking URL. I just clicked on the thing on Twitter, man. Pay that man to make a Kirdactyl. Article makes you want to call yourself white instead of white. True. Devil's advocate. I mean, you know, there's always a little bit of that. It's the type of forge method using a wax negative. Huh. Interesting. I did not know that. I also said I had an article related to homeschooling. You might have seen it, because I retweeted it, because I read it, and I was like, what the fuck? This is kind of relatable to some things that happen in everyday life. Eine Moment. Everything is frozen. Oh my. Okay. Okay. Whole article read like a Jordan Peele movie. That's a pretty good explanation, actually. Blue Liar, thank you for the yen. The author unironically sounds like a Jim Crow advocate. Imagine. Mika Lim, thank you. All right, guys, you're gonna say it. We're thinking it. That article is gay. True. Very gay. This Tweedle here. I don't know who this person is, so this could just be like a massive fucking shitpost. Who knows? But I read it as if this was a real thing that occurred to this woman. Andrew Ryan, thank you. Nothing should be more radicalizing than realizing where and to whom your tax dollars go to. 1,000%. Catatonics, thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. So this Julie person said, just got an email from the homeschool co-op secretary that another parent discovered their child with a Switch case and 5 games that doesn't belong to them, which they admitted to stealing from my house. And she'd like to know when a good time is to return it to us. My 9-year-old has been grounded for nearly a month because I thought she'd lost it somewhere being negligent, and half the games weren't hers. Secretary doesn't want to tell me what child stole it and thinks I'm being unreasonable for asking. And I've encountered this a handful of times where, as you guys know, I've been lied about quite a bunch this year. And some people who enjoy lying about me, I guess, have gone to people that I know and continued lies about me. One very interesting lie was someone came to me and they were like, hey, I was told that there are a lot of N-words in your Discord and I can't be around that. And I was like, well, that's impossible because I have it literally auto-filtered by a bot. So whoever is telling you that is just straight up lying to you and trying to cause an issue. And I don't want to accidentally interact with this person. I don't want to accidentally promote them on my stream if they're lying about me. So I'd like to know who it is. And apparently I was unreasonable and a bad person for wanting to know that. And so I'm kind of used to this. I'm kind of used to the like, oh no, we can't give you information on people who are liars or slanderers or protecting criminals. We have to protect them. That matters more than the harm that they're doing to you. And that pisses me off, you know? That pisses me off intensely. So that's why I quote retweeted this post. We destroy anybody who manages to bypass it too. Give it up, you degenerates! Yeah, right? The safety of the anonymous liar is more important than the truth. It's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked. You're tired of the new attitude that said kids should only be accountable to their own parents. Universal adult discipline and responsibility is what's kept communities together for generations. That was a lie. You came because you thought it was true. No, it's not. Julie continues, I told my husband I don't want to host anything anymore because I don't want to have a thief in my house, and he's emailed the secretary to that effect. We're the only house big enough to host a PE, the Christmas party, and cooking class. So unless they change course and tell us, that's all canceled. I'm going to find out anyway because the parent emailed the secretary about it, and the email server the co-op uses is literally a private server my husband set up that's sitting in my house downstairs, and the disclaimer says we can review it and it's not private. I think she's forgetting that. I'm so mad right now, and I've got to apologize to my child. She was the victim, and I thought she'd done something wrong. And there were a bunch of people in the comments who were like lambasting this lady, being like, I agree with you being angry, but like you shouldn't be checking the emails. Like that seems very wrong to me, and like nobody's gonna trust you after that. And it's like, excuse me, if I am hosting the email server for my co-op and I have been stolen from, and the secretary refuses to tell me who it is, so I can no longer feel safe in my own home during classes, you bet your fucking ass I'm looking at those emails. And also, it's not even a loss of trust thing, because she specifically says, the disclaimer says we can review it and it's not private. So whatever co-op shit that these people have to sign to educate their children together, they had the opportunity to read a disclaimer that told them these people have access to the emails and can read them at any time if they need to. So go fuck yourself. Stop protecting criminals. And then Julie came here with some updates. She said, after I emailed the group telling them we wouldn't be hosting anymore because of the lack of accountability, 4 families emailed me back letting me know they'd also been stolen from, and 3 of them were contacted by the secretary to have things returned. So it's not just a one-time thievery, it's a consistent pattern that has been shoved under the rug multiple times. Very interesting. Apparently, this is a pattern of behavior. Husband's going to check the server here shortly when he gets a minute to see if it's all the same kid and family, and we'll go from there. And then Julie Julie comes with, not a fun update. It was a 17-year-old. Definitely old enough to know better. We're the 4th or 5th family he's stolen something worth over $150 from. My husband called his parents and spoke with the stepdad, who at first denied it. Not out of malice, but because his wife hadn't told him what her son was doing. I don't know why a man would marry a single mother. But if you marry a single mother and she doesn't let you know about the child's behavioral issues, you cannot be a father to that child, no matter how much you are trying to be. The mother is shielding him from the father giving out punishment for being a bad human being in general. The father is the one who handles punishment because the child will learn much better that way. Stepdad, and there it is. The boy is now banned from the co-op after a vote by the board, but his younger siblings are not, which I think is fair. To be fair, that is fair, but considering this was a pattern of behavior and the mother hid it from the father and somehow convinced the secretary to cover for the child, this is not just a single child problem, this is a family problem. I would probably be the hard ass that's just like, nah, get the whole family out, man. The most disappointing part is the mother covering for her son repeatedly instead of letting her husband parent him. The boy's biological father isn't around, and that's the only dad he's got, and she's not letting him be a dad when it's really needed. The icing on the cake is he's the only black kid, well, he's half black, in the co-op. What a disappointing play into a stereotype. Sorry for the crappy update. I was like, damn. I was originally relating to the like lack of accountability and protecting people who lie and steal and do bad behavior from the first thing. But after I made my Croat retweet and then I read all the updates, I was like, holy shit, man, this was a fucking rabbit hole. This was a fucking rabbit hole, man. Not all stereotypes hold true, but stereotypes exist for a reason. Replace the secretary, too. What the fuck? That's a dumb bitch secretary. Cough so chunky, you need some tongs for it. Yeah, I'm still coughing out here. I've also finished all of the drinks on my desk, so I'm in struggle mode, brother. RJV, thank you. Unrelated to stream, but quick music recommendation. 156 Silence metalcore band from Pittsburgh. Super heavy. Never heard of them. I guess I wouldn't have if they're a local band, though. I just thought this was a funny story. I just thought this was a little funny. The genie's out of the bottle. Secretary needs to be charged with aiding and abetting and conspiracy to theft. Well, he returned all the items, so I don't know if, like, legally you could really do too much of anything. It might be more effort than it's worth, but like, yeah, I would just kick the whole family out, man. I wouldn't want to deal with that. Kick the family out, replace the secretary, you know? Sure you can. Legally, it's still theft because you intended to keep it. I mean, that's fair. I just don't know if those people would want to go through the effort of like doing it after it was returned, right? Because like going through legal shit like that is a pain in the ass. It's a lot of mental stress. Could be a lot of money depending on how much the people fight it. You bring a proclamation from the quorum of honorable chatters. Go get something to drink if you need it, Coconut. We know you don't like taking breaks. Well, you know, I just have like an hour left. No big deal. Ever 404, thank you. Insert the fry meme. I'm shocked! Shocked, I tell you! Well, not that shocked. It's a pain in the ass, but for society as a whole, you feel like it's worth it. It could be, you know, it could be, but I don't feel like it's super equivocal to like how I had to lawyer up for Vice and shit. You know, that's a bit different. It's criminal, so they should only have to turn over emails. Who knows? I have never had to do something like report someone for theft. Like to think Kirsche throws empty bottles at the bunker boys like that one evangelical meme of Shinji throwing bottles at Asuka. I've definitely gotten jump scared by like one of them crab walking behind my desk before and then just like slipping an iced coffee around my monitor. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What do you mean you've never had to call the cops to report a theft? I haven't been stolen from. What do you mean? The Limullets race is starting in 10? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm the only dad she's never known. What does that mean? Wait, what the hell? Crab walk? Well, I'm assuming they had to crab walk, right? Because if they were standing, I would have fucking seen them, right? Lived with your mom for years and you've never been stolen from? If my mom had something stolen from her, I was never privy to it. But yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. Not that I mean, maybe people were just too scared of my mom, so they didn't try to steal from her. I don't fucking know. Limullets is a YouTuber race. Cletus McFarland. You're saying things that don't make any sense to me. Lived in Georgia, didn't get robbed. I was lucky enough to live across from the Kirsche apartment. So anything bad happened to the apartment across from me and not mine. And the police would always ask for my Ring doorbell footage, so you know. I'm helping. Chat, keep in mind, didn't your mom steal your... Yeah, my mom stealing my food is different. I don't think as a child I could be like, hello, police officer, I had pizza in my room and my mommy stole it. Like, they wouldn't have taken it seriously. Chat, do keep in mind, Kirsche is a woman, and it's likely the bunker bro walked right in like a normal person and Kirsche just didn't notice. That's not true. That's not true at all. I would have noticed. Speaking of noticing, I saw this video, and it was horrific. I don't know who Callum Worthy is. Co-founder of 2Y app, now in the Apple App Store. I don't know, but I thought this was fucking weird, and I didn't like it.
He's getting bigger. See? Oh, honey, that's wonderful. Kicking like crazy. He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that. It feels like he's dancing in there. Oh, honey. Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me? Once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because she didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun.
I like how when this kid is 10 years old, our technology has somehow advanced so much that phones are just see-through in your hand. This makes me think of a Black Mirror episode. Because wasn't there a Black Mirror episode where, like, a wife lost her husband and she got, like, an android version of him? I, like, vaguely remember that. This shit is an actual abomination. Yeah, this is fucking creepy. Like, I can understand missing a loved one, but, like, this is kind of creepy. It's kind of weird to me.
I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about that.
Imagine bringing up your dead grandma on your phone for some comfort, and you're like, Grandma, I did this crazy thing in school. She's like, yeah, shut up, little Timmy. I don't really give a shit about what you did in school.
Bob, what about the crush? Just tell me one thing.
Look who's gonna be a great grandmother.
Oh, Charlie.
I don't think I could deal with that, man. If I was this guy's fucking wife and he was like this attached to dead grandma, I'd be like, I don't know, dude. I was like, are you gonna prioritize dead grandma like every day now? Like, what's going, brother?
Congratulations.
She says that he's been kicking a lot though, like a little too much.
Hum?
Tell her to put her hand on her tummy and hum to him. You loved that.
You'd have loved this moment.
It's the same thing she told her daughter before.
You can call anytime. Okay, Mom, I just need a quick video.
Is this like an audition or something?
No, Mom. Just 3 minutes.
You need my best side?
Can I say another one?
I can play the piano. She's so talented. I am. I'm your mother after all.
Keep going. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself? Well, I was born as a
She's stealing her soul. You know, maybe those uncontacted tribes had a point about stealing your soul, man. At 2Y, we're building a living archive of humanity, one story at a time. It all starts with the social network for avatars of the 2Y app. Try the 2Y beta on the App Store and Android coming soon. Yeah. Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. And I would not feel comfortable with this. Let me open up the engram of my grandfather from 1809. No thanks, when you die, you don't digitally copy you. It also kind of reminds me of Soma, where, like, everybody had made copies of themselves to put on the Ark. And when you're playing the main character, he has a lot of trouble accepting the fact that, like, he's already not a human, so he's already a copy of whatever he was before. And then the copy of his copy that gets put on the Ark, it is him, but it's a different him, so it's not the same him that is the copy inside the robot that was originally his human form. And I feel like this will, like, brain break quite a lot of people in a similar manner. Soma was wild. I fucking love Soma. That is a great game. Massive Doge, thank you. Shang Tsung's probably involved in this. I don't know who that is. Ollie Wally, thank you. You'll make all your friends have to have an extra annoying pocket you that will last forever. Yeah, give your friends the gift they really want. You as a Tamagotchi. Hey, distant relative, you know we're paying taxes so we can send food to foreign countries, right? You what? There's a part in Soma where you make a copy of yourself and you see your old self stuck in a room. It's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. You didn't find Soma scary, but the concept was pretty interesting. I got jump scared very easily in Soma, and I felt like an innate constant anxiety because of the sound design. The sound design in Soma is so fucking good. I think if you took away whoever the sound designers were on that game, it would be a lot more mediocre than it is. But the sound design made that game what it is. Like, the sound design is fucking immaculate. Wasn't he put in 2 women? I don't think so. No matter how much you want it, your friends and family aren't coming back, and believing otherwise would dishonor them. Yeah. Don't appreciate horror games, but the story was top tier. Have I seen the Asian mother that was in VR interacting with her dead child? She was breaking down in tears. No. What? Speaking of clones and whatnot, have I ever played The Alters? I have not. Cream Monarch, thank you. You'd rather have your brain in a vat before you become an AI. Yeah, I mean, again, I would love to be able to, like, live forever, but you, again, come up against, like, what happened in Soma, where it's, even if you can make a copy of your brain and put it into, like, a robot, how much of that you is you know? Myriad Colors, thank you. Soma's protagonist was probably brain damaged. He was very dumb. Exceedingly, annoyingly dumb. And Catherine was kind of a fucking bitch. Guru Gamesh, King of Heroes, thank you. So when is the Johnny Silverhand gonna take over? Human bodies gonna happen? I don't know what Johnny Silverhand is. Patchouli, thank you. You would... you would throat check anyone who brought you an AI version of your dad to talk to. This is weird. It's very weird. It's very weird. Futurama head jars are the way. We're so close to Ghost in the Shell. We just need cybernetics. I'm dying. Also, let's see. This was something that I came across today that was horrific.
Come, let me read you horrors of human creation.
This man, Gabriel Daron, spent 9 months simulating a pregnancy, including feigned morning sickness and the wearing of a fake belly, with the intention of play acting the loss of the imaginary baby. He also joined a support group for grieving mothers who had lost actual children, seeking validation and support for his planned stillbirth. What levels of narcissism and just, like, evil feelings do you have to not only play pretend as a woman, but also play pretend for an entire pregnancy, planning a stillbirth? It's fucking wild to me. Mr. Toast, thank you. You interrupt this yap to tell chat you walked into your parents' house and saw a depression ad on Fox using Final Fantasy VII and screamed in confusion. What does that mean? What is that? What is a depression ad using Final Fantasy VII? Sonic Extreme, thank you. The long man, Mahler, would love me the way I'm talking about Soma. Soma's a fucking great game, man. Ah, no. Jeremy Gant, thank you. You miss your father who passed away 3 years ago, but you could not handle having an AI version of him. Let them rest in peace and move on. Love the show. Hope you're well. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. He even went so far as to rent a machine that simulated contractions and bought a plastic baby, which he inserted into his rectum and then gave birth to. I knew about the butt baby, but why are people like this? Women who objected to his presence in the group, women who had actually lost children, were kicked out so that this man could feel supported in his game of Let's Pretend. Their very real grief was considered less important than this man's sexual fantasies. An all too common occurrence in current year. To top it all off, he did all of this in the house he still shared with his unconsenting soon-to-be ex-wife and their minor children. He even roped his 7-year-old into taking maternity pictures. Gabriel, sound the trumpets. What the fuck am I reading? Mr. Derone also convinced his doctors to provide him with drugs to induce lactation. He also asked the members of an online breastfeeding group he'd joined if any of them would be willing to let him, quote-unquote, breastfeed, that is, sexually assault their babies, and attempted to donate the chemical-laced sludge he pumped out of his moobs to other mothers. I have read too many articles about men wanting to feel like a woman and so actually using a baby to latch onto their nipple to simulate breastfeeding. And it's a shame that it's more than one article. That's a real shame. Thanks, I hate it. These men have proven over and over again there's no aspect of women's pain that they will not twist into a prop for their sickening deviancy, from rape to oppression to sexual objectification. Even the loss of a child in the womb is fair game to them. A perverted, selfish, hypersexualized game of make-believe that must always take priority over the real pain and real needs of real women. And they have some screenshots here. Gabriel Derone, princess mom, simulated pregnancy 35 weeks. I have been wearing my empathy belly for 8 days, and my hips and ribs are feeling it. Even short walks can tire me out. Combined with mask wearing and smoke-filled California air, breathing has been a little tricky at times. I have a feeling it's not the empathy belly making it difficult. Hashtag trans sim pregnancy. Thankfully, it has literally 0 likes, so, you know, nobody was on board with this freak. This is support for mothers, Gabriel Derone. As I wait for the time to come, a lot of things are swimming through my mind. Since there will, he missed the word be, no baby after Saturday, see my previous post if confused, a member of this group asked if I had a close friend who would be willing to let me nurse their baby. I think if I had read this post as it had been posted, I would have just reported this guy to the police, man. I'd be like, this guy is going to hurt a child at some point, and I will not have it on my conscience that I didn't report it when I had the chance, you know? That nearly made me cry because in the absence of my own child, feeding another person's child would be a dream scenario. Of course, asking someone if I can nurse their child seems wildly inappropriate, and yet, here you are, doing it anyway! Good fucking God, bloke! If someone were to offer, however, that would be an invaluable gift. Is there a scenario where something like this could be possible? If any woman did this, immediate call to CPS. Ain't no way. Not that I like CPS. I've had to deal with them in the past because of my mother, and I think they're wildly fucking corrupt. But Lord help that child if any woman ever consented to that. Additional thought, oxytocin is an important factor in triggering letdowns, correct? With no baby crying and no latching.
I sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 million souls to oblivion. May imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protect.
Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth. That's exactly what we need by now. We need some hellfire. Please help. Please send. A Fox Arrow, thank you. We need to start sending these people into space, you know, for science or something. I mean, we did it with a dog. It should be possible, right? With no baby crying and no latching, only pumping, should I consider oxytocin spray to give myself a better chance? I would be open to hearing the pros and cons, and if yes, start immediately or adjust DOM doses first and find a sweet spot to boost supply. Thank you again for the incredible level of support and love you have shown me. Once again, I want to remind people that he's posting this in a group for actual women who have had actual, like, miscarriages and stillborn babies. How insanely narcissistic do you have to be to go in here and expect people to fucking play game with your delusions? And then they actually do by kicking out women who are uncomfortable with it! I'm losing my mind. A breastfeeding help group on Facebook has turned off the comments to a thread about a trans woman who took drugs to stimulate milk production and pretended to give birth to a dead baby in order to live out a lactating fantasy. Women who said they were upset by this were silenced. And there's a couple of posts here. I can't read the full things, but one of them says, I am very apprehensive about posting, given the drama surrounding me both within the group and around the internet as a result of my story being broadcast. Doxing brings immense hatred and cruelty into a world where love should win. Maybe you shouldn't cosplay a woman and use miscarriages and stillborn babies as a part of your prop. Maybe you shouldn't be shoving butt babies in and pushing it out and saying that it's the same thing as a woman pregnancy. I don't know, man. It's kind of like, what? The lengths that some of these people will go to in order to try and contort themselves into a victim instead of the aggressor and abuser is just wild to me. This is the distaff equivalent of that woman in Fight Club who goes to testicular cancer support groups specifically to make the men uncomfortable because they can't bring themselves to kick her out because that'd be sexist. Oh, shit. I should be able to live my life without my reputation being brazenly tarnished, but alas, whether or not I was on this special journey, there's a large swath of people who will always hate me simply because I am transgender. No. This is an autogynephiliac. This is a man with a fetish for being seen and validated as a woman. These are the kinds of people that need to be called out because they are using a transgender identity. They're using actual dysphoric people who have a medical condition in order to force people to play with them in their fetish. These are people who are doing very bad, very nefarious things, and I am tired of it. You're a father of 5 dead children, send the psycho to a padded cell right the fuck now? Holy shit, my guy. I am so sorry to hear about that. That is an insane thing to have to deal with. And then there's another tweet here. It says, 37 weeks into my simulated pregnancy, still being a busy worker bee when not taking selfies. About 3 more weeks to go. This creep has reached the end of his simulated pregnancy and it was stillborn, so he has taken 2 weeks off work to process his feelings and joined a support group for mothers of stillborn children to help him grieve. Oh, and he wants to lactate and donate the milk. As a friend said, I'm sorry, but if you still support this movement, you're dumb as dog shit. There's no other way I can describe it. And there's another partial post on the side here I can read that says, this picture was taken on my last day of work on Friday. I'm taking 2 weeks off to process everything, while today marks my due date. As with most firstborns, I'll be a little late. A friend is planning to help me with labor on Saturday using an EMS unit. Once that happens, I'll finally start pumping and seeing if all this Dom I have been taking and the protocol I have been on will start paying off. I've already started reducing my estrogen and the drop in progesterone will come soon. Here's hoping for the letdown I have been going for. I do not have the words to express how just disgusting it is to be incredibly happy LARPing about having a stillborn. What? Why? And the people that get upset at this are the ones who got silenced in the Facebook group because, oh, you can't criticize, oh, you know. Pure satanic inversion. It might be a little delayed, but you know I'm determined. I'll look to the group for finding my sweet spot, pumping encouragement, and donation options. Do not donate moob sludge. An old acquaintance and coworker who experienced an actual stillbirth validated my experience and helped me process some feelings this week. On his advice to deal with the upcoming loss and remember my journey, I'm coming up with a name and will pursue breast milk jewelry. I think I'm skipping on the doll. I started looking into donation, but I'm worried a milk bank won't accept my milk because of the use of Dom. Anyone else experience that? Will I be limited to peer-to-peer sharing? You can't fucking torrent male breast milk, dude. What the fuck? Outlaw Tejano Rojo, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thanks for all you do, Kier. Helps make getting through the circus easier. Thank you. Breast milk jewelry. Yeah, you can like pour your breast milk into molds and like create some jewelry shapes out of it. Good thing your chimkin sandwich hasn't arrived. There's 100% chance anything his moobs generate is going to give the consumer cancer, right? There are 2 of them. I'm assuming when he says, like, there's an old acquaintance and coworker who experienced an actual stillbirth, and then they said his. So I'm guessing it's like, I'm hoping it's like a guy who has a wife who had a stillborn. I hope. These people are insane. Probably not. Yeah, the other option is that it would be a trans-identified female, so a trans man, right? And then the trans man had a stillborn and then is helping this person live a fetish. Men can't produce milk because they don't have the glands, like it's impossible. Actually, that's not true. Human males can have like a little bit of lactation, but it is not equivalent to a woman's milk. It is not the same thing. And especially if you use a metric fuck ton of hormones to induce lactation in a man, it's not... You shouldn't drink that. You're quite surprised to learn that you can make jewelry out of powdered man milk. You can also put your loved one's ashes in a butt plug should you decide to keep them with you and inside of you after their death. It's a problem and it's dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Please do not drink the man milk. I drink the man milk from the natural tap, the way God intended. You give the hormone milk to the baby. I'm sure that won't have negative effects on it. Yeah, right? When can you buy nuclear weapons at Walmart? Asking for a friend. Mr. Derone is also a Little League umpire. How fucking horrific. Gabrielle Derone has been selected to umpire the Little League Intermediate Regional Tournament in Nogales, Arizona in July 2024. So it was last year. District 45 is very proud to have Gabrielle on our umpire staff. What a great honor it is for Gabrielle to be selected to this regional tournament. You must be considered one of the best umpires in the Western region and the U.S. to get selected. She's awesome. Help us congratulate and celebrate this well-deserved honor. I wonder if they're still working for that Little League in 2025. At 38 weeks of his fake pregnancy, he posted on Twitter maternity photos with this caption: "This past weekend, my 7-year-old took pictures for a mini maternity shot. That belly doesn't even look convincing. Not only did a formerly prestigious news outlet profile favorably a self-indulgent mentally ill fetishist, but also some doctor apparently prescribed domperidone for him, and scores of women on Twitter and YouTube supported his destructive delusion, thereby becoming complicit in the abuse of his 2 young children. Of course, this freak picks the position that puts them behind unsuspecting kids. You know, I'm not entirely shocked that someone with this kind of freaky, fucked up fetish would want to work around children. It's no longer shocking or surprising anymore. Bro, you're not pregnant, just fat. He actually bought a sympathy belly. He bought a, like, prosthetic pregnant stomach to wear. Where is his wife? Ex-wife now. This monster has children. 2 of them, unfortunately. Paradoxical Madness, thank you for the screaming. That is how I feel, brother. He just shoved a couch cushion under his shirt. Let's see here. After that horrific nonsense, what can we see that's not as horrific? Do I have something not crazy horrific in my tabs? Do I have something that would be kind of funny, maybe? This is like DEI stuff. Help! Oh! Well, this is an interesting thing. I get a lot of tweets from Travis now. Travis is kind of based. He's responding to this video. He said, revoke citizenship, deport them all. Here it is. Nearly half of all Islamic immigrants in the Minnesota found to have committed Ilhan Omar immigration fraud, marriage fraud, tax fraud, loan fraud, bribery, forgery, perjury, bigamy, and incest during a recent sweep by the Department of Homeland Security. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Director Joseph B. Edlow said, since September 19th, officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as a part of this operation. What they found should shock all of America.
September 19th, officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of this operation. What they found should shock all of America. Focusing on a list of over 1,000 target cases involving more than 900 individuals, our officers encountered blatant marriage fraud, visa overstays, people claiming to work at businesses that can't be found, forged documents, abuse of the H-1B visa system, abuse of the F-1 visas, and many other discrepancies.
So mass deportations of all of these people you investigated when? Because it's nice to know that all of this bad shit is going on, but you're going to deport them, right?
Over the course of the operation, our officers found indication of fraud, non-compliance, or public safety and national security concerns in nearly a little less than 50% of the cases interviewed. We found troubling patterns with the Uniting for Ukraine program that should have raised serious concerns under other administrations, such as an individual filing to sponsor more than 100 aliens,
Holy
and
shit.
organizations sponsoring hundreds. We are continuing to investigate these cases. Some of the other troubling cases that our officers found. In one case, officers identified an alien who had overstayed his visa waiver, who was the son of a known or suspected terrorist on the no-fly list. He had previously been found to have engaged in marriage fraud, which resulted in the denial of several immigration benefit requests. He was arrested and is now presently being returned to his country of origin.
Thank God. That's one, though.
In
Where the
another,
rest?
an individual admitted to obtaining a fake death certificate in Kenya for just $100.
What?
To prove he was no longer married. In reality, his wife is alive, living here in Minneapolis, and is the mother of 5 of his children. And incidentally, he has another wife living in Sweden with whom he has an additional 3 children.
So he's defrauding both our government and the Swedish government? That's crazy! That's crazy, man!
In another case, an alien entered the United States without inspection in 2023, was released by Border Patrol. The alien married a U.S. citizen while in removal proceedings and was interviewed at the Minneapolis-St. Paul.
That's really depressing that there are likely people just willing to marry illegals in the middle of like deportation proceedings in order to keep them in the country. Like, I do not doubt that those people exist and offer their services.
USCIS field office just last week, where both he and his American spouse, stated under oath that their marriage was legitimate. The USCIS officers conducting the interview were suspicious. The site visits were authorized the same day. The American spouse ultimately that afternoon admitted the marriage was fraudulent and entered into solely for immigration purposes and withdrew her petition for that alien.
I wonder what got her to fold. I wonder what specifically got her to fold. Is it maybe because since she's an actual American citizen, the law actually applies to her and she would face repercussions for her actions? Maybe, potentially. It's just a flourishing business. You got offered a considerable amount of money, but you declined. We? Devastator, thank you for the 1111. I love repeating numbers. You got me. You sponsored the Kirsches. Well, that's fine. We need more Kirsches in the United States, honestly. I saw a picture of the Habsburg family tree, the ones with the chin. It's more like the family kudzu, true. Battleizer, thank you. Could the educational Oshi please be less educational? That's not possible. Error 404, thank you. As a father who's actually had to deal with this, if you said what you truly feel, you would glow brighter than 1,000 novas. I don't doubt it. Like, I've never had to deal with, like, you know, a stillborn or a miscarriage or anything, but as offensive as it is to me just as a woman, I can only imagine how offensive it is to a woman who's gone through one of those, or a man who's had to deal with that as well. Like, obviously, it's not the dude's body, the dude isn't growing the baby, but it's still going to have a visceral effect on him because he's still losing what he thought would be his child. Cousin almost married a Cuban who was illegally in the country after divorcing his first French wife, but he sure looked good, I guess. Oh no.
This type of same-day action for interview, from interview to site visit, has really never happened before. And I am incredibly impressed and thankful to the diligent work of the agents who made that happen for the first time, but not for the last time. And finally, I wanted to note, in one case, an alien engaged in marriage fraud by taking advantage of an elderly U.S. citizen spouse, including threats and severe neglect. The American spouse was able to divorce the alien with the help of her family and caregivers.
That's fucking
but the family
crazy.
Still lives in fear of retaliation from the alien over the failed marriage fraud scam.
I wonder if this was the case of like a bleeding heart who had regret, or if they were actually like just giga scammed. Very unholy abuse of marriage. I feel like that's been going on for decades, illegal immigrants aside, you know? Feet sniffer, thank you. The loss of a child is hard on both parties. Yeah, I'm not trying to like discount it being hard on the guy, but I think it should be non-confrontational to say that since the woman is the one carrying the child and bearing the burden of creating the child inside of her, it's probably going to have a bit more of an effect on the woman simply because of that and all of the like hormone craziness that goes on during that, you know? Like, I could not imagine growing a child, and I'm sure you don't. Actually, I can't even say that. I don't know if you would feel anything, but like knowing that a person died inside of you has gotta kind of fuck you up, right? You know? It wrecked your marriage to your first wife. Your late wife was afraid to tell you she had a miscarriage. She was so afraid of what you would do. I'm sorry, dude. I can't imagine how you would have felt being told that. Because, again, in my mind, like, my husband, pray I get one, would be, like, the one person that I should be able to seek comfort from above all else. And especially in a traumatic time like a stillbirth, I should be able to go to him and talk about this because it's going to affect the both of us, right? And both of you should be able to support each other through something like that. Postpartum is a thing when it's successful. Yeah, true. You mean absolutely it would affect the man? Becoming a father does cause a change, but it's nowhere near as pronounced as what women go through with the chemical cocktail. Yeah, like I'm absolutely not trying to say, oh, men are perfectly fine when a miscarriage happens. Like, no, no, absolutely not. They're going to be emotionally affected. They're going to be incredibly upset. I just think that there's a bit of a difference because they're not literally growing another human being and then having it die inside of them. Can get you a husband if you're willing to give up the devil's lettuce. I don't even smoke it. I just eat the gummies on occasion. A man not grieving over the stillbirth of his child would signal him as defective. I agree. You lost your fiance and your unborn child because of a drunk driver. Been devastated for a long time. Fuck, dude. I have a friend in Canada who also lost his wife to an accident. That shit fucks you up. I am sorry, dude. You're with someone who told you she was pregnant and then like a couple of weeks later told you she went to abort it without you knowing, kind of felt fucked. I do not think that should be a thing. I do not think that if you get pregnant with someone, and I guess I live in a little bit of an ideal world in my own head because I don't like hookup culture, and I don't think like one night stands and hookup shit should really be as widespread as it is. You're never going to get rid of it in totality. You know, prostitution is age old, so there's always going to be people who do that kind of shit, but I don't think it should be as widespread. And so in my perfect utopia reality, you know, if for some medical health reason you had to or were thinking about abortion, that is 1,000% you should talk to your partner about, you know? It happened to your brother, it's painful. I don't know why, like, the men's feelings aren't taken into consideration if you're, like, in a relationship to this kind of thing, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's not their body, they're not carrying it, but it would still be their child, you know? It's like when people try to have a child to fix a failing relationship and that's never gonna fucking work. Like, you shouldn't plan to have a child without the input of the person who you want to have it with, and vice versa. Silly fucks, men don't have hot take, men have feelings. Feminism has taught women to not give a shit what men feel, you guess? It's really depressing. That's depressing. Honestly, you'd have to walk away from that relationship immediately to prevent you from killing her. The women who do this are extremely selfish and only think about how it'll affect them. I think that's pretty much the reason behind it, because like even as I'm saying it, it's like if you had some sort of medical condition that would make it like your life would be in danger if you gave birth, wouldn't that be something that like the guy should already know about, right? Or like if you're along in the pregnancy and you find out, oh, our baby's being born without a skull, it's not going to be able to live for like even seconds, maybe we should terminate. Like that's something that you talk to your significant other or spouse about, right? Like that seems like a no-brainer to me. Abortion is never done for health reasons. I wouldn't say never, but it is in the minority. And I am of the opinion, like the old pro-choice opinion, where it's like safe, legal, rare. The fact that it is morphed into some kind of like pro-abortion fuck all men stance is rather grotesque to me. 99% are convenience. Yeah, and I don't agree with those. Thanks for being a fox with standards. And I know some people are going to disagree and they're going to be like, no abortions under any circumstances, but I think in circumstances for like health and rape and incest, it should be allowed. I'm dying. Time check. Holy fuck, how is it already 8? Let me finish this video. Let's finish listening to this man talk about corruption in Minnesota.
These are not victimless crimes. Every case of fraud we uncovered damages our national security, undermines the integrity of our immigration system, and as I just gave you an example, has real consequences. I want the American people to know that we are declaring war on immigration fraud. We will continue to pursue those who seek to abuse our immigration system using every tool at our disposal. This operation, Twin Shield, is just the first phase of what we are looking at.
I hope he's right about this, because again, I am tired of just lip service and then nothing happening. I want to hear a list of all of the deportations as a result of this practice in Minnesota.
The critical information gathered, the fraud patterns uncovered, will help us to combat fraud at the next level. We now begin the process of analyzing, cross-checking, reviewing cases using these results. These investigations will help us determine the next steps in many cases. We will be looking at grants of immigration benefits already given. We will be looking at other patterns, and we will be reopening, re-examining benefits to determine whether rescission, revocation is appropriate in any of these cases. Additionally, I would say right now that if you seek to commit immigration fraud in this country, you will find yourself meeting with our officers at USCIS.
Okay, so when is Ilhan Omar gonna get deported? Like, we've known about her immigration marriage fraud for like years. Her position in Congress not only shouldn't protect her, but it should be an additional reason to get her out, because she committed fraud and then somehow got elected to a high seat of power in our country.
You will meet officers within our federal partners at ICE, CBP, FBI, DEA, whoever is working with us. And you will find yourself not only without benefits, but you will find yourself prosecuted.
Why are immigrants getting benefits in the first place? Like, not for nothing, but like, I mean, you came here, right? That would be the benefit, right? I'm a little confused about that.
We will continue to tirelessly work with the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota, as well as in every other jurisdiction, to make sure that these cases are treated as they should be, and that aliens, attorneys, preparers, others who engage in immigration fraud are properly punished.
Again, I love what he's saying. I like hearing it. I'm glad that there was an investigation. And he did say that, multiple people were already in the process of being deported. That's cool, thumbs up. But you said, like, near 50% rate of fraud. So that's a lot of deportations. We gotta hasten some shit up here, all right? Patchouli, thank you. There's dummies getting roped into scamali marriage schemes while you're actively accepting wife applications. What is this world? Yeah. Mildly OCD, thank you. One thing that can cause a miscarriage is if your child has a different blood type to the mother. Knowing both parents' blood types is important to possibly be preemptive hormone to encourage the body not rejecting it. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. You're right. I think doing like kind of pre-screening for stuff with both parents is a good idea, because also like if both parents have like a genetic carrier for some sort of immutable defect, that would be good to know as well, non-zero chance that the news isn't reporting the success and just reporting on the false positives. I mean, it's also like these are immigration fraud, right? So these aren't even people that you could consider illegal. They went through a legal process to immigrate here, but they defrauded the system. So it's a different kind of crime from just being here illegally, right? I mean, I guess defrauding the system would make it so that they are illegal at that point, but you have to figure out which ones are committing the fraud first. You know how to get rid of Ilhan Omar? Dip your fingers in her wine? What the heck? What the heck? No. Criminals have a different flavor, but still criminals. Yeah, different flavors of criminals. I want the Mickey Mouse pop with the fucked up eye flavor. Entered legally, stayed illegally. Well, I mean, it's like, if you're committing fraud, that's obviously illegal, but defrauding the legal immigration process is different from just coming here illegally in the first place. I think they're both horrendous crimes and both should get you deported and no longer allowed entry ever again. But, try to delineate at least the slight difference. I don't want you. You're saying we're not hearing about it because the news is being mum? What? I hope something will happen though, Battleizer, thank you. It isn't wrong to want hookup culture to not be the norm. It is just a really depressing time we live in, and we all just need to deal with it and hope our children will not need to deal with it. Yeah. I think the dating landscape is pretty shit for everyone, and it kind of sucks to think about sometimes. They can talk all they like, just get them out of the fucking country, true. A leaf, thank you for the Canadians. Instead of the Fraud-Molly immigration, would any American woman want to help you become a snowback? A lumberjack leaf with a leaf blower. What? Okay, it took me a second. I was like, what does he mean by this? You want to immigrate to America? I don't know if right now is a great time to attempt that, considering all of the, like, tumultuous changes that people are attempting to make. Noble Ghost, thank you for the 18-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. Dating landscape is filled with liberal women because nobody wants that mess. Is that why I can only find men who act like women? Christian Barragan, thank you. Your mom went through a miscarriage. They're really hard to the point she was worried your sister wouldn't make it. Oh, God. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Jeremy Gant, thank you. You're not surprised about the immigration fraud. They're only talking about it now because they got caught. With media, it's hard to lie and not get caught these days. We need to keep exposing this. Yes. We who are not in positions of power need to keep talking about it and exposing it and spreading the information. But the people who actually are in a position politically to do something about it need to stop talking about it and do something. You know, like, it's great that you're giving us the information, but after you give us the information, do something. Question, how did you grow your melons? My melons are au naturel. I eat a lot of fruit salad. It encourages the fruit enzyme growth that makes my melons incredibly large. Would you like some of my fruit salad, Fillion? Chatter's Canadian. You're 6'5" and you suffer from both Asperger's and schizoaffective disorder. What the heck? Wait, Fillion here? Yeah, Fillion came in to ask about my tits. It's because she's so flat. A wild Fillion. Millennia. Most heterosexual VTuber. Hey, I want to help my flat women grow their melons if they should desire, you know? Fillion, your chat smells funny. That's just the residual smoke from the last house fire. Don't worry about it. JK the Slacker, thank you for that gift sub to the silly Philly. Thank you. Thank you. Millennia. These are important questions, true. Under communism, Kirsche would have to give Fillion some of her boobs. I don't think it works that way. And tell her you can use her as a cutting board with much affection. True. Oh my God. Okay. Our Boing Boing. Yeah, our Boing Boing, comrade. Rad VG, thank you. Thanks for the education. You're going to go get blackout drunk now in hopes you don't remember it. No, don't do that. Getting blackout drunk is bad for you. That's not healthy. Your uncle carried a weird eye defect gene that can be traced to an island in Polynesia. Interesting. Only one of his 2 kids were affected, but a perfect example of why there should be more intensive testing. I agree. I know a lot of people just kind of throw caution to the wind and they're like, it's time to have a baby. But I don't know. I feel like I would want to get myself and my guy some kind of testing so we could be prepared for what might possibly go wrong, you know? Evil Mandrake, thank you. Because of the use of alien, you just picture this old lady and her family cowering in fear of Gleep Glorp. Gleep Glorp can't stay here. He's got to go home. All right. And please do not use eugenics as foreplay. What the fuck are you talking about? A feet sniffer, thank you. Sorry you were agreeing with me, but only 50 characters. No problem, brother. No problem, brother. I didn't think you were disagreeing. I just wanted to explain my position just in case people thought I was like, men don't have feelings. They wouldn't care about a miscarriage. I don't want people to think I'm saying that because I would feel fucking terrible if anyone took it that way. Yeah. Pound and TV, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, not any opinions, just a checkup, drinking water, eating food, take your meds. What about you, chat? I've been remembering to do most of those things. I think Fillion makes up what she lacks in boobs with her wall-destroying ass. Brother, I could destroy some walls with Fillion. We could make a whole construction-destroying company out of our asses. You're an alien and you want to go home, but military shot your UFO down. What the hell? Mildly OCD. Mildly OCD, thank you. You knew this about blood types because mom would have miscarried you if she didn't check beforehand. Different blood types can lead to the body to view it as a foreign body. And you can't donate blood to your mom. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I have no idea what my blood type is. I've never needed to know my blood type, so knock on wood, I can continue living that way. I'm sure my meme knows my blood type, so I could probably ask her. Your blood type is autistic. I don't think it works that way, actually. Brother. And that's blood group B, if I remember correctly. I don't think that's how they're categorized. All right. We made it through the vidya. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, chat. I'm going to play French game. The yapping will not get away from me. I'm gonna find my controller, because I don't remember where I put it after I put my help PC back together. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna French game. I miss my bulge, chat. I miss the bulge. And we shall see, Foxy. We shall see. I've had quite a lot of yapping recently, so hopefully I can get to the French game. I am going to raid Silly Philly since she was just here a second ago. I feel like that makes sense. Gonna go raid into her. I don't know what she was doing, but she came here. We're gonna go say hi. O+ Master Race, local blood bank loves you and have told you a lot. First families were able to... Oh god, it's gone. It's so much spam. Take care. Hope you have a good night. I'm gonna eat some of the pizza that I ordered earlier. You know, pizza for breakfast, pizza for dinner. It's a healthy way to live as a streamer. We're gonna raid into Philly, and remember, don't bring up political shit in other streamers' chats. You get banned here if you do that. Don't be political on other streamers, alright, okay? Don't be political on non-political streamers. And, we'll see you tomorrow for a tiny bit of yapping, and then hopefully a couple of hours of French game. Hopefully I want to play French game, man. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.